The train has been overrun by Wu-Tai troops. Eliminate them and regain control of the train.
Oh yeah! Get serious! Zach!
Zach, focus. There are no Shinra troops on this train, understood?
Hello to you too! Come and get it! Soldier second class, Zach, on the job!
Train Mark 93-2 rerouted to Sector 1 station near Mako Reactor 1. Proceed to mission phase and change surveillance.
Zach speaking.
Making progress, Zach?
What's going on, Joreel? Why are we fighting Shinra troops?
They're Wu-Tai troops in disguise. Now, head to the open area above.
Towards Sector 8.
Yes, but first you have to clear a path.
Clear a path?
You'll see what I mean. Be careful.
So I can cut loose, right?
Use some discretion.
It's showtime!
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Not too bad.
Piece of cake. I'll make first in no time.
Go up the stairs at the end of the platform.
You got it.
showing your back to the enemy. Overconfidence will destroy you.
What is this? Damn it. You're not the only hero.
It's over.
Impossible.
Thanks, Angel.
Training's over.
Why? You serious? I was just getting warmed up.
Zach. Embrace your dreams.
Huh?
If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams. And honor.
Zach, you see me on edge. Can you believe me? All this training and assignments out there hanging out to dry. You must be pretty busy. You're off base. Off base? What are you actually heard? There's been a mass desertion soldier. Zach, it's good to find me face to face. Was our regular soldier. Hey, I'm this. Soldier first class census. A month ago, went missing during a mission and died. Know anything about this? Not cool. Mission is currently stuck in limbo. That's why we decided to send you. Did we tell you? Yes. This war has gone on long enough. I recommended you for first. Thank you! Oh, you man! Don't make me regret this, Zach. Sorry. Once you're back, you'll leave once.
Cosmos, the goddess of harmony. Chaos, god of discord. Two divine powers locked in an endless struggle, each seeking to reign supreme. Long has the world played stage to their violent conflict. Now at peace, now teetering on the verge of annihilation. But never for a moment striking a balance between the two. The stars of war run deep across the realm, and still these battles rage on, a tempest the eons cannot quell. However,
Some things in life you just... Have some more! 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 I like this. What's trying? Something in life you just do. Have some more! 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 Points for trying. Something's in life you just do. Have some more! Dodge this. Who are you watching? Who are you watching? Have some more! Dodge this. Dodge this. Dodge this. Dodge this. Have some more. Dodge this. Dodge this. Who are you watching? Dodge this. Stay down! Who are you watching? Dodge this. Who are you watching? Who are you watching? Have some more! Who are you watching? Dodge this. Have some more! Have some more! What'd you expect?
Leave it to me! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Start! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Get a load of this! In another! Here it comes! You're gone! Let's look at colors! Here it comes! You're gone! Start! Whoa, whoa, whoa! No escape! There's gotta be a mistake!
my prey.
This is it.
You're gone!
I lost. I can't lose this fight. There. 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 Go! There. Over here. There. Go. There. Over here. There. Over here. You see, I'm no hero. Are you ready for this? There. Over here. There. There. Over here. Go. There. There. All right. Go to the sky. Blazing flame. There. 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 Weak. There. Give me strength. There. Breaking my limits. This is it.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write instead of...
Annie Lederman now joins the long list of comedians openly trashing Chris D'Elia. So I'm going to play this, then give you my thoughts on it. This is from her YouTube channel. She just posted this. And she did a little something on Instagram where she just posted a picture of her watching the Chris D'Elia Problem documentary. But here she wanted to talk about him on her show. So let's see what she had to say.
I mean, maybe that's something you have to explore in yourself. But it's like when, if Annie is in a social setting, say we're at the Comedy Store, and Annie wants to go from the front bar to the back, which is just on the other side of the building.
It's through 2 doors.
Yeah.
3 doors, 4 doors.
If Annie wants to do
4
that...
4 doors down. It's 4 doors down.
You have to understand that it will take probably an hour to get back there. Because you see people... And this is to your benefit. It's not a bad thing. I
gotta read the names on the wall. Sometimes it's funny. Delia's name's
you're
there
not
still.
reading anything.
Delia's name's still there. I always stop. I pour out a little Red Bull for Delia.
Annie will talk to...
Because the girls that he hooks up with can't have alcohol. Allegedly.
They can't have that either, I don't imagine.
I think children are allowed to have this.
I would, not...
If we were in high school right now, we'd be crushing Red Bulls.
Yeah, but my mom would not be happy about it.
Well, I don't think your mom would be happy about you hooking up with Chris D'Elia either.
So, but Annie, what she does is she'll talk to every human being that she encounters.
I just love the fact that they're now just all openly taking shots at Chris D'Elia. All Chris D'Elia really has left now is Brendan Shaw, which is so sad. And Eric Griffin on the Golden Hour podcast. I mean, my God, the new allegations. And this is how you know, they're all probably true, the new allegations. Because now everyone's just openly trashing the guy. And the fact that he admitted to going to rehab. So this is still an ongoing thing with D'Elia. Like I said, my personal thoughts. If he's doing this with grown women, I could not care less. But if they're underage, then it is a problem. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the age laws in California, but I just find it hilarious. Everyone's just openly trashing him. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
All right, so it looks like Chris D'Elia has gotten himself into some trouble once again. I'm sure most people are aware of and have probably seen the documentary about him that came out a few weeks ago. If you haven't seen it yet, it just goes over some of the questionable activities that Chris has been up to, and it's starting to look like he probably hasn't changed much since his original cancellation, which Chris basically confirmed. I know he hasn't acknowledged any of this so far, but on his last podcast, he did admit that he went to rehab like a month ago, which obviously has to do with this. You know, it was before the video came out, but I'm sure he was aware it was coming out, and he probably just wanted to get ahead of it. And then since the videos come out, it looks like he's been just trying to power through it without even acknowledging it. So he's continued his podcast. You know, he had his wife on a couple times, which was really awkward. I think he's still just trying to play up the family man angle. And, you know, he talked about going to rehab. So it looks like he's just hoping that his fans don't trust the video or don't see it or don't care about it, or they're just going to trust that he's going to change now, which I don't know. I mean, people already gave him a second chance after all the original stuff. You know, he took like a 6-month break, I think. Then he came back with that return video, and a decent amount of people thought it was sincere enough for them to continue watching him, and they trusted that he would change. But it sounds like he didn't even change for a second. I mean, right after the video came out, this girl claims he just continued talking to her, and she even asked, like, should we stop talking? He's like, no, I don't care.
When he posted the apology video, I remember watching it and being so lost, because I thought at the time, does this mean he is ending things with all his girlfriends? And I wrote him about it, and I asked him, like, is this enabling to you? Do you want it to be the kind of thing where we back off and, you know, this is where it ends? And he told me point blank, I don't want anything to change. And then when he posted shortly after a photo on Instagram with the caption that read, being faithful rips, he was texting his other girls as he posted that.
And then, like I said, Chris admitted that he went to rehab, so that's pretty much confirming this. You know, it sounds like he's been cheating on his wife even since he apologized and since the allegations and everything. And I know cheating's not the worst thing in the world, but after everything he went through, you know, you'd think if you went through all that, you got humiliated, you made that apology video, people trusted you, you would stop doing that shit. You know, you'd be careful. You wouldn't want to put yourself in that position again, but he went out there and did it. The guy's a liability. He's obviously got a serious addiction that he has nowhere near under control. Like, he chose sex over his career, basically, over his family. Like, I'm sure his family's a mess. Like he said in that return.
We've helped millions of creators improve their SEO to grow their YouTube channels. TubeBuddy is a platform that...
All right, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about the first time Joe Rogan met Bobby Lee, because it almost resulted in them getting attacked by gang members. And someone on Reddit actually recently made a post about this, and it shows Joe talking about it on his podcast with one of his guests, then Bobby talking about it on Bad Friends, and they each have a slightly different perspective on how it all went down, which makes sense because this was like 25 years ago. And these clips were from more recent podcasts. But luckily, the one time that Bobby was on Joe's podcast, they did talk about this story, and this is probably the most accurate version since this was back in like 2011 for episode 76 it was, which is still on Spotify, surprisingly. So that's what we're going to be taking a look at today, and it's pretty funny because now both Joe and Bobby have the story wrong, and you'll see what I mean here in a second, so let's just jump into the podcast.
So now you grew up in San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Now that's where I met Bobby. When I met Bobby was a doorman. Were you a doorman?
I was a doorman. It was like 97, 96, maybe 95. Yeah.
Maybe earlier.
Maybe earlier, yeah.
It was, I just moved to LA. I'd only been here for a little while, and I was doing a weekend at the La Jolla Comedy Store, and it was me and Jimmy Schubert and,
I think
and
Diaz
Bobby.
Was, I think Diaz was with us, too.
I don't think so. I think Diaz was still in Seattle at the time. And we went to a strip club in San Diego, and there was these Mexican gangbangers that were like the real deal, like tattooed tears in their face, and this one dude he had these crazy murderer eyes, and and Jimmy Schubert was like, I don't know what happened. Jimmy was trying to get a dance from one of their girlfriends or something, or said something to one of the girlfriends, and so the guy got up and he got in Jimmy Schubert's face, and Jimmy Schubert was trying to apologize. Bobby Lee like these guys ain't shit. These guys are pussies, and he was saying it like loud, and the guys were looking at us, and I just got up and I said, I'm leaving right now. Whoever's coming with me is coming with me. I'm leaving right now. Like, I knew we were like moments away from someone getting shot.
Really?
There was no metal detectors.
I don't have
there.
street smarts.
Oh my God! You talk about negative street smarts. These dudes had tattoos on their face. There's certain dudes where you look at them and you go, "These guys are posers." These guys were murderers. Wow. Like, there's no question about it.
Yeah, they were a shotgun.
We are 15 minutes away from Tijuana. Okay, and this is this is the old days when it wasn't even hard to go back and forth. Back in the 90s, bro, you needed a driver's license. That's all you needed.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have a passport to go to Mexico or come back and forth.
Yeah, I don't think you need to explain this to Bobby. He's very familiar with Tijuana. All right, so now let's look at what Joe and Bobby have to say about this more recently on their own podcast. Because Joe says that Bobby was the one that really started it by hitting on the gang member's girlfriend, but Bobby claims that Joe started it because he was staring at the guy, I guess. Either way, though, they both do agree that Bobby was the one that was saying these guys aren't shit and they aren't tough at all and we shouldn't be scared of them. But it seems like both Joe and Bobby forget how it really started, and they forget that Jimmy Schubert is the one that hit on the gang member's girlfriend.
Yeah, Bobby Lee almost got me killed at a strip club in San Diego. First time I met him.
I already believe it. Continue.
We were in our 20s, and I met Bobby Lee down there at the La Jolla Comedy Store, and then we went out after the show. This is probably like late 90s somewhere.
Right.
And we went out afterwards, went out to the strip club, and there was this Mexican gentleman with a tattoo on his face in the 90s, which is rare. And he had long, straight black hair.
Wow.
And he had a look in his eyes like he's killed people.
Yeah.
And I'm good at sniffing out danger. I'm like, that's real danger. And Bobby was hitting on his girl. He was trying to get a lap dance from his girlfriend.
God damn it.
I mean, in Bobby's defense, it's at a strip club. But this girl was apparently his girlfriend at a strip club. And the guy stood up. And he stood up and he said something to Bobby, and Bobby comes over and he's like, fuck that guy. And I looked at the guy, I looked at Bobby, I go, I'm getting out of here right now.
Anyway, I'm at the strip club, and I'm just sitting there. I can't tip, so I'm just sitting there. But I want to act cool because it's Joe Rogan's there, right?
Right.
So these gang members are sitting next to us.
Always.
Right? And they go, what the fuck you looking at to Joe Rogan? Joe's like, nothing, buddy. I'm just watching the show. And Joe goes, and they get in a spat
Like they're yelling at each other.
You kind of, yeah. We'll be back.
To him?
Yeah, so they all leave to go to their cars.
Shit.
Joe turns to us, and he goes, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And I go, what do you guys... I said...
This is my beauty.
You said, what do you guys...
What do you guys...
Play...
No, pussies.
You said, what are you guys, pussies? To Joey Diaz and Rogan. In a strip club.
Yeah.
Because 4 Mexican gang members went to their car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think they were going to get? A blanket?
So this story is pretty surprising because usually Bobby's trying to avoid confrontation, and this is like an actual threat, and now he's acting like a tough guy. I guess he was acting like that, though, because he wanted to impress Joe. And I think probably the most accurate version of this story is the first time they talked about it on Joe's podcast, because they both seemed to agree on what happened at the club, and they weren't questioning each other's memory of it at all. Except for Joey Diaz being there. Bobby really seems to think he was there, but even when Bobby was on Joey's podcast, he brought this up, and Joey said he wasn't there. Bobby's like, are you sure? I think you were. But you can tell that Bobby knows he screwed up in this situation, and he says he apologized to Joe multiple times. And it sounds like initially Joe was kind of pissed at Bobby for it, but now it seems like Joe doesn't care as much because it makes a good story, and Bobby knows he screwed up here.
Extreme danger, and that's what we were involved in, a pocket of extreme danger. And there's Bobby like, fuck these guys ain't shit. He's saying it loud, and I don't know if you were drunk at the time. You might have been drinking.
No, I wasn't.
Were you sober?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was 23. Okay. I just left the hometown Poway. Was where I grew up.
Poway?
Yeah, it's called Poway. Yeah.
Where is that? It's outside San Diego?
Yeah, it's like 25 minutes east of like downtown San Diego, right? And I didn't know much, okay? I just started doing stand-up. I wanted to impress you because, you know what I mean, you're a headliner, and I'd never met headliners, you know what I mean? Like, he's a headliner, so I wanted to act tough, you know what I mean? And I came across looking like an asshole.
Well, it's not how you came across. It was the threat that you had put us into. You'd put us in a position
I apologized over the last 15 years.
Buddy. It's just a funny story, man. I still love you. It's just a funny story, but I just remember, like, this little motherfucker is going to get me killed.
Yeah, and I remember that. I remember it vividly.
Yeah, he was so incredulous. Even now, we were waiting to get in the car. You guys are overreacting. I'm like, get in the
I don't know what was wrong
car.
with me. Yeah.
I'm like, I've seen murderers before. I've met them.
Yeah,
there's a certain tweak in a person's eye when they've already killed somebody.
So that's Joe Rogan and Bobby Lee's infamous strip club story. If you want to hear another good Joe Rogan strip club story, make sure you check out my Joe Rogan and Howard Stern video. That's a good one. But before you do that, in this video I also want to talk about Bobby Lee and Joe Rogan discussing the Carlos Mencia incident. I'm sure everyone's aware of that. If you're not, basically Joe Rogan just confronted a comedian who was stealing jokes, and it turned into a giant thing because it was true. The guy was stealing jokes, and his career took a huge hit from it. And Bobby was actually good friends with him. He probably still is, because also Carlos helped out Bobby a lot early on, and he brought him on the road to do comedy shows with him. So Bobby probably feels like he owes him something, even though it just sounds like Carlos was kind of a dick to Bobby the whole time. Like, Bobby talked about how Carlos would make him cry, which we'll get into here in a second, and also Carlos was stealing jokes from Bobby. So I don't know why Bobby defends this guy so much. Like, also, after Joe confronted Carlos about stealing jokes, Bobby actually made a video defending Carlos, but it was a terrible video, and you could tell Bobby's just under pressure to do it, and he felt like he had to.
And I've never seen him steal a joke. He never stole a joke from me, and I don't know where Joe Rogan gets the information that I called him to tell him that Carlos steals, because I never called Joe.
This is actually the top comment on the video, and I thought this was pretty funny and describes it well. This person said, "This video is cropped. Does anyone have the original widescreen version? The gun Carlos is pointing at Bobby on the far left isn't even visible in this version." So everyone knew Bobby was just full of shit in this video, and he's doing it because he felt like he had to help his friend out or something. Bobby did think that Joe was mad at him, though, for making this video, but I don't think Joe really cared because he probably knew Bobby was full of shit. And Joe even has Bobby on video talking about how Carlos was stealing his jokes.
Yeah, Ned.
Do a couple minutes of his material.
Well, I'll just do some of my material, and then it'll be the same. You know, so I'll just talk about myself.
What has he ever stolen from you?
I used to do this bit about how I was so small that my dad would have to get on my shoulders to get on a ride at Disneyland. Right. Then he did a bit, literally, but this is, I can't do it. But where is this going?
Who cares? What the fuck? It's reality. Anyway, it's good to see you. Don't be a fucking person. This is the reason why comedians get away with stealing. Because comedians like you are afraid of confrontation.
It's funny now Joe's roasting him for being afraid of confrontation. Like, too bad he didn't treat Carlos like those gang members at the strip club. Or too bad he's not looking to impress Joe anymore. Alright, so now let's just get back to the podcast where Bobby's talking about how he felt like there was some tension between him and Joe. Also because of this Ari Shaffir incident. But I don't really want to go into that right now. Maybe I'll make a separate video for that. But they're mostly just talking about all the Carlos Mencia drama right here.
That I felt that there was animosity between me and your camp.
What?
Because
you never felt it from me.
Yes, I did.
Really, from me?
Yeah, I felt that. I felt that. Can I be? I want to be
Sure.
real 'cause I love you.
Yeah.
Is that I felt that there was a weirdness because of the video that had come out.
No.
Right? And with Ari, you know what I mean? Me and Ari not getting along.
Look, when I called you, when there was that video that you made where Mencia made you make, called you about it. I go, look, I told you, I go, dude, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
I don't, it doesn't bother you. Were like,
which was the one biggest mistake, I thought, because if you read the feedback after that, oh my God, I had death threats.
Well, you know, I understood your point of view totally. I knew you from back in the day, and I knew your relationship with him, and I knew that you knew he was sick, and you were trying to help him. I knew the whole crazy. When
It was
you think
insane.
about it. But you know what? Also kind of crazy was you remember what the environment was like before anybody called him on that, where everybody was on eggshells and you were constantly terrified of that guy walking in the room.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then he was becoming successful. And then just.
Like I said, you know, I just don't see that part. You know?
Did you see the movie I Am
How can you
Comic?
say that? How can you say that? Because you did.
Because
he stole shit from you, man. I mean, I know you had issues with him.
Okay, I know. Can I just say this though?
Yes.
All right.
So then Bobby starts saying when he first started, Carlos helped him out by buying him some shitty car, and then he took him on the road to do stand-up, so he helped his career. So I guess Bobby feels like he owes him something, even though I don't know why he defends this guy so hard. He sounds like he wasn't even that good to him. It sounded like he mostly just used him. Like right here, Joe asked Bobby who he likes working with more, Pauly Shore or Carlos Mencia, and then Bobby starts talking about how much he hated working with Carlos and how he used to make him cry.
Who was more fun to hang out with on the road?
Obviously Pauly, because he didn't make me cry. You know what I mean? But
So how did he make you cry?
Well, he would make me go to golf with him.
What?
He plays golf, and I hate golf. And I'd have to get up early and carry, bring the golf bag.
You would have to bring the bags.
I did it once or twice, and I stopped doing it. You know what I mean? And
He
then,
would tell you
And
to
then one
carry
time,
the
no. One time he let's move over that. And then,
he made you carry bags.
One time I had to. We played Denver once, and he made me sleep. I didn't give me a hotel room. This is when he wasn't doing as well. He was in the beginning, and I had to sleep in Albert's closet.
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
He took you on the road with him, and you didn't even get a hotel room.
He wasn't selling out at the time. This is literally in 96, 95.
What made you cry?
Just having to get up and there was a time where you had to sell merch and as a young comic, you know what I mean, you don't know what to do. You want to make it. You know, you appreciate the stage time, and it was just.
So he makes you work for him, and on top of just opening up for him.
Yeah, but to be honest, a lot of guys do that shit, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I don't because I have openers now, and I treat them with the
Pauly
utmost.
does. Pauly does.
Yeah, Pauly does all the time. You know what I mean?
Didn't Pauly get you to work for free? Didn't Pauly?
I can't. That's another. I cannot.
You can't discuss that.
No, because it's another. That's another.
So it sounds like Carlos would bring Bobby on the road to be his personal caddy and then to make him sell merch. And then he'd make him sleep in the closet. That sounds terrible. And then even on top of all that, he's stealing his jokes. So I don't know why Bobby would defend this guy. Even if he is helping him out by giving him stage time, it does not sound like it's worth it. It did sound like Carlos was really struggling after all this went down though. So maybe just Bobby felt like he needed to be there for him in a way. At the end of this podcast, Bobby starts talking about how he feels bad for him because he used to be really sober. He'd never touch alcohol, but now I guess he's drinking a lot and smoking weed. And it just sounds like Bobby's trying to say that he's in a dark place now.
Known Carlos, he's never did drugs or drank. That was a big thing. I don't need it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Natural high.
Right.
And now it's he's smoking pot. You know what I mean?
That'll probably help him.
Yeah, I think it'll help him.
Maybe.
But he's also drinking.
He's also drinking.
Yeah, he's also
just,
drinking.
He's just. I can just tell he's sad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's karma, man.
And as a friend,
you can't victimize
people. And as a
people.
friend, you watch it, and it's just.
I always try to play Call of Duty with him on Xbox because I feel bad. I always send him a friend.
You feel bad, so you want to kill him? Yeah. Fuck up.
See, it's not too bad for Carlos. At least he gets to play video games with Brian Redband now. That's pretty cool. All right, so that's about it for this video. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you hit the like button if you did. Then leave me a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Then hit the subscribe button, and I'll catch you at the next video. All right, so Joe Rogan finally did another one of his fight companions, which he hasn't done in over 2 years, I believe. And this is the first time that Brian Callen and Eddie Bravo have been on the podcast in over 2 years. And it was an interesting episode. There's a lot to talk about here. They discussed Andrew Tate, and Joe gave his opinion on him, and Brian asked if Joe would ever have him on the podcast. And then also, things just seemed kind of awkward between these guys, and a lot of people on Joe's subreddit were pointing out that it just seemed like Joe was annoyed with Brian. Like, all the top comments for this podcast on their subreddit were talking about how Joe has been being mean to Brian. Somebody said, Joe absolutely doesn't like Brian. He can barely tolerate him. He keeps telling him to shut the F up. And somebody else said, Joe has been pretty mean to Brian so far. Did I miss something? And people are bringing up how the whole Bobby Lee situation, maybe that's part of it, because obviously Brendan and Brian, they're using Joe's name to threaten Bobby, and Joe didn't seem too happy about that. And then also people are talking about the allegations that Brian faced a year or so ago, and maybe Joe's upset with that. Who knows? I think maybe it's just one of those days for Joe where he's just annoyed by Brian's presence, maybe. Because also Brendan Schaub is there, and he kept interrupting every 5 seconds like usual, and he was talking way too much. And Joe didn't really seem that annoyed with him. Even though he was making fun of his whiskey, he just can't stand the name of it. And I think he's brought it up in another podcast too. I think the name of the whiskey is Thick Tiger Whiskey, which is kind of a weird name. And it sounds like the whiskey's good. It sounded like Joe liked it and everybody liked it. But Joe just cannot stand the name, which is funny because that's kind of Brendan's whole brand name. Like, his YouTube channel is Thick Boy. So Joe's like really taking a shot at him. I'm sure this one hurt. And then we also have Eddie getting annoyed with Brendan, which was hilarious because Brendan went on some rant about China, and Eddie's just like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? And Eddie was pretty quiet this podcast. I don't know if Joe told him like take it easy because he didn't want him going in on conspiracy theories, or Eddie just wasn't really that happy to be there, but things were definitely off between these guys. And a lot of people noticed it on Joe's subreddit. And it's crazy, but I think Joe's subreddit is slowly turning into the Fight in the Kid subreddit because most people on there, it seems like they're on there just to hate on Joe. So I'm going to get into everything I just mentioned here, but first I'm going to start with Joe telling Brian to shut up a few times because this was pretty funny.
He pulls up, it's like, that is a great looking car. Hey, for an American. Hey, put your toes on. Fuck's sake. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me. Listen to him. Come on. So silly. I know you want to promote your goofy flip.
I'm not promoting him. I just got
you can't even call them toe holds.
Feel them under your feet.
Put your toe holds on.
Feel them for you. Feel them under your feet. Come on.
Eddie, see a toe hold, bro? What is a word?
Antioxidant?
No. What is a word?
Catalyst and...
Shut the fuck up. Come on, man. I got it. It's at the tip of my tongue. I don't remember it. God damn it.
All right, well.
Something 04. Well, it allows your cells to absorb.
So there are a few other moments too, but I think Joe took down the podcast from YouTube. I can't find it right now. Maybe he's going to put it back up on Spotify, but I don't know. I just thought there's something weird going on with Joe and Brian, and I'm not the only person. I mean, a lot of people on his subreddit pointed this out, obviously. Maybe like Joe's just busting on him because they're good friends, because I know they go way back. But to me, it just seemed like Joe was kind of sick of him already. And then also, like I said, we have Joe making fun of the name of Brendan's whiskey brand.
Whiskey's great.
Oh, thanks, brother. It really is good. Thank you, sir.
So easy
Long
to
time
drink.
coming. Just call it better. How dare you, Joe?
I had people over and I poured them Tiger Thick. I didn't tell them every single one of them. It's like, holy fuck, this is great.
Just maybe not the thick part.
I like it. I like that name.
It's my brand.
You don't like Tiger Thick? I like it.
Okay. You like the name?
What do you want to call it?
You want Tiger Trace? What do you want?
No, it doesn't have to be
What do you
Trace.
want? What do you want? What do you want? Jack Thick?
Just something.
Something that doesn't make me embarrassed to tell people what it is. Tiger Thick? How are you embarrassed? What are we talking? What are you? What's Sebastian say? What's Sebastian say?
Damn, poor Brendan. You know that probably hurts because Joe is like a father figure to him or like a big brother or something. And it seems like he's always trying to get approval, and Joe just completely rips him apart for this whiskey name. And the dynamic of this podcast is weird because, as you see here, obviously Joe is not afraid to make fun of Brendan and Brian, and he takes some shots at them. But then the other way around, Brendan and Brian, it seems like they're trying to get back on Joe's good side, and they keep kissing his ass and agreeing with everything he has to say. Like right here, Brian starts talking about how he went to see Joe. I think he's recording his new special or something like that. And Brian's like, oh my God, that was amazing. It inspired me. You are so far above everyone else.
Your live performance in Salt Lake, which I'm glad you made me come to because that was so inspiring. Dude, he's working on a level. I told you this. I told him. I called him. This next 1 hour, I put that up against. I was talking to Tripoli about it. I put your next 1 hour up against anything, anytime. I'm so excited about it. But
I've been working on it a long time.
But dude,
4 years on this one.
I assume this, though.
Bro,
it's been 4 years since your last special.
Were you high? Did you smoke a little weed before you went on?
Always.
I don't know how the fuck you can be that intense, that on point.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm sure that's what Joe was thinking. Like, he'd even say thanks or anything like that. He's just like, yeah, I've been working hard. It's been 4 years. And it's funny because Eddie seemed like the most down-to-earth person on this podcast. Like, he just seemed really chill. He, like, wasn't talking too much until Brendan started talking about China. This part's pretty funny. The look on Eddie's face is priceless. He's like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Ahead of the curve, you had your boy Mike Baker on. Yeah. I just regurgitate his shit. I think he's the best person ever. Yeah. But he's like, dude, China's way ahead of us as far as this going green. As far as electric cars, the lithium batteries, like it's not good.
China's awesome. Oh yeah, let's follow their
They're smart as shit.
Lead.
Let's depend more on China.
What?
You know what you're doing when you buy Tesla? You're communist.
No, my friend Elon Musk is
and again, I love
and I support him.
I love Elon.
I think you're
only supporting China. Like they're the
So I just thought that shit was hilarious. All right, so now let's just get into the Andrew Tate stuff because Joe Rogan actually says that he likes Andrew Tate.
To pull your fucking, they warned me.
Somebody likes you there because at least you're not Andrew Tate. Like they sees his assets. They sees his financial banking.
He was saying things about women that he was saying that like. What did he say that specifically got them triggered? It was basically saying misogyny. Look, he plays, part of it is like a character, and part of it he's a legit world champion kickboxer who's a hard man.
So I was telling these guys.
Who doesn't buy any pussy bullshit. And that's what's resonating with young people.
And he's also pro-Trump.
The worry is that the kids are going to listen to him because he's big on TikTok. My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate.
And what'd you say?
I said he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I go, I like him a lot. Why do you like him? And I was asking him. They said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. It's the TikTok thing, because the TikTok algorithm. He did something where he started something where you like join his group, and then you're supposed to like post stuff.
It's brilliant. That's how he gets followers, but also gives you a page.
He blew up.
Yes,
he blew up because
he's a brilliant man.
Yeah.
My thing is with the left who wants to cancel him and take him away, and they're like, we shouldn't look up to that. Okay, then who should we look up to?
Joe Biden.
Who do you want to fill in for that?
But also, it's not their job to.
I love how Eddie responds with Joe Biden when Brendan asks who we should look up to. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how people handle this because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be upset at the fact that Joe says he likes Andrew Tate. And also a lot of people on his subreddit were kind of upset by this. Like people, they figured this was Joe's opinion, but they were just hoping he had a little nuance to it. But I thought some of the responses were pretty funny. This person said, oh my God, they're defending Andrew Tate now. Good Lord. Somebody responded with, bro, he's an alpha male, legit world champion kickboxer, hasn't fought anybody with a Wikipedia page, so they're throwing some shade at him. Who doesn't take any beta bullshit? LMAO, Joe is so gay for any pseudo alpha male character. And then somebody commented on that, fatherless behavior. So this is like fighting the kids subreddit kind of stuff. Like they are really taking shots at Joe. Another comment says, damn, never knew Joe Rogan was an Andrew Tate fan. And someone's like, is incel manosphere shit and conservatives have a pretty obvious crossover. Another person said, Joe is a contrarian. It's not about reality anymore. It's only about what other people say they like or don't like. So also on this podcast, they brought Andrew Tate up one other time. And like I said, Brian asked Joe if you'd ever have him on the podcast.
Be an Andrew Tate fan. He's wild.
Would you ever have Tate on your podcast?
It's a conversation, right?
Yeah. You know who gave him, like, literally who brought him on the scene? I knew him from kickboxing and was aware of him for years, but really who put him on the scene is Tom Segura.
Really?
They don't give Tom enough credit. Not that he needs any more credit. He's fucking crushing it, but Tom really put him on the scene with, like, our crew, like Tom's the first one brought him up.
Tom, yeah, I had him on your mom's house like a year ago.
I just thought he was
longer,
funny.
yeah.
I thought some of the stuff he was saying on his TikTok stuff or whatever.
But the best is Christina P's there, and she's like, so if I'm a dumb bitch. Because you know how he talks, and she's like, okay, so I'm a dumb bitch. It's so funny, dude.
But he did get kind of canceled for just
I
talking.
think he's on Rumble now.
Yeah, he's okay.
They took him over to Rumble, which is, but it severely limits the amount of stuff you can have out there. Is he banned from YouTube? I don't believe.
Yes.
Is he?
Yeah.
YouTube too. Wow.
Yep, and they seized his assets. So
they seized his assets.
No, they didn't seize his assets.
Wait,
They canceled his. So if you listen to him on Tucker Carlson, his ability to his domain name
monetize.
and his ability to monetize and his ability to do transactions with certain platforms.
he had a whole school, like the
gone.
man school. They took it
So
all
I think,
away.
like, I don't know if it was PayPal, but something like that. Whatever he was doing transactions,
They seized
that
it.
he's no longer allowed to use.
Man, I got to give Brian credit for hanging out with Brendan so much. I don't know how he deals with him interrupting like every second. Like Brendan just said something that I think is incorrect, like the seized assets thing, and Brian's explaining to him like what actually happened, and Brendan is still interrupting him like every second. It's like, dude, you just got that wrong. Let him explain what's correct, and then you could talk. Like, you don't need to shout something out every 5 seconds. But it does sound like it's a possibility that Andrew Tate goes on the Joe Rogan Experience, which people would have a fucking meltdown over. And I think that's one of the reasons Joe would want to have him on. Like that comment said, Joe is a contrarian. I think he likes to trigger people a little bit. I think the fact that everyone has a meltdown whenever he has on a guest they don't like, I think that makes him want to do it even more, which I kind of understand. But also at the same time, I don't think this is the best take on Andrew Tate. And I don't want to get into it too much because I know whatever I say is going to trigger somebody because this man is just so controversial and so divisive. But I just thought Joe's take on him was pretty weird. Like, he said his daughter brought him up, like his 14-year-old daughter saw him on TikTok. She's like, oh, what do you think of Andrew Tate? He's like, oh, he's a great kickboxer. I really like him. Like, that's kind of a weird response. Like, in my opinion, I don't think Andrew Tate should be banned from platforms, but I also don't think he's the best influence on people. He probably could be a good influence in certain ways if people don't take him too seriously. But if people are listening to everything he has to say and taking it seriously at face value, I don't think that's a good idea, and I don't think it's really going to help that many people. And I think for the most part, it would probably just hurt them. And obviously, I don't think Andrew is in this to help anybody. I think he's in this to get some fame and make a lot of money. And he just takes advantage of lonely, desperate men. I mean, that's what he did with his cam business and his OnlyFans management agency, which I think his brother ran. Like, obviously in that business, you're just taking advantage of desperate men. So it's not that hard to believe that he'd do it in other ways with like Hustlers University and just his whole social media presence. I mean, the guy knows what he's doing. He knows there's a huge market out there for some guy to show lonely, desperate men the way. And he's trying to capitalize on that. Like, I remember he went on this whole speech about how most men are invisible and girls pay no attention to them and they're lonely and it's just like sad. But those are the people he makes his money from, with the OnlyFans and the cam girl stuff and even Hustlers University. At least with Hustlers University, you could say maybe there's some kind of value people could get from that. I mean, I doubt it, but at least he's giving something in return. Like the OnlyFans and cam model thing, he is just taking advantage of these lonely, desperate people that he claims he feels bad for. So also with Andrew Tate being banned, I like how the people that hate him will still constantly talk about him. Like Ethan Klein and Hassan, they obviously want to see him banned. They do not like him, but Ethan, he will never shut up about him. He still talks about him like every second. Every podcast he's in the thumbnail, he talks about him for like 30 minutes, and now he's going to talk about him even more because he's threatening to sue him. It's like, dude, he's gone. Like, why don't you just shut up about him now? Like, his fans don't even like him talking about him, but he's just obsessed. It just doesn't really feel like they actually want him to be banned. Because what if they said, all right, let's ban him from even being mentioned? You can't even talk about Andrew Tate anymore. Ethan Klein would probably be disappointed. Well, for sure. Like, he loves talking about him. That's like most of his content. So he would be in trouble. Alright, so that's about it for this video. Thanks for watching. Make sure you hit the like button, leave me a comment, let me know what you think about all this, and then hit the subscribe button, and I'll catch you at the next video. Alright, so these podcast appearances that Brendan Schaub has been making just keep getting better and better. I thought him on Joe Rogan the other day had some really funny moments, and then him on Impulsive was pretty funny as well. But this one with Andrew Schultz on Flagrant 2, this has got to be some of the best Brendan Schaub content so far. And I respect Andrew Schultz a lot more after watching this because he's not afraid to ask Brendan difficult questions. And he was finally the one to confront Brendan about the infamous truck walk. And of course, Brendan got insanely uncomfortable here. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there was a female comedian that accused Brendan of asking her to walk back to his car with him and maybe do him a favor, if you know what I mean. And also, Bobby Lee's girlfriend said that Brendan was a little too friendly with her as well. So this is the kind of stuff that people want to hear Brendan talk about. But of course, he does not want to talk about it at all, even though it would make his show a lot more interesting, because this is some good drama here. And I'm sure it's a lot more interesting than anything else Brendan talks about on his podcast. And people are waiting to hear about this. And I don't know why he doesn't want to talk about it, because it's not like this is something that's really bad that's going to ruin his career or anything like that. This isn't Chris D'Elia level stuff. This is just some good internet drama. Like, if these two had a back and forth going on, like if Brendan responded to the accusations right away, and then they responded to him, and they had like a back and forth going on, people would eat this up. But I don't think Brendan really wants to turn his career into a soap show, as he likes to call it.
You know, it's like a fucking soap show. They want this drama.
It's funny that he doesn't want any drama and he's not into it, but this is like one of the only reasons people are interested in him. People just love to see like how he's interacting with other people and who he's beefing with and like what's going on in his personal life. That's like the most interesting thing about him. Like, he should have a reality show or something. I think that would do pretty well on the Thick Boy Network. All right, so let's get into this podcast and check it out. This is when Andrew asked Brendan about the whole truck walk. But before we get into it, I want to shout out the Fighter and the Kid subreddit for getting most of these clips together. So that subreddit, check it out. It's like one of the best subreddits on Reddit. And also, I'd like to thank Brendan Schaub because this dude, he provides a lot of entertainment.
What's with the Trash Tuesday beef? When are we going to settle the Trash Tuesday beef?
It's settled as far as,
Did you try to wog Annie Letterman to your truck?
No, it doesn't make sense. No. It doesn't make sense. No.
And then follow up.
See, this is like one of the greatest moments in podcast history right here. This shit is so funny, and I'm so glad these guys had the balls to ask him this. And he's probably so caught off guard because I'm sure most of the people around him know that they should never bring this up. And I love his response here. He's just like stammering and stumbling over his words. And he just says that doesn't make sense.
Why does it not make sense? Why does that make sense?
It's her perspective, and again, for it to get back to me, it has to get out of control. I have nothing but love for her. I have no idea, what her issue is. Anything like that. That's fine. That's her narrative, and that's how she feels. All good. I get it.
Yeah.
As far as Kalila goes, me and her had a long conversation on the phone. Me and her are good, man.
Yeah.
No one's suing anybody.
That's what I needed to ask. That's what I needed to ask.
No. These narratives online, it's like a fucking soap show. They want this drama. There's no drama. Like, Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
So if there's no drama, then why wouldn't you just address it right away so people on the internet can't really run with it? Like, if you're really close to these people and you have no problem with them, then why don't you have them on the podcast and you guys could just squash the beef there and you could be like, oh, it's a misunderstanding, or you could apologize. Or she could admit that she's joking or something. Like, that'd be so much easier. But instead, Brendan handled this like the worst way possible with all the lawsuit stuff and just him not addressing it at all. And now he's just acting like he's cool with these people and he has no problem and it's all just a miscommunication. It just doesn't really add up, because if that was true, wouldn't he just want to end all the internet drama by having them on or having them address it or something? I don't know. It's just really hard for me to buy what he's saying here. But let's continue on and see what he has to say.
No issues. As far as suing goes, I think it's a miscommunication.
Did you see the clip that they put out? It looked like they were very angry.
Yeah.
Again, and I told her, always come to me.
Yeah.
If you want to know, come to me.
And they said that you had like some dirt on her or something like that.
I have no dirt. I don't know.
So
me and her don't know each other that well.
They're making this up or what?
Yeah, but when it comes to Kalila, it's like, I don't know. Again, I don't subscribe to social media. So if she's getting that news and she subscribes to it, I would be upset too. And that's why I told her. See, I'm like, I get it. So me and her straight up had a conversation. That's how adults do it.
But see, this is the problem with you being like so detached from anything that happens online, is you don't get to correct narratives about you in real time. Like, this is probably the first time you've ever addressed what they said.
Well, who else is gonna?
You have 14 different.
This is just the best. I love that Brendan's like, oh well, who else is gonna address it? That's the point Andrew's trying to make here. If somebody accuses you of something and it's not true, but a lot of people think it's true, then you should probably address it and make sure that it doesn't go any further. Because just like you said, who else is going to address it? Man, Andrew really did his homework with this guest. I have so much more respect for him now. It's crazy. Like, this is the shit that I want to hear. This is good podcasting right here. Like, this is so much more entertaining than Brendan and Chris D'Elia and Brian Callen sitting around talking about bullshit. Like, this is the kind of stuff that they should be talking about. And none of the drama gets views. Like, if Andrew Schultz titled this podcast confronting Brendan Schaub about the lawsuit or the truck walk or whatever,
Don't you hear the hunt calling?
Like, people want to watch this. And I'm sure already people are watching this because they heard that he confronted Brendan about this. But the funny thing is, he didn't even put Brendan in the title, and he didn't even put him in the thumbnail either. Like, when I went to look for this, I was confused. I'm like, oh, where's Brendan? Like, I can't see him as a guest. But then, of course, he put him on the podcast at the top that says Joe Biden roast. He's got Joe Biden in the thumbnail instead of Brendan Schaub. That's hilarious. And then also I saw a comment on his video. I think the first comment, the most liked comment says, hiding Brendan from the title and the thumbnail so people still click. Schultz really is a good businessman, as people say. But you know what? I think I might disagree with this. If he put Brendan in the thumbnail and titled it, like I said earlier, like something about the lawsuit or him walking to the truck or something like that, people would have been so excited for that. Like the people on the Fight and the Kids subreddit would have loved that. I mean, they'd love this anyways. But Brendan Schaub, he's good clickbait. I mean, look at my videos. My videos are doing well talking about him. And I do want to give him some credit because I think he is a lot funnier just on a podcast, like just shooting the shit with his friends. I don't think it's as bad as his stand-up. And then also moments like this are just hilarious, where he's not really trying to be funny, but just this whole interaction and him being really uncomfortable. Like, this is good content right here. So you got to give Brendan some credit for this.
15 different platforms. You could just go on and be like, yo, that's wild. That's not true. I'm not saying anything. There's no lawsuit. I called her up and squashed everything's good. Instead of they put it out there and then never address what is out there. And now everybody just believes what has been said by them is real.
Yeah, you could do that, or I can just call Kalila direct like I did.
No, then it's squashed between you two. But the people that have seen it haven't seen it get squashed. So they just believe that that thing that they've digested is still real.
Sure, and that comes with, celebrity and all that shit. So it's like with that, like, some stuff you don't have to tell the public. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and Kalila are cool. Bobby's one of my closest friends, man.
Yeah.
So it's like with that stuff, and you got to realize when I was coming to comedy, and again, I get all of it.
No, it sounds like you don't get it at all. Like, he's trying to explain to you what you did wrong here and, like, how you should have handled it, but you just don't get it at all. Like, you're still saying, oh, no, why would I tell my audience? Like, why would I explain things? I just talked to her on the phone and we're good. But the perception is still that you did these things. Like, maybe you did talk to her on the phone and everything's cool now and there's a miscommunication and you really weren't trying to do anything like this. But the internet, they still just see, like, them talking about you and saying all these things about you and talking about a lawsuit, and that's all they think. And now that's all they believe. Like, this isn't going to change anybody's minds. This is only going to reinforce things. All right, so there's just a few more things that I want to talk about from this podcast. And one of them is when they bring up Brendan's first special, his Showtime special. And Andrew says that he wanted to see his newest one because he wanted to make sure it wasn't like the Showtime special all over again. And he wanted to make sure that he at least saw an improvement.
So I was like, okay, I got to see this shit because I didn't want you to get into the same situation what happened with the Showtime one.
Sure.
So I was like, I got to see it. And as long as I saw improvement, that's what mattered the most to me.
Correct.
And we were talking about this before, but for me, you're in this really precarious situation because it's like, first of all, how do you feel about the Showtime special? We spoke about the
Showtime special.
Yeah.
In hindsight, I wouldn't change anything. Like, this is my path, right? Like that.
Not like that.
I'm with you. I know where you're going with it. In hindsight, I wouldn't change it because it led me here, and the stuff I learned from that special to everything.
I don't know why he has so much trouble just admitting that it was bad. Like, who the hell
Smart
cares?
move.
And a lot of people
Howdy,
defend him. They're like, he was only a couple years into it, whatever. All right, so why can't you just admit that it's bad? If you're only a couple years into stand-up,
Don't
it's
you
probably
hear
going to
the
be bad
hunt
anyway,
calling?
so why not just admit it? So also right here, Brendan goes on to talk about how he wishes somebody would have told him with the first special maybe to wait a little or, like, not to do it, which I don't know if it's true or not. Like, if that's true, then his friends... I mean, at some point, if you're good friends with this guy, you should be like, listen, dude, you're just going to embarrass yourself up there. Like, sometimes encouraging your friends too much is not a good thing. And also, I think he might just be saying this because when he's on Rogan's podcast a few days ago, Joe said that he wishes he told Brendan to maybe wait with the special or just not to do it.
I wish I had someone with the perspective I have now that goes, whoa, dude, you've been doing it 2 years?
Yeah.
What the fuck you thinking?
Did nobody tell you
should
that?
do it to 10 until you're 10 years in.
Did nobody say that to you?
No, not really, because I think, I don't know. You know, I don't know. No one told me.
Nobody was like, yo, let me watch it or let me just, hey, man, it takes fucking, you can't cheat this game. It takes fucking years to get to the point where you can do this.
Callan a little bit told me that, and Dalia a little bit, but it was more like, but if they're paying you, why you have an hour? Like, why not? You know, but I wish I had someone in my ear being like, dude, it's this comedy game. It's a marathon, not a race.
Yeah.
10 years in before you start finding your voice. 10 years in.
Yeah.
No matter how many sets you're getting, it's 10 years in.
Yeah.
So is Brendan even 10 years in now? I honestly don't even know when his comedy career started. Maybe he is, but I didn't think it's been that long. I don't know. I could be wrong. All right, so this next part is just kind of sad because Brendan says that his newest special, he's like, I put in the time, I put in the work. This is the best I got. This is the best I can do. But at least at the end of the clip here, he does make Andrew and his co-host laugh pretty hard. So when he's on a podcast, I think he can make people laugh a little bit. I mean, he's probably funnier than like Brian Callen or somebody like that.
You grow, you put in the work, you put in the time. And that's why with this special on YouTube, the Gringo Poppy, like, telling you, man, put in the work.
Yes.
Put in the work.
Yes.
There's only so much I can do, and it's the best I can do, brother.
Yeah.
It's the best I can do.
Yeah.
And for what I do, it's pretty good for doing this short amount of time compared to 10 years or however long you've been doing it, 15 and 40.
15, yeah.
So it's like...
Yeah, so if that comedy special was the best that Brendan can do, I think it's time to give it up. But I don't really care either way. I mean, I like when he puts out a special because then we get him making all these appearances on podcasts and we get classic moments like this. I got one more that we're going to check out here where Brendan talks about how he listens to Andrew's podcast, Flagrant 2, like he's a religious listener. But then also at the same time, he doesn't even know one of the segments they do on the show that apparently they do every show.
Something on this show called Feelings No Facts. Feelings No Facts.
Okay. And I haven't heard you guys do that, but this is, you know, I'm busy like you guys are, so I listen to a few podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the only shows I listen to religiously. This is one of the only shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we do Feelings No
I
Facts
think
every
you're
episode.
fucking brilliant.
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so Andrew even says at the end there that they do this segment every show. So if Brendan was listening to every show, or even just like, I'd say half of them, or a quarter of them, he should probably know this segment. But like I said, this is just a classic Shab moment, and this is what the people want to hear. This is what the people love. So that's about it for this video. We'll see if Brendan's making any other appearances because he just seems to one-up himself with every appearance. Like the Logan Paul appearance, that was great. The Joe Rogan one was even better. And now this one, this is the best by far. All right, so I think that's about it for this video. Thanks for watching. Make sure to leave me a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Then hit the like button. Then hit the subscribe button. And I'll catch you at the next video. All right, so Ethan Klein was on Howie Mandel's podcast a few days ago, and it was a pretty good podcast because Howie was actually asking him some difficult questions that I don't think he was really prepared for.
Watch yourself.
And also they
This
talked about
hunt is
Trisha
tough.
Paytas a little bit. And it's pretty funny because Howie and his daughter who host the podcast, you could tell they're not very familiar with Ethan. And a lot of people are mad because they weren't prepared or they didn't do their research, even though they did do enough research to figure out about the recent controversy with the whole NRA situation that Ethan got himself into a few weeks ago. And they brought that up like right away. I was surprised. And I think Ethan was too. I think on his most recent podcast, he said he felt a little caught off guard. And it sounds like he kind of regrets doing it. He said like right after the podcast, he started texting everybody about how poorly it went. But I thought it went great because finally somebody put Ethan in the hot seat. Like usually he's just on his own podcast. He doesn't do many other podcasts. And on his own podcast, he's obviously always in control. He's goofing on somebody else. He's surrounded by yes men. And like sometimes the guests he has on, he'll try to like make a fool out of them, like with Jeff Wittick and Steven Crowder. And he'll also ask his guests controversial questions and try to get into their personal lives sometimes, like with the Bobby Lee and Brendan Schaub thing. So it's just interesting seeing him on someone else's podcast, being confronted and being asked some difficult questions that make him a little uncomfortable. And he's not surrounded by all his yes men. So let's check it out. First, we're going to take a look at him talking about the whole NRA controversy. And this is in like the first 5 minutes. So they got right down to business.
It's his band.
Oh, yeah, I got recently suspended. Yeah. I said jokingly that, somebody should bomb the NRA.
And now you just said it again.
You tell me what's wrong with saying that.
Because you're, honestly, what's wrong with that?
Let's dance.
Are you kidding me?
No, I like that.
Now, see, now I'm scared to say what's wrong with that. Because you have followers and you have people.
I was joking. I was talking about the recent mass shootings in
No, I get it.
Texas.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
and I kind of blurted it out. We rolled it back. And there was like a whole conservative kickback where like Alex Jones and Don Jr. and everyone was, parading me around as a domestic terrorist or something. So YouTube had to do something and we got suspended for a week.
So this is awesome because I guarantee this is one of the first times in a while that Ethan's talked to somebody that actually has a different perspective than him and doesn't just blindly defend whatever he says. And I don't think he's really friends with Ethan. So I doubt Ethan expected this at all. Like when he said, so what's wrong with that, Howard? Like, what's wrong with joking about a bomb threat? He's like, are you serious? Obviously, there's something wrong with that, and you have followers that could listen to you. So I think Ethan was caught off guard, even though he still handled it well by bringing up how Donald Trump was sharing it and Alex Jones and all these people. He's trying to make it sound not as bad by saying just all the people that care are these crazy right-wing lunatics, So with the clip we just watched, you could tell Ethan was expecting Howie to defend him and just be like, oh, you're a comedian, you're just joking around, you're on your podcast, nobody's taking that seriously. But to be fair, I don't think Howie saw the full clip. I don't even know if he saw the clip at all. Because Ethan keeps saying, like, let's pull it up, let's take a look at it. And then they finally do pull it up, but it's just the edited clip, so it cuts off right when he calls for the threat, and it doesn't have him walking it back at all. And then also right after that, it plays another controversial clip of his, and then here's Ethan reacting to it. And I love the look on Howie and his daughter's face. Like, they're like, what? Like, you're really saying this kind of stuff?
The second part where I say the NRA. And here's the part where I say, go outside Ted Cruz's house and shoot blanks.
Okay, but let's just say, let's take the first statement. The fact that we, you and me, both, are putting things out there on the airway.
I don't think anyone's going to bomb the NRA. I think you should watch the clip before you make a decision if you think it's like a
No, I'm just saying that you don't, so you have no...
I think I have a lot of responsibility with what I say. I take what I say very seriously, and I think that what people say has an effect on the world and affects people. So I do take that seriously, right? Like I acknowledge that. I just think in this case, that's not what happened.
Okay, yeah. I don't know that we were going to talk about this, and I didn't plan on talking about this. It's just that when you said I'll be on, and then I go to YouTube and it says ban.
No, it's fine.
It was
I'm
just
an
the timing.
Open book. I'll talk about anything. Anything.
So this podcast is so good because what they're doing to Ethan here is usually what he does to other people. He's usually the one trying to be the moral authority and talking down to people like, do you know what you did is wrong? Like, he lets people hear it when they screw up, and there's really no excuses. But for once, it's finally the other way around. And it's crazy that Howie Mandel is the person to do this because it sounds like he barely even knows Ethan. He's not that familiar with him. And then also, he doesn't want to get involved in any kind of drama, I'm sure, which, like, if you're talking about Trisha Paytas, which we'll get to, you're playing with fire. But Howie definitely earned some more respect from me because this was a good opportunity for him to call Ethan out, and he did kind of take advantage of it. Obviously, he doesn't know Ethan that well, so he can't go too hard on him. But I'm sure Ethan expected this to be a fluff piece kind of thing where he goes in there, how he asks him about his family and like how he started his channel and everything. But no, he actually asked him some difficult questions.
joke can be perceived as offensive.
Sure.
And I could
And
be
I agree.
canceled and I could lose it, or people could listen to me and believe that that's a true belief.
Yeah.
Do you not?
And by the way, I'm not someone who's like, cancel culture is ruining the world and all this shit. Like, people are entitled to get offended by things you say, and that's fine. Sometimes things offend me. And a good example is Chappelle, and there's a lot of comedians. Ricky Gervais recently did a set where they just have a lot of jokes about trans people. Now, a lot of people think that's funny and and fine. And there's a lot of trans people or LGBTQ plus people who find it offensive. And I don't think it's anyone's right to tell them, well, you can't be offended. But nobody's telling them don't make it either. It's just it's not that different than it's always been. I mean, it's just a matter of public opinion and people deciding if they want to watch you or not.
I like how Ethan says that people have the right to be offended, and this is how it's always been. Cancel culture isn't a real thing. I mean, that's what he's trying to say here, it sounds like. And that's the same kind of thing that Def Noodle says. It's just people expressing their opinion. They have the right to be offended. Like Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais, he's making it sound like they go too hard on trans people, and trans people have the right to voice their opinion and protest their shows or whatever they're doing. But then when the LGBTQ plus community tries to cancel Ethan, or they are offended by what he says, they're being way too sensitive. They're taking him too seriously. They need to stop watching. He'll tell them to shut up. Check out this clip. Does this sound like somebody who thinks that you don't have a right to tell people not to be offended?
I don't know what's up with Ethan today, but something's off. Bad vibes this episode.
Shut the fuck up. Unsubscribe. Go away. Jesus Christ.
He said, it sometimes feels like Ethan thinks LGBTQ plus people are exotic or something. It's super uncomfy. Yeah, I think y'all need to do you think it's hard for a straight person to understand how it feels to always have people define you by how you prefer sex? Is that a valid criticism?
No, I'm so fucking frustrated with these people.
Get the fuck out! So wait, what was I? Where did it even? Do you think some of y'all are way too fucking sensitive for the show? To be totally honest, people in this thread who are saying they're grossed out and whatever. I think this with peace and love, you might be too sensitive to watch this show. If you're watching this show and you're perpetually offended by things I'm saying, you may want to just stop watching. Genuinely. It does get annoying with some of y'all getting offended all the time.
So, of course, when it comes to Ethan, the rules are always different. He thinks Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais, it sounds like they're being too offensive. And if people want to express how much they're offended by what they're saying, then they can. But then when it comes to Ethan, it's as simple as, hey, just don't watch. If you think I'm too offensive, don't watch. I don't want to hear your criticism. You're way too sensitive. And it's funny because it's the same community. And you could say the same thing about Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais. If you're offended by them, then you're too sensitive. Just don't watch. It's not that serious. They're just comedians. But of course, if you say that about those two, I'm sure Ethan would say that you're transphobic. Which is it? Are people too sensitive? And if they're getting offended by a show or a comedy podcast or a comedy show, they just shouldn't watch? Or do we need to listen to them and maybe step back and not say offensive things? Because Ethan, he always wants to have it both ways. Everyone needs to be politically correct, but then when it comes to him, he can say whatever the hell he wants. He's just joking around. He doesn't care who he offends. If he offends you, you're being too sensitive.
No, I know, but
But like I said, don't the president. That would be obviously
don't any. Well, how about don't anybody?
Oh, nobody.
Don't you think that it's?
Are you not concerned? Nobody.
Would you not say nobody? Are you not? All kidding aside, are you not concerned that somebody who is a huge fan of yours, that has the exact same political leaning as you, might listen to it and take?
If you saw the clip, you'd understand. It was It was very light and the whole thing.
But don't you think that Trump does that sometimes?
Yeah, but
also?
he's.
See, this is how it always is. If somebody else does something, it's like, oh my God, they need to be careful with what they're doing. They're calling for acts of violence. They're just going way too far with things. But with Ethan, it's like, oh, come on, I'm just a comedian. If you saw the clip, you'd understand. It's not that serious. Nobody's actually going to listen to me. And even in this podcast, like you saw, he's joking around about it, and he's clearly not taking it seriously. And how he's all nervous, and he's like, should you be saying this on my podcast? And he tells Ethan multiple times not to say it, but then Ethan just keeps saying it. And I think even on Ethan's own podcast, he won't even say it anymore. He'll just say like B word or the B threat, or he doesn't actually say it, I don't think, on his podcast. But then when he's on Howie's, he'll just keep saying it, and they have to bleep it every time. All right, so now we're going to get into where they start talking about Trisha Paytas, because I don't think Howie really knows their relationship that well. And he's kind of familiar with Trisha because she was on AGT, and also Trisha was dating Jason Nash, and Howie would hang out with the Vlog Squad once in a while. So he does kind of know Trisha, but he doesn't know her relationship with Ethan that well.
Wait, but does your wife talk to her brother?
No. We were all really close with him, and he ended up marrying, Trisha, and everything went off the rails.
Weren't you nervous going into it that like this may never work
How long
with
have they been
family?
married? I didn't
Never
know.
work with family.
Well, I've worked with my wife since the first day.
And she's saying that
Yeah.
with sitting beside her father.
That's the gag you guys have.
See, Howie's daughter, Jacqueline, I think is her name, she makes a good point here. Like, going into that podcast, I think anybody could have told you it was going to end terribly and their family was going to fall apart. Like, I remember just a couple episodes in, I was like, man, this dude is in some trouble. When this podcast ends, they are going to be on terrible terms. And I think Ethan even knew that too, but he doesn't care. He'd rather just take the views and the money and worry about that later. I think if he cared about his relationship with Moses and Trisha, who is going to be his sister-in-law, I think, if he cared about having their relationship, he probably wouldn't have done that podcast, because I'm sure that only made things worse. Like, if it weren't for that podcast, maybe they'd be on all right terms. And also, Ethan was definitely enabling her. He wouldn't fact check anything she was saying. He would rarely call her out. She was being like really mean to some of his employees, and he would just put up with it. Like, she was running that place, and she was like treating everyone like shit, and he just didn't seem to care because he was getting the money, he's getting the views, and that's good for the short term, but in the long run, it did not go well. Like, now their family's a mess. It looks bad on his part just for having Trisha on there. I've made a lot of videos about how he has like no credibility at all. And I mean, he just looks like a complete idiot with the whole Trisha situation.
They've been dating maybe, I don't know, maybe a year plus or something. I don't know.
And they're having a child?
Yeah.
She's going to be the mother?
Oh, baby.
But you're gonna
see. That's a controversial take.
Yeah.
Did I do? No, I meant that like I'm just trying to.
Well, let's unpack that, Howie. What do you mean by she's gonna be a mother?
She's kind of wild.
Yes.
Based on what you've seen on the internet, is she actually?
Are your in-laws? Do they live here? I met your mother.
My mom. Yeah, my whole family lives here. My whole family.
And how are the in-laws with her?
Oh, well, they hate her guts. Yeah, if you want to ask seriously.
I did ask seriously.
Yeah, they fucking hate her.
Okay.
More than me, probably.
So then,
I don't hate her, to be honest.
Is your brother-in-law estranged with
People are going to love this episode, by the way, because I never talk about her.
Really? So is your brother then estranged from everyone?
No.
He's close to Trisha's family.
Yeah, he is close with Trisha's family, and he's close with his family,
Uh-huh.
my wife's family. You know, they talk. They just
But I
don't
just
mingle.
asked you that. So
my wife's family, my family who lives here.
Yeah, but your wife's family, you said hates.
They live in Israel,
so they don't know her.
They don't know her very well. Yeah.
Oh.
This is a lot of drama.
Yeah, I don't think Howie really knows what he could be getting himself into here, potentially. Like, if Trisha wanted to respond to this, I mean, things could get really ugly. And I know Trisha fans are like, man, Ethan, he's bringing her up and all that, which I kind of understand them being angry because Ethan said he would never talk about her. I think he's more of a hypocrite because I remember when Ela was pregnant, Ethan's mom said if Ela had a miscarriage, it's all Trisha's fault. Like, she said that to Trisha. And then while Trisha's pregnant, Ethan's going on this podcast and talking about her and like kind of stirring the pot a little bit. I know Ethan didn't bring her up, and this isn't even his podcast, even though he did clickbait her in front of me. So I don't know. Like, he definitely likes to kind of stir the pot a little bit. Well, not a little bit, a lot. I mean, he definitely likes to talk about her, and I think he would be if it weren't for Ela. She just wants him to shut up about it, but he knows that gets him views, so he just really wants to talk about it. So I'm sure he's jealous. He like talked about all this on Howie's podcast, which I was surprised he did. I thought he'd be saving all this for his own podcast because Howie's, I think this is his most popular podcast already. It's got like almost 200,000 views, I think. And all of his other ones, they have like 10, 20,000 because he got like the perfect clickbait. Like Ethan talks about Trisha Paytas and frenemies and all that. Like that is what the people want to hear. So, I mean, the fact that Ethan didn't talk about this on his own podcast, I'll give him a little credit there. Even though I think today he did, like when he's looking back at this podcast, he started talking about Trisha a little bit. So, I mean, he just can't help himself. But I hope Trisha doesn't take the bait here. I hope she just stays silent, you know, just chills out, because if she does respond, it's not going to help at all. And it's going to look like she's trying to stir up some drama, even though that's what Ethan's doing here. But I think if Trisha just takes the high road, she'll look a lot better. Even if, like, I'm sure she's getting some hate. I'm sure Ethan's fans are going to go after her a little bit, which makes Ethan a hypocrite, especially the fact that his mom said that if Hila had a miscarriage, it's Trisha's fault. Now Trisha's pregnant, and, you know, Ethan's fans are going to go give her shit. Like, he's definitely an asshole and a hypocrite. But I think if Trisha just stays silent, just continues on drama-free, it'll just be better for her. Like, if Ethan keeps talking about her while she hasn't talked about him in who knows how long, and she stayed out of drama, she's going to look like the bigger person here. And people will just be like, dude, really? You're going to use Trisha as clickbait and you're going to talk about her to get views? Like, it's only going to hurt Ethan, as long as Trisha doesn't respond. But if she does, then it'll get Ethan going even more. And then his fans will be like, well, she's responding to him and she won't stop talking about him, so you talk about her. And it's just some giant thing. Like, if Ethan like keeps talking about her, which I don't know if he will. He just brought her up on this podcast and I think on his podcast today. But if he continues, people are just gonna be like, dude, this is pathetic. Like the fact that he did a frenemies episode the other day, or he like clickbaited frenemies or something. I don't even know what he did. Like that shows he's kind of desperate, because he knows if he titles something frenemies, that's gonna get views for sure. I still feel like though there is a possibility of a reunion between those two, because I mean, it just benefits both of them pretty much, even though I'm sure Ethan's fan base will be a little mad, and Trisha's too maybe, but obviously those two together gets views and it'll get people's attention. Like if she actually did come back and they talked about everything, or like, I don't know, talked about anything, I'm sure that would get a shitload of views, and it's hard for both of them to turn that down. And I don't know if Trisha would want to go back on there and do that podcast again, but I think Ethan, if it weren't for Hila, he'd probably do it tomorrow. And on this podcast, how he wanted to call Trisha, that would have been wild if they got Trisha on the phone. Like, this would be a legendary podcast. But Ethan's like, you know what? If Hila says okay, even though he probably knew Hila would say no, if she says okay, then sure, we'll call her. So they call Hila first. And, of course, she's like, no chance.
Hello.
Hila, we're doing the podcast with Howie, okay? So,
Okay.
so here's a question. And
What's going on?
So Howie wants.
The
hey,
kids.
Teddy. Okay, so Howie wants to call Trisha on the show and mediate.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you, Hila. Thank you.
No.
Not no.
Exactly.
Let me talk to her.
That's what I said.
Plug
said,
her in the
hell
ear.
no.
Plug her in the ear so I could talk to her.
I go. You guys don't understand. This will be like.
No, here's the thing. I met her in Malibu also. Here.
My dad thinks.
So here's how I feel. I know Trish. I know her. I've known her. Oh yeah, I
Well,
met her.
He's using that term.
Let me
very.
let me talk.
Colloquial.
No, I'm not. I'll tell you why I know her. She was a big fan of Howard Stern years ago, and she was an AGT. And then I know I was friends with Dobrik, and she went out with Jason, and she's actually been here in the building. And I did not know that she married your brother. I didn't know that. So I'm being honest with you. I'm not that close. I was not invited. I didn't know where they were registered. I know nothing about that. And then I was just informed that this is, it's rocky. I did know that your husband did a show with her, and I saw there was fireworks on the air. So I know it's that. What really bothers me, Hila, is when families are torn apart. And I just wanted to make...
Very real.
No, it is very real. And wanted to call her and just say that I'm sitting here with Ethan, and I would love nothing better than to get some sort of just a conversation going. She can hang up on me, I will say that. She can hang up on me. He could hang up and say, I don't want to talk. You could say whatever. I just want to call her and do that. And it's very funny because your husband has been very verbal and not confrontational, but
I made them very uncomfortable.
He did make me really
Howie
uncomfortable.
has been stressed. Didn't say I can do or say anything.
Then I said, "Can I
Don't
talk
put
to
words in my mouth.
Then I said, "Can I talk to your
You
sister-in-law?"
make me sound like an asshole when you say it like that.
Then I said, "Can I talk to your sister-in-law?" And he said, "Whoa, that I got to ask my wife about."
Yeah.
Apparently, you're the power. You're holding the power.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that it's there's like very it's a whole thing.
No, I know, but here's the thing. But okay, I give up. I give up. Thank you for being on the podcast, Gila.
Yeah, so this podcast was getting pretty dicey. They even cut some of that out right there at the end. And like you could tell Ethan, like right there, he didn't sound too happy. He's like, don't say that about me. Like, you're making me sound like an asshole. So I don't think he really enjoyed doing this podcast. Like the one podcast he does, and it just does not go well for him, even though it did get a lot of views. And I think Ethan's fans liked it. So I mean, maybe it did go well, but I think Ethan was uncomfortable, and I'm sure like he probably wouldn't do this again, or I'm sure he won't even go on a podcast again. But I think with this podcast, I just don't think Howie is a big fan of his, or like he finds him interesting, but I don't think he likes all the controversial stuff he's been a part of, and the whole bomb threat thing. I don't think he's cool with that. Even if Ethan did walk it back, it sounded like Howie did not like that. And I think maybe his daughter Jacqueline, I think maybe she's a Trisha fan because she said she was really into frenemies. So maybe when that ended, she took Trisha's side. I don't know. And then also, I think his son, I think it was his son, behind the scenes here, like with the producers and editors. And apparently he's aware of who Leafy is. And he told his sister before this that like Leafy was banned, and Ethan kind of gets a slap on the wrist whenever he screws up on YouTube. So it sounds like Howie's son maybe isn't a big fan of Ethan. And also maybe he's the one who pulled up the clip, like just the edited clip of Ethan talking about the bomb threat, and then the other clip of him talking about being outside of Ted Cruz's house shooting blanks in the air or whatever. So maybe this guy just really doesn't like Ethan, or maybe none of them like Ethan, because I mean, Howie didn't sound like he's a big fan, unless he's just trying to do more of a controversial, edgy interview. But I'm glad it happened because nobody ever asks Ethan these questions to his face. Like, no way. Ethan's just around the same people that tell him the same shit, that all agree with him, that all think the same. He never hears any of this, at least in person. Obviously on the internet and on Twitter and everything, he hears it all the time. But like for somebody that he respects to say this kind of stuff, like right to him on a podcast, I think it's a pretty big deal.
For pictures, or
You're
something that
you're
you
talking
talked about.
Leafy is here. Are you a Leafy fan? Is your
No.
son a Leafy fan?
No,
You should come right out and say
But
it.
I don't know if he is. No, he's saying no.
Yeah,
He's saying no.
Yeah, so
But
this guy,
okay.
first of all, that is just another guy that I have nothing to do with,
Uh-huh.
made like 13 videos about a girl, calling her ugly and harassing her and all this shit.
Mhm.
And YouTube said, they suspended his channel.
Mhm.
And he's been in trouble a bunch of times. They thought it was egregious enough. I got nothing to do with that. I don't know why people need to compare what happened to him to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm not.
And I'm not that reckless, okay? Like,
Not
clearly
reckless.
you guys don't watch my show, and that's fine.
I actually do.
Okay.
She does.
Okay.
I've seen you. I
But
said
I accept that I'm controversial, but it's not like every episode I'm saying the NRA, Howie.
No.
That was a one-time thing.
Right, and that's a one-time thing.
And by the way, we
but-
walked it back immediately.
So it's just too bad these people don't know more about Ethan's history and the stuff he's done and like the whole Leafy situation, because obviously Howie isn't very informed on this stuff. And his daughter, she says she watches the podcast, but I don't think so. I think she watched Frenemies. Like the other day, she thought Frenemies came back with Trisha just because they like clickbaited her in an episode, or they like clickbaited Frenemies or whatever. But the fact that they did bring up Leafy, and the fact that they're grilling him on this stuff, like Jacqueline, she is like, don't you realize that you're kind of getting away with this stuff, and if for anybody else they'd be banned? So it is pretty impressive that they're asking him these questions. It's just too bad they're not more informed, but they're not taking it easy on him, which is awesome to see. So there's just a couple more things I want to check out. And the first is Ethan talking about Israel and Jewish people, because I think it's so funny that one of the things that he calls Trisha Paytas out for now is being anti-Semitic, yet Ethan openly admits he doesn't like Jewish people. And if you watch his podcast, it's pretty obvious he's not a big fan of them, even though obviously he is Jewish. But I mean, you could still be anti-Semitic, and he really hates Hasidic Jewish people.
I love Israel. I lived there for 5 years with my wife before we moved here.
What did she do in Israel?
I fucking hate it, but not for the reasons you'd think. It's just because I actually don't like Jews that much, which is kind of unassuming and weird, but yeah, I just don't like
Is
them.
it because we
No,
cut
I'm
the end
kidding,
of
I'm
your
kidding.
dick off?
That's not the real reason.
I never know if you're joking
No,
or
that's
not.
not true. That's not true. I just didn't. I don't like the whole hustle and bustle. It's a. You know, they're hardened people. But
they're at war
It's
all
a
the
hard
time.
life. Yeah. Exactly.
So he's all over the place here because I think he's just caught off guard and he just can't get it together. First, he's like, "Oh, I love Israel," and then he's like, "I hate it because I hate Jewish people," and then he's like, "Oh no, I'm kidding. I'm joking around," which maybe he is, but he sounded pretty serious there when he said it. It didn't really sound like a joke, and I don't know why it would be a joke. And I just watching him, I think I made other videos about this. He's said a lot of anti-Semitic stuff before. All right, so there's just one more thing I wanted to bring up, and that's him. He's talking about his kid and how his kid goes to a school with a lot of guards, and it's like really safe because he knows there's a lot of crazy people out there and people that hate him. So he want to make sure his kid is at a private school with guards, and like guards make it safe.
We don't put him in videos, or we don't show his
Well, that's
face at
smart.
least. And he goes to a private school with lots of guards, and our house is secure.
All right, so people are probably going to think this is a stretch here, but I think it's funny that he makes it sound like, oh, there's lots of guards, so that means the school's safe, and I trust like my kid going there, which I'm sure it is. I'm sure there are guards, I'm sure there's plenty of security and all that stuff, which makes it safer, right? But according to Ethan, not really, because a few weeks ago, after the school shooting happened, he was talking about how people think part of the solution could be more security and more guards at the school. And Ethan and Hila are like, that is ridiculous. Do people actually think that? They must be out of their minds for thinking that.
The solution can't be more guns, more security at schools. Do you understand how fucking insane that is?
I don't think anybody actually believes it.
I'm afraid to tell you that, but there are people in this country that believe that.
Well,
It's
maybe,
a cult.
but
It's a
maybe,
cult with
okay.
100 million people in it.
Maybe it's not 100 million, though.
There's a lot of people, man, that are a part of the gun cult in this country.
But there's a lot of people that love guns, but they have it.
So with Ethan's kid's school, like it sounds like the fact that there's security there, there are guards there, it's really safe and he trusts it. But then for their public schools, they want more guards. Are they crazy that that's really the solution? Even though, like, I agree that shouldn't be the only solution, but I think there should probably be more guards. And it sounds like Ethan thinks that too. The fact that there's guards at his kid's school, it makes it safer. And also, obviously, I have to mention the guards and cops or whoever's guarding schools don't always do their job. Some of them are idiots. Some of them are scared. They're cowards. I mean, with the school shooting in Texas, it was just pathetic how the police handled that, obviously. I think everyone can agree on that now. But Ethan just said his kid's school is really safe because there are guards. And I'm sure Ethan wants guards and like the most security possible at his kid's school. But then when it comes to public schools and trying to like make them safer, the thought of more guards and security is just insane. He's like, what? People actually think that? Well, yeah, you think that. Like you just said, guards make a school safer, basically. So that's why I think Ethan doesn't care about these issues as much as he claims to, because it's more about like, oh, Republicans are so stupid. They think guards should be at schools. Like, I agree that's not the answer, but that's going to help at least. And you just basically admitted that. All right, so that's about it for this video. Thanks for watching. Make sure you hit the like button, leave me a comment, hit the subscribe button, and I'll catch you at the next video.
Well, these parts just keep getting longer and longer, huh? Last time we did Tier 2, which was a whopping 158 entries, but today we've got even more somehow. This time we have 200 entries for Tier 3, which will put us not even halfway through this iceberg. Great. So yeah, if it's your first time in this series, welcome. This is part 3 of an ongoing Lost Media iceberg with 1,000 entries. These are the first 2 parts if you want to catch up on those before this one, but as for the rest of you, you know the drill by now. So let's jump back into the deepest Lost Media iceberg. Agent. This is referencing a game that was announced to be in development by Rockstar Games in 2007, that being the PS3 exclusive Agent, which was set during the Cold War. However, the game was presumably cancelled and never finished. as there hasn't been any official word on the project in years, and Rockstar has even since removed it from their official website. Although there have been a few leaks containing screenshots as well as concept art from the game. And Justice for Gore, a Gore and Noise tribute to Metallica. So this is a pretty obscure, lost gore grind and noisecore tribute album comprised of Metallica cover songs by various Italian and Spanish artists and groups. And while there are some of the songs available
Get it in!
Goal! Oh, this football is epic.
Who was that girl that was licking shit off Jake's fingers?
Sky Bree.
Yo,
Sky Bree.
Oh, we've talked about her on the pod.
That was crazy.
That was wild, bro.
That's one of Adam's.
The girl that worked at Target,
Oh,
the
that one?
Discovery.
Yeah, that's one of
Oh,
Adam's.
okay.
Yeah.
She's been in like Sidemen videos.
Did she blow up the way
She's
you
blown
guys?
up in
she's huge,
the adult film world.
Wait, didn't I say that she was gonna blow the fuck up?
Y'all all said that. I didn't think that it was that talented.
Yeah.
but-
I think she was like 2022 Pornhub released their data. I think she was like top 14 is what my friend told me.
She's gonna be number one. She's gonna be number one very soon.
What's crazy is you blow up in porn and OnlyFans at the same time. Like I think she's made like over $1 million a month.
Something crazy.
Doing.
Well, I guess OnlyFans is porn.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jake.
Yo, I mean,
But yeah, it's wild.
Big day for the Paul brothers.
basically, basically, like she said that Jake threw his fingers in a girl's asshole. There was doodle on it, and she sucked it off.
Yeah.
She said, I'm a rider.
I wouldn't tell people that though.
But also,
Like,
doesn't that incriminate?
Nah, if you're her, you would.
Yeah,
Shorty.
It just makes you like more
Nah, because if
sexual
you
with
got
people.
doodle in your asshole, that's normal. Like you
Yeah.
can't be mad at someone for having doodle in their asshole.
But she's also got to tell him like, hey, by the way, I'm not clean.
Oh.
I didn't get an end.
Nah, she ain't say the timing. That could have been.
That could have
old
been
work.
any time.
Mad old.
This could have been any time.
Shit could have been starting out.
I mean, that's a wild thing to do, bro. You got to take that to the grave.
Not, no, not if you're
Porn
only
stars,
fan.
they do
Yeah,
all that
porn
shit.
star.
Yeah, but I don't know if is that something guys like. Like I'm not turned on by that at all.
I think
I'm like,
if you're a
I'm
porn
not
star
talking
that's
about
down for
child.
whatever.
Yeah, everybody's into
You're an
different
old
shit.
Yeah, and I
bro.
think a porn star that's down for whatever is guys are gonna be into that.
Dominance thing.
You know what I mean?
Bro, you're a boomer,
like the
dude.
bird
You're a boomer
thing or whatever, like spitting the cum back in. Like I don't like that shit. But
Hey.
Yeah,
some
that's
people like that
disgusting.
shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, Dub's gonna
back
defend it
into
real
you?
quick.
Yeah.
No, like girls.
You
spit,
come in
like,
your mouth and you
each
spit into a
other's
girl's mouth. Why is that weird?
Oh,
Nah,
that's
bro.
okay.
That's the thing. I don't like it.
Nah, I don't like
I
that
like just
either.
going into one, but don't
Girl,
spit it out.
Once
yeah.
the cum leaves my dick, that shit got to be far away from me.
It can't touch me.
Hey, I
You
agree.
cannot
What
touch
the fuck?
me.
I agree.
It leaves.
I don't think you know what he's saying.
I know what he's saying.
Yeah,
No, but you've
nah,
also
you know.
Spits the cum into the other girl's mouth, whatever. I don't want to see that shit.
Yeah.
If this is how I could come, I would be like this, and I would just run the other way as fast as I could. That's the ideal way for me to
You
come.
come on yourself though.
He was
You told me
coming to his
that.
belly
After
button
I-
for years. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
That's so I can stay in the pussy long enough. I gotta stay in the pussy long enough.
Yeah, yeah.
What? If I'm on my back, and I'm staying in the pussy
For the-
long
for
enough.
the very
And then
last
the very last
millisecond.
thing, I'm using everything.
Throw that
Fuck up off me, yo.
Throw it to the
Fuck up
ceiling.
off me.
Bang.
And then you come on your own stomach. That's so weird though.
Yeah, come on
Because
my
you
own
could
stomach.
point it the other way. You could just go out.
No.
Yo, I'll
That's
be
not
honest with
point
you.
the other
Coming
way.
on my own stomach really ain't that bad. But once it's on someone else and then comes back on me,
That's not yours anymore. That's a gift. Don't re-gift it to me.
Yeah.
You can't re-gift cum.
don't re-gift.
Yeah, there's no re-gifting actually. That's a gift.
It's like when you put food, the moment it touches the garbage can, it's garbage.
Yeah.
Like, it could be something fresh, but the moment it passes that seal, garbage.
It's garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take nothing out the fucking
Yeah.
garbage.
Y'all have
bro.
actually never eaten out of the garbage before?
You was a sick nigga, bro.
I'm
You really do weird shit.
But you've worn clothes that were in the hamper.
That's different,
Yeah,
bro.
what are you even
But
saying?
it's shades though.
Nah,
It's shades.
shut up.
You is
Shut
different,
It's
bro.
I'm
shades.
trying to do this,
It's
bro.
shades.
That's some Florida
You've
shit.
even come off the ground, right? Like I'm saying, it's shades. It's all
Only if
shades.
it's been less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, 5-second rule, bro. It's all shades.
That is crazy.
Shades, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about this story, man.
Yo,
I'm
get to another
unsubscribing, yo. I'm unsubscribing from that
Can't
OF.
unsubscribe, bro.
I'm unsubscribing from the OF.
I'm about to hit you still
throw
with
up on your sweater, make it look better.
Go next.
I
Go
like
next
that,
video. Your boy Mr. Beast did it again.
Mm-hmm.
Cured blindness.
This guy is
Unbelievable.
He really
he's
is.
something else, bro.
And it exposes what a piece of shit I am because I turned on the video like, they ain't probably that blind. Like, I was trying to find ways to, like, hate on the video.
2 minutes in the video, he goes,
yo, what I say?
What did I say?
Are they only fixing one eye?
Because they was only taking off one patch.
We
And I
were
was
like-
like, oh my God, he could have fixed 500 people, both eyes, or 1,001.
He thought he was copping a deal, and he was
I thought
like,
he was
wow,
getting a
Jimmy,
deal.
really?
Yeah.
You, Jimmy?
Yeah.
And then the guy takes out both eyes. He's like, all right, okay.
Yeah, it was fine. He actually did legit do it, both eyes.
Yeah.
And then went around the world and did it too.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Unbelievable.
Probably
Ignored
could've-
India, though. Tariq, I bet that was you, motherfucker.
No,
he went away from
shit.
India, I bet.
He didn't go to India?
He didn't go to India. He went to Indonesia. He went to
Indonesia.
Zambia.
I thought it was the same shit. Is it different? I hate to say this shit.
What?
It's
Wait,
not
is
the
he
same
trying to
shit.
disrespect?
Son, it's not the same shit.
But do you want to cure them in India? Because then they won't think mud is a pussy.
How does that hit every time?
Imagine
It's like the Indian
take
accent.
on,
It's
you know
always
what I
funny.
mean? Like,
No.
imagine.
No, they'll still fuck it.
But then they're gonna know. They're not gonna
Yeah,
be
but
like.
you guys know you're fucking sheep or whatever in your family, and
We're
you still
all about
do it.
that though.
Yeah.
No. We don't fuck our family if they're sheep.
No. Yeah. You don't fuck your family sheep?
No, the sheep we fuck, but not our family. You either fuck sheep or your family.
No, you fuck sheep is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we fuck sheep,
your
but you
family
added
fuck
your
sheep.
family there.
Your family fuck sheep is what I'm saying.
You acting like I'm not agreeing.
Yeah, I agree. So what we're saying
At least
is
it got a heartbeat.
you can still see it.
You fucking mud.
Yeah, mud is way better. It's like fucking a mattress,
Nah,
but you sleep on the floor.
Nah,
you know what I
sheep's
mean?
got a wagon on him,
Sheep
son.
do.
That's way better.
Sheep do.
Yeah, but it's bussy, so it's gay too. Mud is genderless.
No, that's not gay.
Mud is genderless.
Ain't sheep
Son,
women?
when you take your dick out of mud, it looks
Sheep
like you
is
just
not
fucked
women.
some pussy, bro.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's better to act like than to do it.
I think honestly,
Role play.
There's like a chat GPT argument. Like, I think it's like, what do I say now?
what would you rather your people fuck? Like a living sheep with like a heart and a soul, or mud?
Mud.
You would, bro.
Mud's softer.
You would, bro.
Mud's softer. Monsoon season. Whoo. This shit is wet. You know what I mean? It's that wet.
Yo, sheep get wet.
Do they?
Yeah.
Nah, because it's all that moisture getting dried up in the cotton.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Beast cured blindness, okay? There's bigger things happening in the world, dude.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast cured 1,000 people of blindness.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. And
did.
so far, you've only cured one. I feel like we need to do
I was
more.
hating, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
We need to do more philanthropy. Why is
Yeah.
that your initial response when you see someone do someone nice being like,
I didn't trust
why
it.
was that? You're the Twitter haters. He's getting a bunch of hate on Twitter right now.
Wait, why?
Because people are like,
he's trying to be God.
Yeah,
two things.
it's
One,
Twitter.
it's
That's
like,
what's there.
oh,
It's
you're
Twitter.
doing it for clout.
Anybody
and then,
trying to be a good person on Twitter, they're like, I don't trust it.
And then other people, like Hassan did a reaction on his stream, and he was like,
That was my initial reaction.
He was like, it's so fucked up that like 50% of blindness in the world can be cured with like a 10-minute surgery. It's like $3,000, and governments can't fix this.
Is it governments or doctors can't do it a little bit? Like, why does he got to pay the doctors? Why aren't the doctors like, maybe I'll donate a little of my time? Right? Like, if you're a doctor and you could do the surgery, just go to work early, cure one blind dude a day. That might be a nice thing to do.
No, they say laughter is the best medicine. Why don't you do some free shows?
Oh, that's a
I
good
do.
point. That's actually a good point, bro.
Hi, everybody at home. How you doing? A million people watching. Did y'all pay for this?
Cut the break right now.
I know, right?
They not paying. But shout out to Blue Chew, man. I really appreciate y'all. Make sure you buy for that shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, Blue Chew is a great product. No. The point is, what he did was absolutely great, and it was stupid for even me to like be so critical or maybe so cynical. But what he's doing is amazing. And even if you're doing it to get views, if you're doing something great, just fucking do it.
Yeah, who cares?
It is weird when you like videotape yourself like giving a homeless person money. Like those TikToks are a little bit weird. But when you up the stakes to medical procedures,
And 1,000 people?
The other difference I think with this stuff and like giving a random guy $1,000 is like the amount that you volunteer for it. Like he put out an ad being like, hey, if you're blind, show up. Like people are opting in to be a part of the experience. Whereas like a homeless guy that's desperate, he's like, hey, here's money, but the only way you're gonna get it is if you let me post this video. Like
That's a great
it seems
point.
like extortionary, whereas what he's doing here is like, hey, come if you have problems, we'll help you.
that's a great point.
And we see from his track record that he puts that money back into doing stuff like this.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like he
He's good.
has to monetize this video so that way he can continue making money so he can continue doing good deeds.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. It's like you want him to make money because he just keeps on helping
Yeah,
people.
that's true.
He's the one person that you want to make as much money as possible.
Yes.
The more money Mr. Beast makes, the more people will get helped.
Yeah.
In some way.
He's the nonprofit you trust. You know what I mean? Most nonprofit, like the NFL is a nonprofit organization. It's like you're actively killing people. But this guy, nonprofit, every video I get, I'm going to do something good with it. He didn't just cure 1,000 people with blindness. He gave one guy a $50,000 scholarship, bought a guy a Tesla, gave another guy $10,000.
Donated $100,000 to the guy who was doing the surgeries.
I mean, yeah.
The doctor who's doing the surgeries, which was wild. He should have been witnessing that and be like, you know what, this feels good. I'll do that for free.
I think they do it for free.
I think they probably bake in their year to do it.
Yeah. They do.
Yeah.
Good work. Missionary work.
I better fucking do that shit. I mean, but now here's the thing. If you're like the local church, if you're like the local mosque, if you're the local temple, are you seeing this done by this YouTuber? Yep. And are you going, shit, we need to step it up. The fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
No. You should, but you're not.
No.
Or just a pure acquisition. If you're the Catholic Church, you gotta be like, hey, Jimmy, come work for us, or I will make you the Pope. Yeah. That's a good idea. I don't know why Jews, you guys could do that. Make him like the top rabbi or something, and then all of a sudden it's just absorbed to be like, hey, now you're Jewish.
Now all the good things you
put
do
it on
onto
him.
us.
Talk to your boys. I don't know. You know
Talk to
them.
your boys. Y'all the only ones with a head. There's no head
Too much
Jewish
head,
rabbi.
honestly.
Is there a head Jew? Yeah, they got like people in charge of communities, but not like you guys.
The guy who owns
We don't have a
WME.
meat.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name? The guy who owns WME.
Yeah, Kanye's been talking about it. I don't know.
We got chief rabbis in Israel,
Avi
but no.
Avi
something, I think.
Avi Spielberg.
That's
I think that's
Ari
Emanuel.
Ari Emanuel.
Emmanuel, yeah, he's up there. I think he's on the board. I don't know.
That's not you.
This is Andrew Tate's
LVRN guy.
Say again?
The LVRN guy.
LVMH.
No.
Bernard Arnault?
Not
Yeah.
Not Jewish.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Crypto Jew.
No. He has taste,
shit.
bro. Yeah, like he actually understands things.
All this
you know
time
what
I thought he was
Heads of his companies are Jews.
Say again?
The heads of his companies.
Yeah, they
are
watch
Jews.
the bottom line.
Exactly. Yeah.
Those are bottom Jews.
You need someone with taste at the top. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
They're bottom Jews, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so if he doesn't get absorbed into a religion, I'm curious when you're watching this, like if you're, what is the guy's name from Houston? Joel Osteen, I think?
Yeah.
Like, is there a little part of him that is envious? Like, is he competitive in the way that, like, comics are competitive? Or is he competitive in the way that, like, athletes are competitive? You know, it's like, oh, shit, when Kobe saw Shaq get his 4th ring, he's like, nah, I need to make sure I get more.
I'm sure they're doing some philanthropy. Like, you'd like to hope these religious organizations are doing something to help the community, but they just don't necessarily have the greatest video and algorithm teams to create the best content.
I also think
they be streaming their shit every single Sunday on TV.
Yeah,
like,
but
show what you're doing.
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm saying, like, I imagine some of them are justifying it where they're like, oh yeah, we do have this charity, we clothe this many people, we feed this many people. So yeah, we're doing our part
I
too.
know they were turning away people when it was like a big ass storm. I know they were doing that.
Well, maybe Jimmy turned away someone, the 1,001th person that was blind. Like, hey, let me in. He was like, nope, video's 1,000.
Why are you shitting on Jimmy?
I'm just saying,
bro.
I know, that's crazy.
I'm saying it could be 1,001. Why didn't he do 1,001? Why don't you ask him that? Why don't you call up Jimmy right
Why
now?
doesn't Joel do one?
That's a good point.
But you know how they spend like 80% of commercial spends are medical companies and pharmaceutical
Why you gotta
companies?
think of the worst possible situation?
Okay.
When the 1,000
For your heroes.
when the 1,001th person
No, it is funny to think that he
shows
just...
up to the fucking office in Indonesia and they just gotta be like, nah, fam,
It
turn
is
your ass.
so much... He probably helped more than 1,000 people, but it's so funny to think that one guy just showed up like, hello, is anyone here? And he's like, sorry, dude.
Well, why don't they lie to him and be like, this isn't the office for...
Yeah, this is Wendy's, bro.
Yeah,
like, what are you doing? Get out of here.
No, I think it's here. You would think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
if you couldn't see.
Yeah, fucking blind idiot.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Fucking
Scram.
dumb Indonesian guy that can't see anything.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot guy. Yeah. Why don't you go build some ancient structures in the jungle?
That are awesome that no one knows how to build.
True.
Yeah.
True. Okay. Yo, shout out to fucking Jimmy, man. Okay, how are we gonna help? Who do we want to help? Y'all are selfish, bro.
No, we could think of someone that could deserve it.
Blindness? Are we gonna do blindness? We don't want to be hacks.
I love the idea of like, it's not like a generic like the environment. I like the idea of like specifically targeting one thing. Also, I don't care about the
Ugly
environment.
women.
Don't care about the.
Yo, we could do BBLs.
You want to do ugly women?
We could give a.
Well, we already help them by Mark stealing all their clothing.
How does that help them? That's the opposite of helping.
Son, they're not gonna go out in public if they can't wear that.
Oh, okay, so they stay inside.
So they gotta stay
so
inside.
they're safer.
They're not gonna get any shame no more.
That's
and
a
also,
good
these
point.
fat girls are so fucking upset about me because of that one Rogan episode.
I didn't say fat, I
that's a
said
good point.
ugly.
Say again?
I didn't say fat, I said ugly.
Okay, well, what are we gonna do with ugly women?
We could do 1,000
Pay for
BBLs.
plastic surgery or BBLs.
But I
Should we put them all in a boat like refugees and just push them to another country?
No, see, that's the opposite. That's not helping.
It didn't work out great.
That's moving. That's just moving.
They'll probably lose weight on the boat trip at least. You could just take them halfway and bring them back.
I'm trying to help
That's
women.
natural weight
Y'all
loss.
really not trying to help.
Okay. So ugly women, that's one.
Or ugly dudes.
No, they got to step it up.
Get them some tox.
Let's just match ugly women with alcoholics because they're not going to know how ugly the girl is anyway if they're drunk.
And then everybody gets laid. What's an actual group of struggling people? Not for real. Like, what can we do?
On this show, we support men. So why don't we give surgeries to all the trans men that want dicks? Dicks for everyone.
That's kind of fire.
That way we can turn the tides. We can get more dudes. We want to help the boys more than anything, obviously. I think that would really help. Any objections?
I'm good on all that, man.
Come on, bro.
They got it. No, like they should
Sow the
handle
dicks
that.
on.
They should get their
We gave
dicks
1,000
or whatever
dicks.
like that. I ain't sowing
we sewed
dicks.
on 1,000 dicks around the world. Indonesia, you can put it anywhere on your body
So
too.
on 500, cut off 500, so we help both genders.
Sure,
You know
we
what
can
I
do
mean?
that also.
Both transgenders.
You can put 1,000 dicks anywhere you want. One
Has
guy
anybody
can.
tried to make that trade?
I was just thinking that.
Like make a site that connects the people that want to get rid of their dicks and the people who want a new dick.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're gonna swap them?
Well, yeah. I mean, what are you going to do with all that flesh? Like, you no longer need that flesh.
That's a good point.
Right?
Transfer.com.
Boom.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Now this is a business idea. This is capitalism kicking in, right?
do this.
What do we want to help, bro?
Do they have to like put dicks in like the ice bucket and like get it on a helicopter and
ice
get it over
bucket
to
challenge.
somebody?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they dump it on their head to raise awareness. Yeah, that's true.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah. And you don't know what dick you're going to get. And some of you, you might identify as a man, but not a fucking Taiwanese one. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's certain dicks that are going to be maybe not what you imagine you would have if you were a dude. You know
Also,
what I mean?
there's one show on Netflix right now. This is a side that's changing Asian stereotypes around the world. Physical 100. Have you heard of this?
No.
You've always watched some
This
weird
show
ass
is unbelievable. It's literally Squid Game in real life. They got a bunch of Koreans in a room, and they make them do physical challenges until there's one left, and he wins a bunch of money.
Whoa.
Awesome. And you watch, and you're like, I didn't know Koreans could get that
Is
big.
that American Ninja Warrior?
It's similar. It's similar, but it's only Koreans, and they're all jacked. And then you watch it, and you're like, oh, no, there's some big dick Koreans out here.
Wait, you actually see penises?
No, but you can imagine. I was imagining.
Oh.
But you can get a sense. They're like, yeah, these are big dicks.
These, unfortunately for South Koreans, they are known for having the smallest penises on the planet.
I thought you say of Koreans. I bet
No,
you-
on the planet.
North Koreans probably have smaller dicks.
Well, we haven't measured them. I don't know.
I imagine. I mean, if they're eating
Malnourished
less.
dick at least.
Yeah, it's not going to be. It's not going to be as nourished.
It won't be
But-
girthy for sure.
Yeah.
This show is
Slim dick.
changing everything over there. It's really amazing. You should watch it. I'd highly recommend it. But anyway, what
It's
if we?
crazy that we still can't find a group of people that we
What
wanna
about
help.
animals? We can help animals.
I don't want to help animals.
What about specific animals? Like
I don't care about
golden
animals.
doodles. There's hundreds of golden doodles.
He wants a quick result. Like,
Can we help the
this,
deaf?
10-minute surgery, like laser hair removal for someone really fat.
Bro, there's
LASIK?
golden. What'd you say?
Laser hair removal for someone that's really fat.
It's more expensive.
What
That's
the
surgery.
fuck?
I didn't know how I connected that because I was about to go to
Are you
something
trying
else.
to get a hair transplant?
No,
Is that what-
actually,
he's trying to-
hair transplant. We
That's
should
what I was
give
trying to
bald
think.
guys their fucking hair back.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Don't
That
be
can change
selfish
your
about
life.
this, dog.
Yeah, I know.
Don't be
How did
selfish,
Doug make
bro.
it selfish?
I
Didn't
know.
he?
How do you
pay for
manage
my
to
own.
do
I
that,
promise
dog?
I won't pay for.
No, but you're gonna get a referral. Give me 1,000 people, you get one free, and you're gonna fucking watch.
That shit, it takes too long, and then if they don't upkeep, then it doesn't stay.
People will do the work. If
But that's
they
on
get
them.
it.
Some of these
They're
people are
gonna
gonna
go.
lose their eyes again.
That is true. Mr. Beast picked the perfect thing. You walk in there, zoink,
Boing.
you're seeing again.
Can we do it for the deaf?
What does that mean?
Can we give sound to the deaf, hearing to the deaf?
Is that possible?
Cochlear implants.
Cochlear implants.
We could do cochlear implants.
How much is that surgery, though?
Yeah.
It's quite expensive, and also I think it's sort of hard.
But how much is the vision one? That's probably expensive.
Yeah,
No,
it's
the
like-
vision shit was like
How
just
about that? We'll give a
2,000-3,000
shout out
on
to
average, like
anyone that's a
7,000.
doctor for cochlear implants.
Oh, we could do
Nice.
cochlear implants, and then every implant gets this podcast directly on it,
And we get to choose what they listen to.
and they only listen to our show.
Smart.
That's a good idea. So then it's bumping numbers, but also
You know who would be a
helping
good
people
sponsor
hear.
for this? Audible, audible.com. What's up? Help
Yeah,
us out.
exactly.
You know what I mean?
And then we can control their implants at any time.
Love Audible.
We don't even, just get Schultz some credits.
Love Audible.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, I definitely overestimated the amount of books I was going to be reading. You signed me up for some extra shit I didn't even need, didn't give me no more credits. Then I signed up for the whole year thinking I was just going to be blasting through books. And nope. Nope.
Your cochlear implants stop working?
They want nothing to do with it. If it's not ancient civilization, I don't want to read about it. I don't want to know anything
What
about
counts
it.
as ancient? How old?
Younger Dryas.
Okay.
It's about 12,500 years.
Yeah, between 10 and 12,000 years ago, Younger Dryas.
End of the Ice Age.
Is that a dragon?
Say again?
Is that a dragon?
No, it's not a dragon. It's one of the most crazy things ever happened in humanity.
Hey, tell us about
torrential downpours. I mean, it was absolutely cataclysmic. You know? Yeah, it was absolutely cataclysmic. You see, Al, you dress like me, you're gonna be watching shit like me too.
Wait,
you're gonna be
just wait.
You're gonna say it. You're gonna say it.
Atlantis.
Watch.
Tomorrow's
2
Patreon
months.
episode is so interesting, guys.
2 months. 2 months.
Why are you hating now? We're all having a good time.
We're having an
We
awesome
did have a
time,
great
bro.
time on that episode. Al didn't sleep the night before. He said 4 things the whole fucking time.
Son, no.
And now you're trying to blame it on us.
That's why he
being
wore
bored.
sunglasses. He wore
I had
sunglasses.
energy for the first shit, but then the second shit, I'm like, I checked out.
Yeah, he got a sandwich midway and just fucking knocked him out.
Yeah, I did get the itis.
Yeah.
It happens. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Let's cure the itis.
Why? Yeah. Now you hid behind the racial thing. We can't be like, yeah, you did. 'Cause, man, we're racist.
Duck and move, duck and move.
What makes people feel really good? Opiates.
Okay.
What if we start a pharmaceutical company and then we're able to prescribe people opiates?
The Marcus is
doing
bad
real
person, bro.
things.
What?
Why are you so Catholic all the time?
Yeah, I
No,
know.
we need that
Why-
Catholicism.
This
That's
is a
the
good
only thing
idea.
that's holding him
This
back
is
from
literally
being
a good
fucking
idea.
Maniac.
Have you ever done opiate? Have you ever done oxy or
Yes.
something? How
Yes.
good did you feel? What if you could make everyone feel that good all the time?
I couldn't see anything going wrong with that situation. I can't see a single thing potentially going
Okay,
wrong
so
with that
that's the
situation.
front runner.
That's the front runner.
What's the average price of breast implants?
Oh, Jesus, Al.
Where are they
You
being done?
wouldn't put a bunch of flagrant tits? Like,
Flagrant fat tits.
and then they can wear the Heavies merch
Dude.
and then be like, yo, those flagrant tits and Heavies merch.
Yeah, that's a decent idea. You call it it's like the Heavies Foundation?
That's
Wow.
fire.
It's great, and then years later, one of the tits just explodes.
Yo,
and they
come on. Why you
That's
gotta
on
do
you
all that?
though. That's after
Cochlear implants. That's what we should do.
Shut up.
free.
No, that shit is whack.
Yeah.
The cochlear shit is whack. It's not going to get emotional. Like, you know what I mean?
tits
We
you
need
can
some.
Son, yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Seen those videos?
Because they don't know how to talk
They
still.
got videos of it
they're gonna
already.
get out of their surgery still, whatever, right? Because they don't know how to pronounce shit just yet. It's going to take a little bit for them to. Why are you so angry?
But what if
You just made a joke. Jesus, I flipped over. You're like, oh, you ruined my idea.
what if we dub it?
wasn't angry, I was listening.
We could do a voiceover. We could just do a voiceover of it.
Yeah.
So when they come
Dub
out,
over.
there's this streamer. His name's Atrioc.
Oh, I
believe
saw
is his
this.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was blown up everywhere. Basically, Atrioc is his name.
He was
Basically,
beating dick to fake versions of Twitch streamers.
yeah. So basically, he's
Deep
on
fakes,
he's
yeah.
on stream, and then basically they see like a Pornhub thing, like a link on his desktop.
He's
that
got a bunch
actually
of
pops
tabs
up.
open, and one of the tabs is for a website that's deep fake porn.
Yeah, deep fake about another popular female streamer. I think a few other popular female streamers.
But he doesn't have to. Okay, go on.
And if anyone doesn't know, deep faking is basically when you are able to use AI to take someone's face and then put it on an existing porn video. So the porn video looks like...
To do anything.
Yeah.
So people deep fake
Yeah, that's
Morgan
fair.
Freeman
Yeah.
talking. They deep fake comedians on other people's bodies. This happens.
That's a good clarification. So deepfake porn is doing the same exact thing, but putting someone's face onto...
So you could put Kamala Harris on, what's the girl's name? Tiffany Trump or whatever her name is.
Tiana Trump.
Tiana Trump.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it looks like Kamala Harris is the greatest at giving head ever.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is
Probably
probably...
raise her approval rating, honestly.
Yeah.
She might need it. Great idea. Deep fake it.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Kamala for president.
Yeah, exactly.
Real talk.
Yeah.
Real talk.
But yeah, so obviously that brings up like deepfake porn, brings up a bunch of ethical issues in general.
Of course.
And this guy's situation is weird because he's in the streaming community and he's like, this is like more inside shit. People aren't exactly sure about this part, but basically he's good friends with another streamer, this guy Ludwig. And Ludwig is dating this girl who's another very popular, attractive streamer.
Hey, yo.
And people are like...
So you beating dick to your boy's girl?
That's what I'm saying. And so people are like, okay, that's weird. And then on top of that, he knows some of these other streamers tangentially, like Pokimane and other people that were confirmed on his desktop. So people
Also,
are like...
why didn't he just say, yo, somebody sent it to me, I opened it, and I was like, nah, this is crazy. Because if somebody was like, yo, they deep faked Pokimane into this porno, Pokimane is above 18, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so, well,
But
is
then-
the other one? I believe so is how I'm going to jail. With I believe so. Everybody believes so.
26
Nah,
years old.
she's
Thank God.
She look at
I believe so. Almost
at-
let me keep talking.
Well, I
She's
believe
becoming
she
a
is, but I
woman.
don't want to confirm it without knowing that.
All right.
What did you just say?
she's like looking mature now.
I'm just saying
You've been following up? You've been following up?
No. I
He
just
just
saw
said
somebody
she's becoming a woman.
when I was
bro.
doing research.
Al's about to be the creepiest uncle of all time.
Oh, don't
He's gonna
stop.
be at the
Don't
cookout.
stop. Don't stop.
When you research?
Son,
When you started doing
I
research?
did my research for this
On the
one.
cuff Al?
I did my research
He
for
heard
this one.
porn. He was like, all right, let me look these bitches
Because I got to
up.
see how real the
Listen
deepfake
here,
looks. The
sweetheart.
deepfake looks
You're becoming a
fake,
real
first of
woman.
all.
I want you to know. He's Joe Biden today, dude.
But
Come
why,
on, man.
why did he admit to watching? Why didn't he just
Because
say,
the
yo,
tabs were open. Multiple tabs are
don't
open.
matter. Somebody
There's very
sent
little.
me some deepfake shit. It was there. I looked at it real
Why'd
quick
you
and I was
close
like,
the tab
nah.
out?
This is part of his apology.
I don't ever close tabs.
Maybe the most nightmarish apology of all time. He should not have done
What do you
this.
think's better? What I just suggested, Akash, or what we're about to watch?
To like create a pattern of behavior where I really want, especially women on Twitch, to feel.
I bring the peace, but I'm ready for war.
Booba spam.
Becoming a woman,
When I was
bro.
doing research.
Al's about to be the creepiest uncle of all time.
Oh, don't
He's
stop.
gonna be at the
Don't
cookout.
stop. Don't stop.
When you research?
Son,
When you started doing
I
research?
did my research for this
On
one.
the cuff Al?
I did my research
He
for
heard
this one.
porn. He was like, all right, let me look these bitches
Because I got to
up.
see how real the
Listen
deepfake
here,
looks. The
sweetheart.
deepfake looks
You're becoming
fake,
a real
first of
woman.
all.
I want you to know. He's Joe Biden today, dude.
But
Come on, man.
why did he admit to watching? Why didn't he just say,
Because the
yo,
tabs were open. Multiple tabs are open.
matter. Somebody
There's very
sent
little.
me some deepfake shit. It was there. I looked at it real
Why'd
quick
you
and I was
close
like,
the tab
nah.
out?
This is part of his apology.
I don't ever close tabs.
Maybe the most nightmarish apology of all time. He should not have done
What do you
this.
think's better? What I just suggested, Akash, or what we're about to watch?
To like create a pattern of behavior where I really want, especially women on Twitch, to feel safer. Like we call fucking booba spam cringe. We don't do that there. I've never made like a fucking weird, I don't know, seat sniffing joke. I've never done anything like that. I've never done anything.
crying
like
behind
that.
him?
His wife.
Oh my
And
God.
we don't tolerate intense behavior in the chat. We ban it on site, and like I've done this consistently over and over and over, and then fucking at 2 a.m. You know, I've been watching so much fucking. I've been reading so much fucking AI stuff. I'm reading all this fucking stuff about AI and fucking deepfake music, deepfake art, and everything. And I'm in these fucking discords, and I just feel so embarrassing, man. But I was on fucking Pornhub, dude. I was on a fucking regular ass normal fucking website, and there was an ad. There's an ad on every fucking video for this fucking. So I know other people must be clicking it because it's on every fucking video for fucking deepfake thing. And then
And basically he says, and then I clicked it, and I was just exploring it, and I'm never gonna do this again. And his wife gets on, and she's like, "Look, I don't think he's gonna do it again." And it's just like a PR nightmare. Like,
Let me get this straight here. He clicked on some shit that anybody would click on, and he's crying, apologizing.
Now people are. I think that they are able to deduce that he signed up for it.
Oh, fuck me.
Again, this is kind of speculative still because this just happened. So people are like, "Oh, you signed up for it in order to upload images."
What does that mean?
I think that they are able to deduce that he signed up for it.
Oh, fuck me.
Again, this is kind of speculative still because this just happened. So people are like, "Oh, you signed up for it in order to upload images."
What does that mean?
So like you have to actually.
Oh, he made it?
That's yeah.
He made it himself. He's like, how do I make this girl in the porn look like
So
Porn
what's the full story?
That's the thing. It's all speculative
just
because it's
pull
just
it
popping
up?
up.
Oh,
No,
okay,
it's
okay.
speculation because this all they know is what he said and what they saw on his tabs.
Yeah, but they just saw the name in the tab. So how do they even know what the porn
I
is
actually don't
looking
know
at?
exactly what this are because all the pictures I've seen are blurred. So it's this Twitch thing, but then the actual image of what they saw is blurred out. So I can't even see exactly.
Oh, he had the tabs open. Like you can.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, he's an idiot.
So that's the other thing. It's like you
You're on
have this
Twitch,
fucking
bro.
super expensive setup where you work and then you're also beating dick on there. Like, don't do that.
I mean, you could be.
Yeah, have a porn compuder, man.
No, because
if
if
you
you
wanna
want
beat
to invest
your
all that
dick.
money to have like the perfect sound.
That's your work. That's where you do work.
So
He was doing work.
you don't think
He was
shit
doing
they
work.
never beat his dick while he's editing some shit like
He did
this?
dick. Remember we saw the KY in the fucking bathroom?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that?
That's why his asshole's so loose right now.
Golly, Al, that's crazy.
What?
You're
You're saying
acting
he's
like
fingering
Miles,
himself?
bro. You drunk? Listen, this is so peculiar. Why is he crying?
I mean,
This is weird.
His whole career's over.
Yeah.
Why is his career
That's
over?
how he feels. He feels his career's over.
Because the whole community is coming at him.
But what's
Because
wrong
he's watching
about it?
deepfake porn of his homie's girl. That's where it's crazy.
Or even just acquaintances. At the very least, acquaintances.
But his homie's girl's famous, bruh.
It's also
Nah, his homie's girl's famous. That's
it's also
different.
not.
Watch out.
If one of y'all start dating,
Watch out. Don't do that.
No, I like it.
Don't do that.
nah.
Do it.
This
It's
is
kind of
tricky.
fun.
Okay, if Dove starts dating Kim Kardashian, I can't look her feet no more when she posts.
You can't go
I
out of
would
your
say
way.
no.
I was peeping
Can't
feet
go out of your
before
way.
he started dating her.
New feet pics, old feet pics.
No.
We had
It's
a
the same feet.
I think once he starts dating her, you can't look no more.
No. I'm not gonna say I do it publicly, but
That's what he's doing privately.
He got
He
caught.
got caught, but
so
he
then you
was-
say sorry to your mans. Be like, yo, my bad, but like I was beating dick to your girl before. Like I'm grandfathered in.
If we're gonna do devil's advocate, it's not actually his girl.
Oh,
it's
shut up.
his girl's face, and that's it.
Yeah, who's beating
and
off
you're not
the
beating
face?
off to the face.
Come on, bro.
You're not beating off to the face.
bro.
Hold on, I
Nah,
think we
you're
got
not.
something.
You're not
I think we
beating
got
off the
something.
face.
I'm beating off to. I'm not beating off first. Just 5% of you.
This is not going to hold up, bro.
Nah,
This is,
that's
I'm
a good
just
ass
telling you
what?
right now. It's
Public
not,
opinion?
It's not going to hold up
Son,
in general.
it's
I
the
don't think.
whole face on some woman's body that's getting smashed out.
Another woman.
But now
not
imagine.
your girl.
Now make it a little.
Way more of it is not your girl than is your girl.
Now make it slightly more personal. Just imagine if you could do that.
Hey, don't
Exactly.
do that.
See,
Just
see,
don't
exactly.
take
I
the
didn't even
fun
bring it up.
out of the game.
But you just do it on your own. Just think
No,
about what
things
that
are
would feel
funny
like.
when they happen to other people and not you.
That's my
Don't
point.
you know how the world works?
That's my point.
Hold on. Let me think about this.
Hold on, we
let me
talking
think
about other people not me. Like, beat off, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Hey, thank you, sir.
No, I don't know if I want this.
But then you make it 1% more personal, and you go, huh?
Don't make it any percent
You
more.
got
Like if
to.
somebody did it to your moms, like if they deep faked
They
your
took
moms.
her body and put someone else's face on it. That'd be fucked
Why
up.
you can't just beat off to my mom, yo? She don't got a good enough body as is. What's wrong with you people?
This is a wild boy, bro.
Saying
Who?
Son, both y'all.
If you
Y'all on the mild sauce right now, son. God damn, son.
you, Al.
I'm trying to understand right now. I'm trying to understand. Like,
What is
if
there
he
to understand?
All right, let me get this. If he signed up for it, put her face in it, that's crazy.
If you put her face, that's fucked.
Right. And he
Why?
signed up too, because that's investment. If he was sent a link like, yo, look at this deep fake of blah, 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 clicked it real quick, like, this is gonna be funny. Oh shit, it's mad real, and then done.
Yeah, of course, that's different.
That's different.
But
you have mad tabs open up.
he's
ain't going.
crying about it on the internet, so it seems like his intent was different.
Yeah, but he's a fucking idiot. Why would you cry on the internet? You could just pretend it's something else.
Okay, so clearly it's not something else, because that's why he's crying and fessing up to
He
it.
must have been
So
found out in a
now-
way that's like, I can't.
This man is
It's
foolish, bro.
Yeah, so his actions.
You're giving him the Shaggy defense, basically.
That
It
man-
wasn't me.
it wasn't
in the
me.
face of all logic, it wasn't
me.
So he shouldn't have done this, all right? Like, we can all agree he shouldn't have done it. But then it brings up a bigger question about deepfake porn. That's where it gets crazy.
That
So
should
now-
be illegal.
Let's talk about that.
People are
Deepfake
trying,
porn should be
people are
illegal,
trying to make it outright illegal for two reasons. One, obviously, it's weird when you put someone's face that's not in a porn video into a porn video. That feels weird.
Yep.
And then on top of that, there's porn stars that are like, what the fuck? Like, you're going on my OnlyFans.
That's graffiti.
I'm supposed to be getting it's partially graffiti, but also OnlyFans girls are like, hey, you're supposed to pay me for my content.
Oh,
but
now you're putting my shit out there for free.
now you're putting my face on someone else's thing, and now I'm not getting paid for it.
It's a bootleg.
Oh, I was thinking the other way. Yeah.
So now people are like,
No,
oh,
it
that's
should be
not
illegal. This should be completely
fair.
illegal.
Using my likeness to gain money on a sexual
But
website.
using deepfakes should be illegal in general.
Yeah.
I agree with
Like
that.
just the technology should be illegal. Don't make me say anything I didn't say.
Yeah.
Don't make anybody say anything I didn't say. It's a cool thing to look at. You're like, wow, that's crazy we can actually do that right now. But
It's terrifying.
it should be illegal to use if it's not you.
What if you license it out?
Well, I think there is a scenario where you can use it as you.
Vin Diesel does this with movies.
Yeah.
So he's licensing out. Basically, he has like aphasia where he can't really act that well anymore because like his face, he has like a disability. And so what they did is they like.
That's the same shit Bruce Willis has?
I think Bruce
Bruce Willis, bro. I'm sorry. It's so hard to get him confused. You know what I mean? So anyway, Dana White has this thing where no, Bruce Willis has aphasia, and so as a result, he can't be in his movies anymore. And so his estate has like a license for his face, and they're able to visually put his face into movies using this technology.
Oh, wow.
And it makes sense.
I didn't know that was happening.
It also, I saw some shit that fucking I want us to use, but like basically what you can do is you can, you know how we read the ads right there on that screen right there,
I heard about this.
So you can basically fix your eyes in post using this thing, so it makes it look like your eyes are still looking into the camera, even though you're reading off screen in that.
So your girl can be telling you a story, but you're actually on your phone?
Bang.
That's a good
But we
idea.
can't do that for real life, but we need to find a way to do that for real life.
FaceTime, you can.
Yeah, FaceTime.
You can be watching
FaceTime would be
TV and just be
sick.
like, but all you got to do is just a couple
Yeah.
yaps.
Yeah.
Once you get Google
You're right.
Glass,
Hey, you're right.
Yeah.
once
Wow,
everyone
I'm
gets the
sorry.
glasses where everything's augmented reality, then you're going to be able to do it.
exactly. You can't trust shit.
But that's what they were doing in Hollywood. Like, it costs a lot to capture people, but basically they're creating your digital humans. So, like, what's happening, Bruce Willis, or like, for you, insurance. So, in case, you know, what happened to Paul Walker, there were reshoots, or even the positive version of that is like you doing a brand deal in.
Let's stick with the positive version.
Yeah.
man.
You
What
don't
the
put
fuck
that
was
on
that?
me. The fuck you put that
That's so
Paul
I meant
Walker
for
shit
Paul
on me?
Knock on
Walker.
wood. Knock on wood
RIP.
immediately, bro. You have to
Saying that
knock
was a
one
tough thing.
time.
I'll start the positive. Maybe
Can
do
you
a
knock on the
brand
wood,
deal.
though? Just knock on the wood.
But isn't that like
Didn't they do it with
Christian thing?
Star
I'll
Wars?
do it if you want
Do it.
No,
Didn't they
that's
do it
wow.
with Star Wars? The lady who died.
Say again.
They did it with Star Wars.
Carrie
right?
Fisher.
Yeah.
So what about your reshoots? They're going to use your little digital Schultzy. You don't need to fly out.
Can they shave the
So your
mustache
acting
off the
career could
digital
last
version,
forever.
please?
Leonardo DiCaprio could act forever, into eternity.
That's the idea, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna suck.
Well, yo, that sucks for new actors.
Yeah, I know.
You're
That's it.
fucked.
Wait, what do you mean?
That's how new stars used to rise up, as the old stars aged out. Robert Redford aged out of whatever the fuck, so Brad Pitt could
But
take
people
that
are going to
slot.
age out of taste too. Do you want to see Marlon Brando act?
Yeah.
No, but I understand what he's saying. It's gonna elongate people's careers a little bit.
Of course.
They did that shit with what was that Scorsese movie on Netflix?
Oh, yeah.
The Irishman
Hoffman,
or
but the
whatever?
Irishman.
Yeah, they made them
him
look young in the Irishman.
That was fire. It looked good too.
It did. It did.
Yeah. But now in China, I think they're passing legislation that says if it's a deepfake, it has to be on there.
Whatever.
What? No. I had a no.
Yeah, forget it.
Because you were doing something, I feel like that was racial.
I'm not even gonna say it.
You were doing something
I'm
racial.
not even gonna say it.
And I feel like that was. I'm glad you stopped yourself. This is growth, actually.
I did grow.
This is growth.
I'm looking out for Miles. Miles got to edit the pod.
Yep.
You know, so
Respect.
I'm not gonna make that joke.
Respect. Thank you for not.
I'm not
doing
gonna make that deep fake joke.
The water getting cloudy.
Yeah.
Son, welcome to New York, baby. Okay, can we move on?
that. Let's be serious.
Guys, this is a news show. This is a news show, bro.
Flagrant news at night. Yeah.
Flagrant news at night, okay?
Yes.
I just want to say that there's been a lot of video that's come back from me trying to look cool as an adult at the after party. Okay?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of video that's been posted, and not only did Roddy Ricch perform, but Kodak Black also performed. They
Yep.
both performed multiple songs. There's, to this day, no video of me even lip-syncing the N-word.
Wow.
Goat? Goat?
Do you know lyrics to either one of their songs?
I mean, I'm sure that word pops up every once in a while, but like, you know
Well,
what
you
I mean?
can't only sing along to that word.
That's true, but that's very true. I guess there is a video that I posted where I look so fucking dumb, it's unbelievable. And it's when Kodak is rapping Super Gremlin, right? Like right at me, looking at me, rapping Super Gremlin, and I actually know the words to Super Gremlin. It's like one of my favorite songs.
Oh, do you?
Really?
Yeah, we can play right now. You want to play right now? Oh, no, we can't because we're going to get...
We can't, but we can do a cappella though.
I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those. I need the words to know the words.
Yeah, that means you don't know the words.
Yeah.
You're a hater.
No, I'm just saying.
You're a hater.
That's what it is.
Yeah, if you just say the words slightly after you just heard them, then
That's not knowing it?
nah.
It sounded like y'all are jealous you didn't get to rap with Kodak.
Well, we could be
That's kind of what
superstars.
it
Get to
sounds
rap
like.
with Kodak.
I
though.
rap with Kodak.
Okay, go ahead.
He
Tell
rapped,
the story.
and I just went like this. But that's what you do when you don't want to get caught saying some wild shit. He was trying to set me up.
Well, we could be superstars. We be rather wrecking cars.
Didn't know that was it.
What's the next line? There's that game that you just like, you get a couple bars in and then you gotta
I mean, that's
finish
the
it.
opening.
Let me see it. Let me see
Well,
it.
no, but then you're gonna
Let me
look at the
just see
lyrics.
it to get some
Give him a couple lines.
Then you're
momentum.
gonna, then you're
Get
gonna,
some momentum.
then you're gonna look at the lyrics. Then you're gonna know.
No, I gotta get the
He's an
momentum.
actor now. Now he just gotta
Okay.
memorize the lyrics and just recite it back.
Say you my, I'm gonna be your killer. Nobody gonna play with you when I'm with you. I don't like the first one at all. It's too many M-words in that one.
But you said you know the lyrics.
I do know the lyrics perfectly when it's playing and I'm there. Why? What is this tension in this room
you
right
don't
now?
know the lyrics.
You're just
bro.
wasting
Oh, you
time.
proved me wrong, guys. Wow! What a conspiracy! Holy shit! Wow! What a, should we make an ancient fucking history show on Netflix? I don't know all the words to Kodak Black. Okay, guys? You fucking did it. Fuck you, Miles.
You made the claim.
Fuck you, Al.
Thank you.
You're cool.
Yeah, my gosh is awesome.
Okay, do you know the fucking words?
No. I know some of them.
Oh. Oh.
Why did Nashville call you?
You know, I don't know. I think I always wanted to live there, you know. They had lower taxes, you know, and I started making money. And so I never, you know, I remember when I was young, we tried to get the government, somebody kept throwing dead animals in our ditch, right?
What?
And,
What?
yeah, on
What
McGee
kind of
Street.
animals?
Carcasses.
What kind? Which type of animals?
Oh, I couldn't tell you, man. At this point, I think some of them probably nothing you'd shoot, I don't think, you know?
I mean, unless it was like
Possums and shit. Like what was?
I mean, one of them could have been a fucking
Llama?
Samoan raccoon is about the biggest sizes we're gonna get. You know, it was like
hefty raccoon.
Yeah, hefty raccoons, dogs, things like that. I think it was somebody who had like on a a mild veterinary type of thing going on, and they would on the way home they would dump the animals, and they dumped them in our neighborhood.
A mild veterinary thing.
Or
serial killer,
like an in between type of deal. You know, some guy who's not sanctioned, but he's fucking
not quite committed to like migrant workers, killing migrant workers yet. He's just working his way up to human beings.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to look at it, man. But I think but they kept throwing anyway. So we called the government and be like, come get these fucking bones out of here. Because, there'd be kids out there fucking playing with them. You got kids out there beating each other with damn tibias and fucking humming Cossacks at each other and stuff. And, because it's in the ditch.
Fuming. Right.
And so.
Over a third of us
anyway,
Brits
I was never a big fan of government
on
after
holiday.
that, right?
When science says not taking time off could literally kill us sooner. Take your holidays seriously as British Airways Holidays take your holiday. Their 24-hour helpline, carefully chosen hotels and generous baggage allowance help you relax, rejuvenate,
and then
and
you
stay
said I
much
wasn't a
less
big
dead
fan
for
of the
much
government
longer.
after that. I'm like, how did the government? Because they
Oh,
didn't
my
clean up the
Shacklestone's
animals
mummy's
in the
about to
ditch?
lose
Is that
it.
what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we'd have been in living in
all
a fancy
protected.
neighborhood, they would have come and got it.
Right. They would have taken care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this ties back into what we were just talking about, which was, do you remember what that was?
Why you moved to Nashville?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would never want.
Are you going to help us out there?
Yeah, like Texas, Nashville. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I've never had a strong affinity for a lot of government. So anyway,
Right.
I think that was in me since I was a child. So when I started making money, I was like, I don't want to give all my money to the government.
Right. You ever notice that? You know how hard it is to stab someone in the fucking skull and go right through their skull into their brain?
It would be hard, huh?
Yeah, unless you get them in the temple, it's difficult. But
Or
in The
let you-
Walking Dead, they just.
Yeah.
It's like they're made out of goo.
Yeah. Do you still watch it?
No. No, it's terrible. And then also in The Walking Dead, the arrows don't go through the head, which is crazy. Because
Yeah,
why
they
is it
just
so
get
easy?
stuck,
They
huh?
just get stuck.
It probably just seems more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just special effects. But also, the arrows have field tips. They're not even using broadheads. They're using, like, target tips.
Oh, I don't know that much about arrows.
Yeah, if you look at an arrow, like in The Walking Dead, the tips, they don't have, like, a big broadhead, like a big cutting edge.
Yeah.
They have a point, just a little pointy point. And that's enough to kill the zombie. And then you got to pull the arrow out, and it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if a zombie was coming at me and I didn't have a weapon, what I would use. I guess I would probably, because they can't bite. I think if they bite you, then you're done.
That's the whole problem.
You'd have to
bite you.
probably outrun them or try and get them dizzy,
What do you think would get a zombie dizzy?
I think a lot of cutbacks, probably a lot of, 180s, 720s.
My
But,
favorite person in the
spin around.
Walking Dead was the lady with the samurai sword. She fucked everybody up.
Yeah, they have a new spinoff, actually.
Was it just her?
And I think it's her and someone else. Yeah, she had the dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a while, though, like, how many zombies can you watch get killed? Like, enough.
Yeah, it's almost weird if people are still watching it.
Yeah, if you're like a big fan,
You're the
like,
zombie.
This new season is my favorite. Like, what? I think it's better now than ever. Because it's like we've gotten over just killing zombies all day, and and then it started getting scary again.
Dude, and none of the zombies, I wish they could cut away every now and then to some of the zombies trying to fuck on the side,
You think zombies fucking make new zombies?
Bro, come on. If you're a zombie, dude, there's some cool-ass zombies over on the side trying to get some of that fucking zompuss, bro.
I feel like it would be real easy to kill all the zombies. I don't think that it would be the kind of epidemic that they claim in those shows. They move slow.
Okay. So they move slow, but they're they just keep coming back, man.
Yeah, but like if zombies are coming to Texas, they're gonna get gunned down.
Okay.
They're not gonna make it.
But what about at nighttime when people who are out there shooting start to get tired and they got to rest?
They go inside. The zombies are like clawing at the door. They can't even figure out doorknobs. They're idiots.
Yeah.
I need to take a break. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna shut this door. Take a nap on the kitchen floor. They're clawing at the doors. You wake up, brew some coffee, reload, get out there, boom, boom, boom. Clean your porch off.
Dude, you're right. Zombies are fucking idiots.
They're idiots. The scary zombies 28 days later. Those are the scariest.
I don't
ever
think
see that movie?
I don't think I've seen that.
Best zombie movie of all time. unquestionably, hands down. It's number one.
What about Bram Stoker's Dracula? Do you remember that movie?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
So fucking good, dude.
Fuck yeah. That was a good movie, man. That was the best movie.
God, it was good.
Best vampire movie, rather. That was really good.
Remember how scared you used to get when you were a kid? Did you ever get fucking really scared?
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, little kids are vulnerable. Scared. You think vampires might be real. Maybe people don't know. Especially when we were kids, there was no fucking internet.
Yeah. You just ask somebody. If they were dumb, then you were dumb.
People would tell you the ghosts were real, Bigfoot's real, everything.
Fuck you, Ben. I was on vacation. I don't take fucking vacations, but I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child.
You ever notice that? You know how hard it is to stab someone in the fucking skull and go right through their skull into their brain?
It would be.
If you'd like to know how an affiliate marketer...
Asking stupid questions. What does pop that cherry mean?
Pop that cherry.
Remember that saying? You don't hear that anymore, dude.
You never hear that.
Never hear that shit.
Yeah, I bet her cherry's been popped. You could tell if you look at her. Watch how she walks.
I never popped anyone's cherry.
You didn't?
No.
You still out there though, man? You married?
Nah, almost.
Nah, you're not, bro. You'll get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I don't know. That's a lot of pressure.
Dude, I'll tell you this.
That's more pressure than voting.
Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got some trim, right? We were at this dance, and my buddy ended up, touching this gal's vagina after the dance. And we all were sitting around this fire at his house later, and so he's like, telling everybody what happened. And my buddy's dad came out, right, and heard it, and kept smelling my buddy's fingers. Them always standing out by the fire, dude, for probably like 40 minutes. Is that fucking nuts,
How
man?
terrible would that be? You
Yeah.
did it.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be rubbing your pants? What would you do?
Gnarly, right? And then the same night, bro, I was sleeping in this guy's room, and he had a bunch of pets stacked up along the walls because he loved all kinds of pets. And there was 5 of us sharing a bed, right? And all night, bro, I can't sleep, right? Because I'm scared of all these animals, bro. I'm scared of all these animals, bro. And I can't sleep, right? And so I'm just thankful that this dog keeps barking, man. I'm so high. I'm just thankful that this dog outside the window keeps barking all night because I'm awake. I can't sleep, right? All the other 4 kids in his bed are asleep. And you can just hear these pets moving in their cages. And he had a big ceiling fan in the middle of the room that was spinning, right? So it's like whirling up all these pets, right?
terrible.
And even though we can sleep, it's keeping them awake because you got to think a ceiling fan for a pet, that's got to be like, a fucking tornado going off constantly, right? We don't think about that, So I'm fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, this dog barks every now and then. It keeps me company, right? Even though it's outside. And then you hear boom, 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 boom. My buddy's dad walked out there, killed the dog, right? Outside the fucking window. Boom! Went back to sleep, dude. Same dude that hours earlier had been smelling a young man's hand, man. Same man. And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like, how could at one moment a guy be so gentle?
That dude's a monster.
And then 7 hours later be blowing a freaking animal's head open because it was barking. You have an animal in the woods, bro. It's going to bark. You know how much woods is out there? He probably hears everything. They say they can hear everything. Imagine hearing 6 times something. You'd fucking be angry, your neighbor, 4 houses over. I don't know, man. I'm high, bro.
First you talk about incest, and then you got to talk about killing dogs. So you got to bring me down.
Sorry, man. Am I bringing you down?
I haven't been that down since fucking...
Oh, dog, I'm sorry.
Since Lee told me his girlfriend don't do laundry.
Oh, damn.
I haven't been that fucking depressed.
How are you going to get the laundry done, dude?
She doesn't live with me. Why would you do my laundry? I did my laundry. I didn't bring it to the thing.
Bro, if you're really in love with her, you should fucking leave a load over there when you go back 2 days later, see if it's cleaned or not.
Her mom would
That's
do it.
if it's love.
No, but the thing is, she still lives with her mom. Her mom would do it.
Oh, wow.
Her mom has offered.
Fuck yeah, bring it over there. Fold the onions, put starch on them.
Is her mom married to a brother or not?
Have you ever
No.
had fucking...
She's Mexican.
Have you ever had
Who's
starch
Arthur,
in
then?
the underwear?
Starch in my underwear? No, that sounds terrible. Why would you want starch?
Fucking tremendous.
Make you feel like an adult.
Soft.
Yeah.
Shit.
Makes you feel like you have a checkbook, It makes you fucking feel good. That's what I miss, bro.
Look at fucking Lee. You got to go into the house now. How you going to act?
Nick the Raper.
Not good.
Nick the rapper and shit. So what was the first place you got on stage?
This place called Brown in down in Louisiana. There's a bar down there. And then I went on this thing called Semester at Sea, which was like a university, like a floating school that goes like you literally circumnavigate the globe. And I was in college, and they had they had an open mic on there, and they had a senior passenger on our cruise ship that had died, right? So they was keeping him in the freezer, right? So I just made some jokes about, like different, like, cold cuts and shit. Like this sandwich tastes like berry, and just vague shit like that. And kids were kind of laughing. And so then I got up, and they had like an open mic thing on there, and I got up on there, and it was fun, joking.
For a
about
nice
that.
looking kid, you're a dark dude, and I like that about you. On stage, you take people in a weird direction, and I look at you and I go, this fucking kid, I trust him with my fucking animals.
Thanks, man. Well,
And
not that
also you're
one,
shooting
though.
fucking dogs and you fucking
Well, a
incest
couple
them.
brothers beat that animal up. I never did that. Superman. I never did that. That was to be honest, a couple of brothers.
I
did.
killed a fucking rat a couple times.
Yeah, I actually
growing
backed
up.
over a deer once with a fucking lawnmower. If we're really gonna share stories, I swear to God, man, it was a big bush hog, and I used to work on this farm in the summer times, right? And this man let me cut the grass with a huge bush hog. So one day I'm just cutting, and I backed around to turn it around, and a fucking deer, man, ran over a deer with it. Actually ended up killing a deer. Damn, it's just dark.
A deer jumped at my car once.
There you go. You killed
But
it?
didn't- no, it ran away.
You probably killed it though.
No.
Did you hit it?
Yeah, but I was going like 20.
damn, dude.
I was going 20 miles an hour.
You hit it, and that's 20 miles an hour. Talking how fast that is.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Look, I had a dog in Wilshire.
Oh no!
10 years ago, coming home, not stoned, minding my own business.
Wow.
Doing the speed limit. You're on fucking Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't even on Wilshire. I was on that block that you cut from Olympic all the way up to Sunset. On the other
Vermont?
side. Vermont, one of those.
Veteran.
That deep one, and all of a sudden, fucking a dog. I didn't hit him straight up. He ran into my car, and he bounced off my car and got in more shock. And he was limping, and cars were going around him. And I pulled over and I tried to get him, but he ran. That motherfucker. Once you hit them, they fucking run.
Yeah,
dog.
they run
And
forever.
you feel terrible. I mean, you feel fucking horrible. Whether it's a squirrel or whatever, you feel fucking terrible.
Yeah.
But on a happy note,
Accidents happen.
I had a great time looking at your cats. I had a great time watching your cats the
I know
past
you
week.
did. Thank you
It
very
was
much.
so much fun.
My cats are good fucking animals, man.
Yeah.
I never had a cat, man.
Really? You had dogs?
I'm ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
No, we didn't have a dog, but I'm thinking about getting a dog. I've been thinking about it. I'm still considering it.
If I didn't have as many allergies as I do, I would get cats. Because, it was funny. They have, little setups. Roy would sit right at the edge of your kitchen and wait for somebody and, attack him. I was like, hey, bye.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
I would pause the TV and just start watching them.
And Dimmy runs into her
Yeah.
constantly. So Dimmy will go fuck with somebody else. Somebody else has swatted him. He'll give him a look and go, fuck you. And also he'll walk right into Gray. And Gray will hit him with 3 quick rights to the head. And he'll go, fuck you, dirty bitch. And then he'll go in the kitchen like, no, shit, these bitches are crazy. And shit. It's a show to watch animals, whether they're dogs or cats, especially at night when you have 1 or 2 or 3 of them.
And Gray went crazy for the ham. She wouldn't stop meowing.
I told you.
They should have a cat, do they have a streaming cat channel where you can just watch cats whenever you want?
We should get you. Oh, that's what we should do. We should get you an iPad and put it up and Periscope the cats.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
You should start a cat town, dude, and dress them up like different fucking ethnicities. So when they show up and interact, you could it's almost like a game of Risk.
I don't like when people dress up their fucking dogs and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why they
It's
do
a
that.
huge industry.
There's no dog that wants to have a fucking tuxedo on.
Oh, they had a kid in our town, and this is no correlation, but that had really bad, I don't think it was Down syndrome, but something pretty close. And his mom would dress him up constantly. Dress him up
Oh, God.
in almost like costumes all the time. He's in a pirate costume this week. His mom, he was it was always Halloween or something for him,
You're a crazy young man. That's what I love about you. Can you give some shout outs?
He's he's a panther,
I want to give a shout out, happy anniversary to Tina and Jimmy Joe, Aiden Diaz, Jesse Bryant, Peter Mandybar, Jim Jorgensen, Paul Lynch, Jack Bratcher. What's happening, you bad MMA motherfucker? And my man Henry Solari. You better show up to class this week, cocksucker.
And Dustin Zawacki just had a baby.
Dustin Zawacki had a baby. Yeah. A lot of fucking things going on in the church fucking world.
Good energy.
Oh, and one quick thing. Steve Simone is doing a GoFundMe. Did you hear about that?
I heard that, something like that.
He's doing. There's a bunch of great He's doing great things for a couple families and kids, and wants to do more for people at Children's Hospital in LA. So Bill Burr retweeted it, and I'll tweet it tonight. It's just he's giving some kids who have some pretty terrible diseases like some happy times during the holidays.
That's awesome.
Steve Simone's a good fucking dude.
Great heart, man.
He's over there giving blood, bringing sandwiches. He plays with the kids. And listen, man, it means the world to people when you visit him.
Yeah. He's exceptional, man. That guy's got a million hearts, bro. Good dude.
You know, it's really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things, you know, like people do weird things to get attention.
Yeah.
You know? And if you know anything about Steve Simone, he does everything from the heart.
Yeah.
With good intentions, you know. Like
100%.
He's one of those dudes that's in LA that you're happy to be his friend. He keeps you grounded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you come from a society that's not selling their fucking blood in this town to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people in this town that you know who they are. They come up to you, they talk to you, they don't give a fuck about you, man.
Yeah.
When you start making money, all of a sudden you're the best thing in the world, and they're there with their hand out, telling you how they helped you, and we always believed in you. You know, where were you when I was living in that one-bedroom apartment, and you wouldn't take my call?
Yeah.
But you have to put it all into perspective. But there's a certain element in this town that you look at, and when the Coke finishes, they're going to be gone.
They're gone.
And then there's a certain element in this town that when the Coke finishes, that's when they become your friend. And
Right.
Steve Simone is one of those dudes. You
Yeah.
know? It's really, he brightens your day. He
He
has a lot of
does.
old school
He had lunch with me and my mom yesterday. At
Oh, he did?
We went to Domingo's.
Unbelievable.
He has a lot of old school values that you look at. We went to eat last week. We got to New York Thursday night. We didn't do much. We got to New York about 5. Then Friday we started our fucking jaunt. And Friday night we went to Rudy's. Did you ever go to Rudy's with me? The calamari place and stuff. It's been there since 1970.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in high school, they used to serve me, and they have squid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're known for statewide. Like people go in there 24
Rudy
hours
squid.
a day. Rudy squid.
Yeah.
Mussels with red sauce.
Oh, I like
You
that.
got mad at me because I was too nervous to buy something expensive, so I got ravioli.
Oh,
And you're like,
and it was still delicious.
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Everything there is amazing. But we were eating, and I could see my wife, and I asked her, what's going on? And she goes, I don't see this in L.A. Like, people are having a conversation. Nobody's looking at their phone.
Yeah.
Guess what happened last week, guys? You ready for this? A girl who I fuck with on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Hi, how are you? She was sitting at the table next to us. Me and my wife sat there, and I go, Terry, this girl on the table over here on this date, I fuck with her on Facebook. Watch this. And when she went to the bathroom, she came back, I go, and she was like, oh my God, I saw a post that you were in a park with the baby. I didn't know you were in Cliffside. It was fucking amazing.
Dang.
Like, what are the chances?
Clifton?
Cliffside. Cliffside Park is where this place is at. And then I saw somebody, you're going to love this story. Then I saw this girl, Joyce, and I saw her. And I go, what's happening? And she goes, oh my God, how are you? And the guy she was with, like I knew her 30 years ago when she was married, but they break up, and now she's dating a kid named Mikey Moore. That was one of those kids in the neighborhood that you always bumped into at 2 in the morning.
Right.
Like if you bumped into Mikey Moore, you were onto something.
Right.
Mikey Moore had a few bumps. He knew there was a few bumps. He might have a Valium, but he was always solid. Like Mikey Moore is solid. But he had a lot of claim to fame. Like Mikey Moore was one of those guys that people underrated.
Yeah.
And he'd light some motherfuckers up
Really?
from time to time. Like one time we robbed a Chinese restaurant delivery guy. We just took his fucking car, dog. First of all, we called the delivery to the park. Okay? You show up at the park.
How do you say that? Delivered to the park?
Can you fucking believe that?
That's great.
They said deliver it to 8. They deliver it to next to the park. And when the guy came, we fucking bum rushed him. We took the car. But listen to this. Mikey Moore delivered the Chinese food and kept the and came back and gave me a little taste of the vig. You understand me? After he dumped the fucking car, cleaned it off for Prince, the guy got hit in the head with like a bowling pin.
Who the fuck robbed somebody with a bowling pin?
Can you fucking believe
that's
it?
That's gangs.
It was next to this park. This place, this North Bergen is known for all these little parks, like 51st Street Park, and each park had a different personality, a different person represented that park. like 64th Street Field, they were deep
Yeah.
into fucking drugs and booze and fucking AC/DC and
Yeah.
fucking music, and they fought, and, you know, they played football, and they were heads, but they fucking fought. You know, 88th Street had more of a little, that park had a couple dabblings of heroin up there.
Yeah.
And,
A little
you know,
artsy?
No, there was no artsy there, dog. You know, I was telling somebody, my neighborhood stores were the Spick store and the Chink store. The Dragon Grocery was owned by a Chinese Cuban guy, that was the Chink store. And the Cuban place was the Spick store. And that was how artsy that was. There was no art district. It was the Chink neighborhood, the black neighborhood, the fucking Spick neighborhood.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's it, man. And the South is just like that. Black and white. I mean, you know, it's just black and white, though. That's the crazy thing. In our town, it's just black and white. That's what I would love about maybe like New York or New Jersey. Just seemed like you'd have so many types of people around there. That must have been awesome.
So what made you wake up and say Los Angeles? Anybody call you?
Yeah, I had a buddy, actually. I had a buddy who was like, come help me move, right? He lived out in San Francisco. So I was like, all right. I know, he's like, come out and hang out with me one weekend. So I got a plane ticket, came out to meet him, right? When I get there, he's like, I'm moving. And I'm like, what the fuck? Do you know I was coming in this weekend, right? He's like, nah, man, I'm moving down to L.A. And so I just went with him. And then I just stayed for a while, back and forth, and stayed. It gets you, bro. It's kind of like this thing here. I don't think I'll stay forever.
Louisiana?
Oh, I miss it every day, man.
Really? Still, 10 years here. How many times a year you go back?
Yeah, probably 4 times a year.
2 planes to go back?
One plane to go back.
And you drive the 40 miles?
Yeah, and then I drive. Just get a rental car. I got nieces and nephews now. I actually had a niece that was just born like less than 24 hours ago, a little girl. So
congratulations.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Stella Blue, that's her name. So, but yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family. Good to go home. You know, I love going home.
I had you on the show for a reason, Theo Von. I just don't put fucking anybody from the store on the show, anybody like that. I like your work ethic. You know, I think you're a solid guy. When I got to the store, I noticed something. That the older guys were dicks.
Yeah.
They were real dicks. First week at the store, I got into a fist fight.
Did you really?
First week, dog.
This last time back?
No. 1997.
Oh, okay.
I get past February fucking 19th.
Wow, I
and
want to
by
hear this.
February 24th, I'm already in a pushing match / fisticuffs in front of the Comedy Store. What saves me is Mitzi's getting out of her car. And she goes, what's going on, guys? And she sees me, and she sees the other guy on the floor, and she looks at me, and she smiles. So she knew what time it was. My first week as a regular here. I don't fuck around, all right? So I thought about you today, and I thought about why I was having you on. And I look at a lot of the guys at the Comedy Store, I give the utmost respect. Because for me to be a better comic, I have to be a better gentleman to you young guys. What's going to make me a great fucking comic is the love I give to you young guys. Not what I can pass on. I can't pass on nothing to you but addiction and chlamydia and a bad fucking fungi toe. What you can learn from me is what I didn't do and what didn't do, but the love I give you guys is the better I get as a comedian. And I know this because those guys that used to fucking hate on me, boom, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even think Facebook's lets them on.
Right. They're gone.
You know, they're gone. And they were miserable at the end. They sat there and they sneered instead of sitting there and being supportive and giving that young guy a hug. I don't go on stage. I go on stage to do my motherfucking act, Theo Von.
Right.
And when I see you back there, you have my utmost respect because you could have canceled or faked an injury or done whatever. And you go back there and you fucking go up there and go give it for Joey and you fucking bang it out. I've watched you.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't watch it.
Yeah.
So I want you to understand where I'm fucking coming from. Dog, I got into a beef. I remember one time, Theo Von, what the fuck would you do if I said, come into the stage, there's nothing good to say about this guy, Theo Von. What would you do to me on stage? You know, I didn't do anything, Lee. I think I didn't want to go at that realm, even at that youth and comedy, even as crazy and coked up a fucking Indian as I was, something at that moment. But till this day, I hate that guy, and I don't see him ever again.
Damn.
I won't see
him. It was
him
another
ever
store
again.
comic?
Another store comic.
Yeah.
Like those older guys, I was there the night when this older comic went at Joe Rogan on the main room. He brought Joe up and he insulted Joe, and Joe said something to him. and they had to stop the show. They were going to duke it out in the fucking main room.
Over what?
Over
the intro the guy gave.
It was, listen, man, the guy moved to town, and a year later, he's making 30 grand, Lee. You're here 20 fucking years, still getting a 1240 spot in the main room once a month.
Yeah.
What are you going to fucking feel like? And all of a sudden, this young kid comes that's dirty, and he's on an NBC show. Meanwhile, they've been telling you to fucking work clean, get a trumpet, and, you know, and all of a sudden, this young kid comes along, and I learned from, instead of hating on the young guys, I learned from you fucking guys. You guys keep me current. I sit there sometimes and fucking, and I'm talking about not Sebastian. Sebastian's established. Bill Burr's established. I'm talking about you and Santini's and the fucking other guys. And these are all young guys. Those people after midnight. I've been there.
Yeah.
I fucking been there where it's 12 fucking 45. And everybody went over. Now it's 1:10.
Yeah.
And you got a 10:15 at ABC.
Yeah.
You follow me? And
Yeah.
there you are going, fuck. But you stay. So the only way to me to become better is to be, listen, if I want to be a mentor, I go back to prison.
Right.
And help momos get their GEDs, okay? I can't mentor nobody. I'm not here to mentor nobody. I'm not going to lie to you. Sit here and give you notes. Who the fuck am I to give you fucking notes? These comics, who the fuck am I to give you notes? All I can do is hug you and go, you're a bad motherfucker. Keep fucking these motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
That's all you could do. And I think you become, I learned this the last 2 years at the store.
Really?
Because I've become a better comic. Because I'm sitting there, I went to the, I would go out and see these young comics, and they would inspire me.
Yeah.
When you're getting older, you see these young guys, and you're like, God damn, I got to pick my motherfucking game up.
That's a good attitude, man.
You got to go back to training camp. These young motherfuckers ain't fucking around. And then I backtrack, I go home and smoke a joint, and I go, I remember when Joey Diaz used to dot his T's, whatever, dot his I's, and you know what I'm saying, and top his T's.
Dude, man, that's that's fucking just I mean, I don't even know, man. That's nuts.
So always remember, I
don't know what to say. I mean,
that store is our fucking home.
If you could go back in time, though, Joey, sorry to interrupt you. If you could go back in time, do you think, were you the same way a long time ago, or you say you just feel like you learned this really now? Like, do you feel like you were always like that? Because sometimes I feel like it's hard to get the negative shit out of your head in this town, you know?
I had nothing going on.
Yeah.
Why would somebody hate on me?
Right.
I wasn't good looking. I was long in the tooth. I had no agent. I had nothing going on. The only person who gave me any fucking love was Mitzi Shore.
Yeah.
That was it. And these old guys would sit there. They'd get there at 5 after 9. Theo, even if they didn't have a spot, they'd sit there and they'd sign up for that fucking list. And they'd lurk all night.
Wow.
And when you pulled up, you could see, like, all 6 of them go, fuck. You know, like they would beg for you not to show up so they could do their 15 minutes and get their glory for those 15 minutes. They would sell their soul. They would wish a heart attack on you so they could get up and do your 50. You know, it was just a horrible feeling. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had surgery. One of the reasons I stopped going to the store was I had a fat ball in my neck. And it kept getting bigger. Every time I got excited, it was the funniest thing. It would come out of here, and it would just throb out of my fucking neck. It was a fat ball. And I finally got the balls, and I went down, and it wasn't cancer. It was it was just a fat ball.
Thing of fat.
And the doctor had to slice my neck and stick his hand down there and take this fat ball out. And he showed it to me in a jar.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget what the first thing I thought when I looked at that fat ball. I thought about all the people that came up to me at the store. I don't know why, man. Right there in that operating table, when I'm coming out of my anesthesia, I'm talking to my wife, and he comes over. He goes, you want to see the fat ball we took out? And when he showed it to me, first thing I thought about was all the people at the store that shake your hand.
Yeah.
And you turn around like, fuck him. You know, I thought about all those people. Hey, congratulations on Spider-Man 2. Fucking cokehead.
Right.
And you feel it. You know who's not on your team.
Yeah.
And you go home, and 20 years ago, I would come down off my coke and actually go to their house and knock on their door and say, what the fuck was your problem last night? But as I got older, I thought about, why would they act that way? I can't lie to you. When I got here, guys, I was jealous of people from 97 to like 98 and a half. Then I figured it out. if I stopped being jealous, I could take that energy and do something good with it.
Yeah.
You were jealous of what they got?
That energy. It's basically adjusting that energy.
It's not a jealousy of a specific human being. It was a jealousy of Theo, how the fuck did you get innovative? I was in the belly room one night at 11:30, and the fucking guy came up to me. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. I'm here all the fucking time, and nobody says boo to me. You're here at the fucking belly room on a Sunday, and innovative said fucking hello to you. That's what you're fucking trying to tell me. How did you get real stained gray? Oh, yeah. I was in the main room on a Tuesday night. I did a spot during the Black Show. What are you talking about? Yeah. And here I am all the time. So it's that type of jealousy.
Okay.
How he had an agent and I didn't. Meanwhile, I was getting spots at the Improv, the store, and the Laugh Factory.
Wow.
3 months in, I was already on the board.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I knew Gilbert Esquivel, so he put me up Mondays at the Laugh Factory. The Improv liked me, and I was a regular at the store.
Wow.
But that's all I had going on.
Right.
So I couldn't figure out the hostility of these older comics. And it was like you dealt with 3 or 4 of them from Tuesday to Thursday. Then on the weekends, they disappear and do whatever fucking shit they did. And then you dealt with another handful of them. And Charlie Hill was a good guy. Alan Stevens was a great... Alan Stevens got me on fucking Arliss opposite James Coburn.
Damn.
He saw me at the store. He's like, "Dog, I got a role for you. It's coming up. Trust me." And all of a sudden, they called me. They gave me the fucking role. Charlie Hill was an Indian guy. I'll never forget him pulling me aside and going, "Listen, you gave me belly laughs. Keep doing what you're doing."
Right.
Don't get me wrong. There was 2 or 3 of them that were gentlemen, but there was 10 of them that were just there to watch you fucking fail, so they could talk about you. So that's why I give you guys all the respect. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you, man. No, I appreciate that,
and
man.
Someday when you get older, and young guys will be there.
I'll do that.
You're gonna go, "You know what, man? I'm gonna give these young guys the respect because I know what they go through in daily life."
Yeah.
You got a bunch of no's, man.
Yeah.
So sometimes an older guy comes up to you and says, "Dog, that ain't about dick."
Yeah.
Get up tomorrow morning like you got the lottery ticket in your pocket. Watch what happens, bitch.
I remember where I heard it, man.
Bam! Fuck these motherfuckers. What up, Lee? Lee, San Diego, the 17th is already sold out.
That's awesome.
So we're thinking of adding a second show. You're going to be up in the mountains giving Mama the high hard one. Up in fucking Utah, up there, giving Mama the Maminka juice, huh? What dates you got coming up, my brother?
I got coming up. I got Pittsburgh. I got Boston the 17th and 18th of this month.
Okay.
December. Sorry, I'm a little high.
Laugh Boston.
I got Laugh Boston.
That's a great club.
Yeah, Laugh Boston the 18th and 19th. Actually, I think it is.
Don't forget to go to
Legal Seafood
and tell them Lee sent you. Get 10% off.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh,
it's a great.
Yeah, done. I've heard of it.
I worked there for 2 years.
And
I got I got Pittsburgh January 6th through 8th, I think it is.
And you got a Netflix special.
Yeah, 8th through 11th, 6th through 10th in Pittsburgh, something like that.
Which I'm proud of you because you got to shoot in your
At the
home
Improv.
state.
Thanks, yeah. Then I got the Netflix special.
Representing like a motherfucker.
New Orleans, baby, holding down the South. Trying to, man. It was awesome, man. I never felt so much love and support from my hometown and all the people I grew up with. That just came out to fucking. It just like blew my mind, man. Like it was like kind of like validated like all the fucking negative thoughts you have when you're a kid. It's like, oh man, maybe these people like thought I was an okay person. I don't know.
How old were you the first time you left Covington to go to New Orleans as an adventure by yourself without the parents to get your dick sucked?
Oh, 15.
Did you get your dick sucked?
Yeah. I got my dick sucked. Wasn't great, but lightly sucked pretty much by this girl.
When you were 15, you were already a man.
No. I was just.
But you
I was getting out there.
You were getting. But I'm talking. What was your mentality like? Having an older dad,
Oh, I knew. I was very aware.
Okay.
Very aware.
And you were more aware than the kids your age. You just didn't say nothing because you got to say why you knew these things.
Yeah, and then you seem weird. I feel like if you try to like explain yourself.
And you've always felt a little out of. That's the way I've always felt.
Yeah, I've always felt a little. I've always felt pretty strange.
And as you get older, you talk about it, but you still twitch. It's like I couldn't tell these stories 15 years ago.
Yeah.
I tell now. There's no fucking way.
Well, dude, watching guys like you just fucking inspires like guys like me so much, man. Because it's like you just say whatever. Like I'll literally after seeing one of your sets, I'm like, how does he? To get to that spot in your life where you can just be so open about shit, it's unreal, man. It's cool. It's inspiring. So thanks, man. Thanks for what you do.
I don't understand. You work hard. You come out here. You develop. And all of a sudden, you get some guy that goes, Theo, I really like your Southern style. But I really like for you to do a more family show that I could pitch.
Yeah.
And then you go to Lee on the side and go, hey, Lee, man, you're a pretty good writer. Hook me up in the afternoons. and let's write together.
Yeah.
And you write this act that isn't you.
Yeah.
And
oh, it'd be tough, man.
Do you understand? What I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
couldn't
say
even
to you?
imagine.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So, I when I got here, I was so desperate. There was times I didn't have a voice.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to anybody.
Oh, yeah.
Every comedian goes through that.
Right.
Where
Oh, that's
you
good to
come
hear.
here and they confuse you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you thought you had the goods, but now you start hearing things, and it's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda Rousey's not in hell because she got knocked out.
Right.
Ronda Rousey doesn't know where the drawing board, where to start.
Right.
So it's the same thing for comics. Like you don't know, you get the wind knocked out of you. It's. I don't even know what the fuck I was talking
It happens,
about.
man. It's intense. No worries. I've texted this person I was going to meet at 9 right now, and just let them know that I'm fucking.
Let me do the
late.
fucking sponsors here, and we'll get you the fuck out of here.
No, I don't mean that. I don't want to go. I'm just saying.
No. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get the fuck out of here anyway. We're going to a jiu-jitsu party. Joey, he's gonna do a couple backflips like Circus du Soleil.
Oh, I'll watch that shit, dude.
no.
I'll watch that shit. The only other thing I got is I have my Netflix special coming out at the end of February, so check it out. It's called No Offense. And thanks for the love, man. Thanks for having me on too.
Hey, man, you know I love you to death. Like I said, I love all these young guys. I like watching you. And
All
I
my
go
friends
home
love you, man.
And I
so.
go home at night and I think about it. I go, wow, you know, it's nice I could talk to all those younger guys. It's nice that they don't treat me like I'm lurking. That's why I go to the store. I
Yeah.
do my sabbat and I leave.
Oh, dude, you have the maximum respect.
Because I don't want to be like the old guy. Look at fucking Joey Diaz smoking pot with young kids. He should be ashamed of
It's
himself.
dope,
I am
though. It's
fucking
you.
ashamed of myself.
It's you,
You know,
man.
I shouldn't. I'm like a grandpa. I should be at home fucking mending a sweater and rubbing Lee's feet in the future.
You gonna be rubbing my feet?
Whatever. If I was your grandpa, you know me. I'm a dirty grandpa. Anyway, let's talk about fucking underwear, all right? It needs to be comfy, snug in all the right places. It needs to look good and feel good. I mean, that's the, you know, you just don't want to wear underwear that's comfy. You want the world's most comfortable underwear, and that's MeUndies, plain and fucking simple, okay? I love MeUndies. You know why? Because it's got modal. Every pair of MeUndies is made of micro modal fabric, which doesn't sound sexy right now. But once you feel your MeUndies, you'll never go back to wearing regular underwear ever again. When I go to jiu-jitsu, I go to a gym now, that's all I wear is
MeUndied up.
Yeah, because I don't want my nutsack to pop out.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that old man syndrome.
Respect.
With MeUndies, it keeps them tight, warm. It pulls the sweat away from your skin, your moisture. I've been in a position one time when I had the knee surgery. I had the same underwear on for like 18 hours.
Oh, that's a good feeling.
That night I went to take my underwear off. I thought my nutsack was going to smell and be moist. It was fresh. That's when I got sold on MeUndies, when I had the fucking surgery. So let me tell you something. With MeUndies, you'll feel more comfortable than ever before. Plus that, MeUndies has a ton of different colors to choose from. It's the only place you're going to find the same styles for him and for her, and they got a new signature design every month. They also just launched a new boxer line. It's like wearing nothing at all, only better. And with the holidays around the corner, MeUndies makes a perfect gift. I think it's a little too late right now, but you know what? Fuck it. Give it to them a little late before New Year's. You know you never see the motherfuckers on the 25th anyway.
Agreed.
All right, so do me a favor. These are not your parents' stocking stuffers, but who cares? Get them a pair anyway. Your dad needs some action. Everybody needs MeUndies. I don't care how old you are. Everybody needs a pair of MeUndies.
I want some.
So go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey, and you're going to get 20% off your first order, plus all orders in the U.S. and Canada. Tell them, Lee, they ship for free.
Always.
MeUndies even has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep them, and you get the full refund. Bam!
Wow.
Plus the tax. That means you have nothing to lose, okay? What's today's date?
December 10th.
Boom! So if you order MeUndies before December 13th, your MeUndies will arrive on time for Christmas. Plain and fucking simple. That means you got till... Bam! Sunday to order MeUndies. Go to MeUndies right now and get 20% off your first order on the world's most comfortable fucking underwear, head to head with any other pair of underwears. Go to MeUndies.com /Joey right now. That's MeUndies.com /Joey. Right now, I got the fucking leopard one with the sabotage. What's that? With the swirl. I love those. Are my favorite ones. The black ones are a little too tight. Then they sent me these long pants. I cut those into underwear. That's the best
beautiful.
investment I ever made.
We've done that.
I took it to the Armenian fucking sewer. She sewed them down. They're like loose boxes. You have no idea how comfortable MeUndies is. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get /Joey and get 20% off your first order. and free shipping in U.S. and Canada. Lee, what is going on with you tonight?
I had a cough drop, but it got like super strong. I don't know if it's because I'm high. It might
Cough
be.
drop.
Yeah.
Is your mom gonna be fucking pissed, bro?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm praying to God she's asleep.
Here, smoke this.
You have to. You got to periscope that, dude.
Yeah, periscope your mom coming in, her yelling at you, looking at your eyeballs. Where are your eyeballs, Lee? You know why your eyeballs? But stop and get some Visine. So you don't look so fucking obvious, cocksucker. Anyway, my favorite people in the world, especially now over the holidays, let me tell you something. There's no better gift than the gift of Onnit. Onnit's got, listen, Alpha Brain, 100% money back guaranteed. Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, Hemp Force Protein, kettlebells, weights, weighted vest, I mean, listen, I can't sit here and tell you all the great products they got. Do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now and press in.
Church.
Boom, and get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm a hemp protein cocoa type of dude, and I also like the Shroom Tech Sport before I go to jiu-jitsu. I'm still out of shape, and I'm still a fat fuck, but at least I go. I want to congratulate my brother Lee for taking third place in the fucking John Jock Christmas tournament. While we're talking about Onnit, he didn't take Shroom Tech. If not, he would have taken first place. Anyway, back to motherfucking... all right, here we go. You ever looking for you ever go to a magazine, you're looking for a particular article? It's a pain in the ass to find. But guess what? Texture will carry your favorite magazine. Let's get into something about magazines here. Texture is the app that gives you an all-access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. Browse through hundreds of magazines and cherry-pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content. With full access to top magazines across just every interest, Texture is the one present to open again and again. Do me a favor. Texture is offering my listeners a free trial right now. When you go to texture.com/Joey, even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues, from Hot Rod, Diabetic Living, Entertainment Weekly.
Diabetic Weekly. You making a lot of sugar-free donuts?
We got to start that one again, Lee, all right? Disregard that past that. Listen, for all you magazine readers, let me tell you what I got for you guys for the holidays, all right? 2 words, 1 word, texture.com, all right? Texture.com will get, listen, all I know is magazines are a pain in the ass. You ever go to People magazine and it says it got a story in there and you got to go through the pages, 80, Texture cuts that in half. Texture is the app that gives you all access pass to the world's best magazines right on your phone or tablet. You get to browse hundreds of magazines and cherry pick the articles that interest you the most. The Texture editorial team recommends stories for you daily, plus their curated collections let you dive deeper into the topics that interest you. Sign up for Texture right now, and in mere seconds, you're going to gain insider access to the very best reads plus exclusive content. With the full access to the top magazines, just about every interest. Texture is the one present that they'll open again and again. Let me tell you the magazines you got on Texture, all right? You got Bloomberg Markets, Bloomberg Business Week, Money Sense, Runner's World, Rolling Stone, 17, Siempre Mujer. You got Vanity Fair, Woman's Day, The New Yorker, Today's Parents, Surfer, Teen Vogue, The Hollywood Reporter. I could go on for an hour, all the magazines they got. The best thing is, Texture's offering my listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Even better, give Texture as a gift between now and December 31st. Think about it. You'll gain unrestricted access to the world's best magazines, from back issues to the one on newsstands today. Order this fantastic gift for your loved one before December 31st. Try Texture for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Listen, man, you're going to fly. You want to read certain magazines, you download them before you go on the flight. You pop open your tablet, and there's your fucking articles that you want to read.
Everything
right now.
you want to read.
Everything you read right in front of you. Plus, it gets deeper. It goes to certain articles, other articles that might interest you. But listen, do me a favor. The only way you're going to know for sure is go to texture.com.
You just got an order. Yay!
Prime becoming the official drink of the UFC.
Yo, shouts to Logan and KSI, son.
Big moves.
Big.
That's really impressive.
It's insane.
And they're the official drink of Arsenal.
Yeah.
I gotta ask him how they did that shit. I wonder if it's like, hey, we want to sponsor you, or is it, hey, why don't you guys get equity in this, and now we together own this massive drink brand.
Right. Yeah. And could we do that with, our opiates brand?
That's a great idea, bro.
Painkillers for UFC and NFL?
Yeah.
The NFL in there?
Or a Flagrant Titties brand. Yeah, we could also do
Flagrant
that.
Cities.
Yeah. Whatever philanthropy we come up with, we can also license it out.
This is a good point.
Yeah. But it is amazing. Just like the fact that people in the content world and like creators and like, I don't like to say YouTubers because it feels reductive, but now it's actually like a legit term that like Mr. Beast is YouTuber.
I
is also
love it.
a billionaire. Yeah. But the fact that YouTubers can create a drink that then becomes one of the widest distributed sports drinks in the world, to me is like, that's
crazy. I can't even say that's the future. That's the now.
That's the encouragement. I'm like, that's the encouragement to any creator that's like, oh wow, there's this creation stuff can actually go beyond.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Is the Jake Paul Dana White beef officially over? Is this the official end of it?
No.
Because Jake don't even like KSI.
Yeah. Jake,
Why is he gonna start liking Dana?
That's true.
Whoever Logan likes, Jake does not like.
I just think
that's the trend.
all of them are in entertainment and understand how entertainment works, and despite the fact that they might absolutely hate each other, they know that on a certain level is good for business. So they're not going to move away from business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This has to be disastrous. This isn't a small amount of money.
I've heard interesting things about Rumble. Do you know anything about their business model?
I know a lot about it. Yeah, actually, we're working directly with them right now.
They're trying to be a competitor to, I think, Amazon.
It's interesting that the demographic of Twitch is changing, but not actually growing.
Is it not at all?
No, actually, Twitch in November 2022, just pretty recently, the Twitch executive that told me this, okay, it was like pretty high level, said like that was the worst decision we have ever made as a company.
To be fair to Rogan, I think Rogan has chilled out quite a bit.
Why?
I don't even know what I said.
I don't even know what you just said.
What's your take on the whole Twitter stuff at this point?
What about it? What, like my account or Elon Musk? Or?
No. Yeah, like Elon Musk, the whole direction, everything else like that. How are you feeling these days?
I don't know. It all just seemed like really disastrous. It might recover just because it's already like positioned so well and it's kind of irreplaceable in certain things. And if Elon Musk can shut the fuck up, it could be okay. But like, it could have been so much better. But he's actually just like such a partisan hack, like bad business guy. At least when it comes to tech stuff. Would you consider Tesla tech? Pure software? It just seems like he's just clueless. Like if he would have just come back to Twitter, like shut the up, like, unbanned a bunch of people, and then try to launch some new features, I think it would have been a pretty successful takeover. But now he's like, done so much weird shit. Go ahead.
I feel like he's really, with some of the people he's unbanned and like some of the moves he's made, I feel like his plan has to be we're no longer going to be an advertiser-focused business. Because I can't imagine a lot of advertisers. You know, the funny part is, too, you'll see him saying things like, I just want to thank all the advertisers for returning to Twitter. And then I go and I browse on my app, because the Twitter app, because it's the only place I still get ads from Twitter, because ad block, obviously. And the only ads I see are the most like it's conspiracy shit. I think I have a photo of it somewhere.
On Twitter now?
Yeah, on Twitter. It wasn't like I was getting so it was promoted accounts were the ads I was getting, right? And the tweets that were being promoted were like skeptic shit, right? Like vaccines aren't good and stuff. But that was all I was getting. Those are the only ads. There was no Johnson & Johnson. There's no cereals being advertised to me or, anything remotely, no HBO ads or anything. I think, and again, I have no idea because it's not a public company anymore. Like, I genuinely feel like I don't think there's any advertisers left on Twitter.
I feel like they'll come back, but
this has to be disastrous. This isn't a small amount of money. And granted, Elon can float it probably indefinitely, but it's not a good look.
Well, I don't think he can float it indefinitely at all. I don't know what you mean by that. It's insanely expensive. The interest he's paying on those loans.
I mean, he's worth like 100 billion, 200 billion?
Well, after Tesla's stock crashed, I don't know what he's worth anymore. Didn't he lose like $100 billion of net worth in 2 weeks?
Yeah. I mean, so still though, I'm saying
he can't afford to around with Twitter for a long time. I don't think he can
What
afford that.
what are the payments that he has for Twitter?
I'm trying to remember. They were absurdly high.
Someone said advertisers.
Yeah.
I have all the. I've done 2 videos about this, so I've got quite a bit of data on this.
People are saying it's about $1 billion in interest per year.
So it depends on interest rates, right?
Mhm.
Because interest rates are going up a lot. So half of the debt, I have to pull the data, but half of the debt is owed to banks, and half of the debt is owed to like VCs, which matters less because he can negotiate with them.
Mhm.
But the banks, it's much harder.
Is the bank debt, is that going to vary?
It's going to vary based on interest rates since they're variable loans. Yep.
Is that normal? Do people really take variable loans on that high of a dollar amount, or?
Yeah, sure.
Well, this might. So when you do a line of credit, that's going to be based on something like, the Wall Street Journal, or sorry, the prime rate, right? That'll be based on that, which could float from month to month. But I think when you take a static amount, like he borrowed whatever 20 billion or something like that, I'm pretty sure that's usually set at a amortization schedule. So he's going to have like 5 years at 6% or something.
That would have been my assumption, yeah.
So 20 billion is in debt, total 6 in cash, 5 billion revenue, 13 billion is from the banks, 5.2 is from private equity, mostly funded by Larry Ellison, and then Elon himself is in for 26 billion, which equates for the original 9.6% of the company. So the 13 billion to banks is what you have to worry about, because that's going to be the stuff that he's got to pay a lot of interest on. I doubt that like the private equity is going to ask for that much. Especially on such a low amount, 5.2, right, relative to.
I wonder, he could actually just not care. I know it sounds kind of silly, but like $1 billion a year to Elon, I feel like maybe it just doesn't matter.
I don't think it's $1 billion. It's not like he has it in his account. The problem is that he has to start like liquidating shares of like other companies. And
I know
influences
that.
the,
right?
No, hold on, stop. I don't just mean like, oh, he's got like. I mean like, I think it impacts those companies, doesn't it? Like when Elon starts selling off like massive amounts of Tesla to cover his positions on Twitter. I don't know if it's enough to change his leadership structure, but I think it can influence the Tesla stock. And there's a bunch of like bad knock-on effects too, right? Like technically, Elon Musk is not really worth. Or he could never get $180 billion because if he were to try to sell all of his stock of something, that would be like a fucking fire sale. That shit would tank so hard, right? So yeah, I don't know how much him dumping those assets influences the price of those assets at the same time, if that's like a thing that he has to consider or not.
So here's the part where I say I'm actually really positive on Twitter. It's one of the reasons I showed up, because I think that one of the things we have to remember is that the burn rate for Twitter is literally like dropping every single day. So Elon is basically committed to running that company on 200 people. And there was all this doom and gloom of people who are like, Twitter's going to have, we haven't seen a single outage. And literally Elon let go, I think 2,000 people or more. So like half the company is gone. The site's running fine. And I think that his goal is to get the OpEx of the company down to a manageable rate. And a lot of other tech companies now have taken that and said, well, oh shit, like we can do that too. I think he sort of set an example that kind of caused a lot of layoffs in the tech industry.
I feel like the tech
Amazon.
tech stocks have been sliding for like I think over a year now, pretty fucking hardcore, right? Because I know that a bunch of people have done layoffs now. Was that really led by Twitter, or was that
what I'm saying is that Elon is proving a use case for the fact that like a lot of these firms are way overstaffed, and Twitter didn't need 4,500 to 5,000 people running the company.
Maybe, yeah. I guess I just don't know what all their jobs were.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Loser.
Sorry.
Love you. Because it's probably harder to make an argument that your company is overstaffed, like Amazon or Facebook, whatever, when you're like growing, like 20 to 50% year over year. But when the markets start to slide a lot, then I think you take a second look at your labor, and now you're getting a lot more critical of what exactly do you do here,
Yeah, I guess that's kind of where these companies had to end up due to the recession, but there was years and years of that going on at almost every major company in the Valley, that whether it be Meta, whether it be Google, Amazon, where there were just jobs that just didn't do anything, right? That didn't really contribute. And I guess it's because like in these really good times in the economy, you can just what's the phrase for a company that's like earnings per employee, I guess? Basically, like you've got a SaaS product or a software company and the multiples on the revenue that is generated from like ad products and all that shit is so much that you can just employ so many people because your actual operating expenses are so low.
Yeah. Like if you are a company like Steam and you wanted to hire like a bunch of people or whatever, like you're making so much money. It's not, at the end of the day, it's not making a big dent. But once your margins start to get a little bit closer and the markets are getting a little bit bearish, then maybe you change your philosophy on hiring or something, right?
Yeah, and I also want to talk about the ad situation on Twitter. It's something I'm really close to. So a lot of people have said that a lot of ads got pulled, and initially that was because so in the ad world and this is relevant for people that are like on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever too. There's basically like 4 major ad agencies that basically are all in New York, and they kind of control what most people with ads do, like in terms of media buy. And one of the big ones is called IPG Media Brand.
Okay. Basically
said, okay, we're suspending every ad on Twitter, like as Elon is acquiring the company. And then a lot of agencies, including us, followed that and paused our ads on Twitter and kind of just trying to see what's going to happen, because the advertisers are like markets. We don't like uncertainty. So.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured initially. A lot got pulled, but I feel like Twitter is pretty indispensable. And as long as Elon can shut the fuck up and chill on his shit, I think most of the advertisers will come back because the user base is still there, right? And
exactly.
Yeah, there's no way you don't have a user base of 300, 400 million users. You don't have that many people there with nobody advertising. Somebody's going to want to get their toes in that audience. And if nobody's buying ads, then those are ads at a sale. That's a premium fucking buy right there, right?
And that's what happened is that since in the last 2 months, spend on Twitter has gone up 17% against Google, and Facebook spending has gone down 8%. Google's gone down 3.4%, and we think that's because of that reason. Is the engagement on Twitter is an all-time high, and also like Dan was saying, he's seen a lot of dog shit ads, but those are ads that previously didn't have a category, like they didn't have a carousel on Twitter before. So like you might see like a lot of mobile game ads; those are just being bought at lower CPMs, but there's more of them. So this is another strategy that Twitch is doing now. Is that when Twitch released revenue share, you know how they changed it from flat rate to revenue share for streamers? They did that so that they can sell ads below that flat rate threshold. So that's why there's a lot more dog shit ads on Twitch as well. It's the same principle. It's just like, okay, we can make money by selling a few high quality ads, whatever high quality ad is, or we can make money off of selling a ton of dog shit ads, and they're basically both going that direction. And it's fine. I actually think, I don't think that Twitter should have many problems being profitable in the next 2 or 3 years, as long as the engagement stays up. And Elon doesn't do something like psycho. He doesn't just go off the rails as a full alt-right crazy person, right?
Yeah, he just needs to chill and not
which is a big if, I guess. So yeah, I've made a couple of videos about this, and people get mad because I think there was this huge rhetoric going on that Twitter is going to shut down, everybody's moving to Mastodon, and then they haven't really looked into these sites and figured out that these are totally not viable Twitter competitors, right?
Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, software-wise, I think they could be, but they just don't have the user base, right?
No. Something like Mastodon is a collection of private servers with admins who have total control over each one of those servers. Meaning, they can read your DMs, they can change things about your account. There's absolutely no way that Mastodon is ever a competitor.
Yeah, but there was a central Mastodon server, right? And I think you could set up instances with more protections if you wanted to. No.
Yes, but it's always going to be a matter of trust at the people at the top instead of a corporate entity. Not to say that Twitter isn't guilty of that too, but we tend to trust these. This is the same problem I had with DAOs, where whenever you try to build a decentralized organization and you have these kind of random people at the top that that still need to be there to run everything, you still have those instances of corruption without the accountability that you have in traditional corporate hierarchies. And so as a result, it's harder to trust organizations that are built on those principles.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So I think in the same exact way, if you can imagine every Mastodon server is kind of a mini DAO, it's kind of a group, it's a collection of admins that are sort of, and they could say we're committed towards trust and these sort of things, but it's like the crypto world, right?
Yeah, where people are discovering.
Yeah.
In the crypto world, there's a lot of issues going on that we thought could never happen because it's decentralized. But in reality, crypto is highly centralized. There's 2 things that need to fall where if these things Coinbase, if Coinbase fell and then there was one of the huge exchanges, if those 2 things got knocked out, Bitcoin is losing 90% of its value like that night, you know?
Yeah, and the hilarious thing is that Coinbase, like the only security in crypto is from centralized concepts. Like the Coinbase is only considered a trustworthy company because it's SEC regulated and because it has to get it's a public company, so it has to have all of its shit on the books. Like that's all like against the concept of
because I thought it was just supposed to be on the public ledger and that was supposed to be enough, you know?
And everybody was supposed to be able to just like check all of the and then it turns out that just nobody checks that shit, and so like people like SPF just go crazy. But yeah, so by the exact same concept, like so like I don't think there's like, and then the other problem too, like okay, so if you take out like Mastodon, then there's like your Rumbles and your Parlors and stuff like that, and those are the ones that like have zero moderation, and that's actually like an advertiser nightmare. That's
I've heard.
I think it's really hard.
I've heard interesting things about Rumble. Do you know anything about their business model?
I know a lot about it. Yeah, actually, we're working directly with them right now.
They're trying to be a competitor to, I think, Amazon, right? Like, don't they do a lot of server hosting? It's like a big part of their business.
I don't think I actually don't know. I only know what they're trying to do on their social media side, which is like they're trying to like bring in influencers and have sort of an all-encompassing platform. Like that is where the influencer lives to be able to accomplish everything. So there's like video hosting. So yeah, there's a lot. There seems to be like a kind of lot of that. And maybe that's related to like, it seems like kind of crazy to compete with AWS, right?
Because I thought that they were only that. And there was some article that I read where the backbone of Rumble is that they do server hosting, that they host things for people. You can pay for like instances and shit like you would with AWS essentially. And that I think I'd read that like, because one of the big problems that a lot of like video hosting content people run into is like building out like good infrastructure, being able to reliably serve data. But if they start as like a data company and they can do all of that on the back end, that they can do their video hosting, everything on the front, but they've already got that like big part taken care of. I don't know if that was true or not. That was just one article I read. That until I read that, I didn't even know they did like hosting related stuff. But
yeah, I didn't even know that either. I've talked to a bunch of the guys there because we're talking about doing influencer activations, and like I have never even saw that aspect of their business. That's because it's the first I've heard of it. It's crazy.
Gotcha. Hey, if people are looking for deals and you want to sell me as a non-exclusive person, you can get a cut of that if you give me a deal. Just letting you know.
Are you looking for like multi-streaming platform deals? Because that's actually a thing we're working on.
I'm looking on doing a multi-stream. I'm talking to Train right now about maybe doing his thing, and then but Rumble would be nice, and then there's like Facebook and TikTok that I'd think about. But I want to duo stream, maybe trio stream, but definitely duo stream. But obviously, if I get a deal from somebody, I'm more likely to go in that direction. So,
would you consider exclusivity to another platform for the right price?
Big. That would, I need like $4 to $5 million for 2 years just to like get my foot in the door for that, because that's a huge like. Me like my streaming career might be done doing that. So if somebody wants to pay really big bucks for it, maybe, but most likely I'm looking for some sort of like duo streaming kind of thing.
So by exclusive, I mean you could stream to DGG still, but you would have like you wouldn't have a primary platform like YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
The primary platform would be the other one. So that's still 4 to 5.
Probably, I think so. Yeah, because it's just the thing is that like where I'm at in my life, I'm not really thinking about like money. I'm thinking about like opportunities, and like when something blows up big, like streaming on YouTube. Like I think on that Mizkif drama, did I have like 60,000 views? Like that shit like blew up like really big. And like for election night, and for like election night, like when things like that happen, I want to be able to capitalize on the like audience that's there for that. And if I'm on like another platform, I just like lose that. And I don't know if like $1 million is like worth like losing all of that access, basically, you know.
What drama was that you had 60,000 live viewers? That's actually crazy.
You must have seen this. This was the Mizkif cancellation.
I'm like trying to get out of that.
Oh,
to be honest with you, a little bit. But he was this the sexual harassment thing?
Yeah, it was the Adriana Lee crazy slick. It was all that.
Yeah,
shit.
That was 60K. Damn.
Yeah, well, because for some reason nobody could cover it on Twitch because they were all like friends with each other, and I don't think anybody wanted to say anything. So I was like the only person that like could actually talk about it without like hurting a friend's feelings or something. So yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how you could do that. You can sort of cover everything because like people sort of expect that, but you don't like burn those bridges. Whereas now everybody is so afraid of burning bridges with like drama that they don't like there's a lot of like things that are happening, particularly around I guess OTK and stuff that like people just don't talk about now.
Yeah. Did you see Bruce get terminated? Hell yeah.
I think he got terminated.
He might be gone from Twitch forever. I'm not sure.
Yeah. He has there's a permanent ban flag on his account.
Yeah, right now there is.
Ban.
Yeah. An indefinite one, but
because he streamed on an alt, right?
Well, initially it was because he said some shit on his alt that was blatantly racist. Okay, stand up for my fellow whites. And then he went onto his main account and he streamed after he got banned on his alt. And I don't remember if he was talking shit on his main about or not, but I think he was basically saying that, like, yeah, f them, if they ban me, like, I don't give a f, like, I'll go somewhere else, blah, blah, blah. Like, I said what I said. But, you know, kind of doing all the classic things you shouldn't do when you get banned, showing no more remorse, doubling down his initial take. And, yeah, fuck.
Twitch loves that kind of stuff. When somebody ban evades or, like, and then literally says, I remember there was a girl streamer who was getting really popular. She was competing with Amaranth. I can't remember her name. And she did the same thing, like, f me, f you guys, Twitch, like, go ahead and ban me if you can. You can't even, like, I'll just do my sexual content. And she's gone to this day. Indie Fox, that one. Yeah, she's gone to this day.
The legendary Coomer Wars.
Yeah, remember that?
I
Like
do, yeah.
And then like Twitch has something like when they get tried like that, man.
Well, no, it's the same. I feel it on a personal level. I could see the most reasonable post in the world on my subreddit, but as soon as some other starts typing shit like, he's probably gonna ban me for this. You're right. See ya. Like I instantly, though, I don't care how reasonable the post is. I don't care. My mom writes on my subreddit. She's getting that ass banned.
So Bruce is not this is actually kind of crazy because that was probably the most high-profile ban in a long time. I'm actually looking at his stats.
Yeah.
This guy was floating like 25, 30
Oh yeah.
years.
Oh yeah, he was.
So I guess
he
had some kind of like mental, just probably maybe a lot of stress or something because like that seems like a lot to give up.
Oh no, it's a whole thing, Devin. Okay.
Oh.
But basically, black people on the internet are like having a not a resurgence. There's a word I'm looking for, but like with Kai CNET and Speed and Bruce, there's like black and some of the red pill stuff. Black communities on the internet are starting to get really, really, really big, which is cool, which is awesome. But black communities are pretty behind white communities when it comes to where we're at with like our SJWisms, like our wokeisms. Yeah, so Bruce was on some crazy like people kill yourself. Like he said, he told somebody to kill like this won't take long.
Really?
Yeah. I think that's what got his alt banned. It was some pretty extreme shit. Yeah, and like a lot of them also. This sounds racist. A lot of them played like the race card a ton. So as soon as he started getting in trouble, he's like, oh, like Twitch and white people are coming after me and blah 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 blah. And yeah, Twitch probably didn't like that either. So yeah.
Yeah, I actually have been following this is kind of, they call it the WL community.
That's what he was a part of, although he wasn't a part of that because he distanced himself a little bit, but I don't know if he'll go back or not, but yeah, the WL community.
Yeah, which like kind of started off with Aiden, I guess, and then Aiden kind of brought Kai Sanat, isn't it Sanat?
Kai Sanat, I think.
Sanat, yeah. Kai Sanat is a really interesting creator, and like because I believe he's the fastest growing streamer ever to exist, in terms of stats. So like from the time that he clicked start streaming consistently to the time
I don't think he even existed a year ago, right? And then like in fucking 8 months, he got like 100,000 subs. He was the #1 sub creator.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, like it just shows that a lot of the Twitch demographic is moving towards their phones and trending in that direction. And it's kind of creating communities of people that just are sort of not like the gamer, like original gamer crowd. Like, I feel like years ago, like Twitch was like, I'm gonna play faster than light, and it's gonna, or like some indie game or whatever, like, and now it's it's really, the demographic has really moved. It's not grown, it's just moved.
Well, I think it's going into it. I think more demographics are coming into Twitch because traditionally, I think gaming communities have actually been really hardcore split on racial lines. Like
what do you mean? Like Call of Duty versus like
races of people play different games, as weird as that is to say. So I think like brown people, I think gravitate towards, unironically, like
this is my
shit.
beauty.
I think that black communities like were more active in the fighting game community. And then playing like NBA 2K and shit, I think like Call of Duty and stuff like that. And you've seen more of that kind of, those communities I think kind of move on to Twitch, whereas traditionally Twitch was dominated by a lot of like white and Asian friendly games. So like RTS was like all white people and Asian people, right?
That's true.
Yeah, Call of Duty was like all, or not Call of Duty, I'm sorry, CSGO was like Swedish people, see at 1.6 and shit. Like white people and everything. But yeah, I think especially with, I think Fortnite, maybe Roblox, but Fortnite especially I think is kind of like blown open where a lot of other types of like communities are coming in and playing games. So it's not all just like white people and like super nerdy games anyway. I shouldn't say all games are, whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that the demographic of Twitch is changing, but not actually growing.
Is it not at all?
No, actually, Twitch in November 2022, just pretty recently, had its first like significant decline, where the viewership like actually has declined over time. And this was like, so COVID happened. I think
This
COVID
is
was
my
kind of a buffer
beauty.
for Twitch that just delayed like what was already happening. Twitch is becoming really niche, and there are a lot of websites that like for every user that is kind of like enjoying this sort of IRL type content that I guess like someone like Kai puts out. There's so many more on TikTok Live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Melina tried doing that
like,
TikTok streaming shit because she was just curious, and like the swing in viewers, she went from like nothing to like 3,000 viewers in like 5 minutes
did?
just because Melina.
That's the story of many people, and I have a community of people that are just kind of doing content creation, and many of them who didn't have any success on Twitch are like getting thousands of viewers on TikTok Live.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
'cause
viewers are there on
discovery-
TikTok. They're probably just not worth as much though, because.
It depends what you're doing. There's a really crazy. This is something kind of fun to check out, where there's like this really crazy section of TikTok Live that's all about e-commerce. So you'll see like these broadcasts where this is gonna sound so dumb, but like I swear to God, these like you have an egg, okay, and there's like just a pair of hands on the screen, and and you don't know what's in the egg, and so somebody donates to open the egg, and then it's some amount of money to open the egg, and then they open the egg, they show you the thing, and sometimes that's all that happens, and sometimes you get shipped the thing, and this is like a huge deal. People are printing like this, like their streams making thousands of dollars doing this.
Weird.
And so there's all these like weird like e-commerce like bauble things. It's just like a totally like it's a section of the world that never landed on Twitch for some reason. People piloting boats and planes. People like live musicians like out on the street. There's weird shit like they just didn't ever get to Twitch for whatever reason.
Or it's been on Twitch, but it just never grew there.
Yeah, or like Twitch didn't have the culture maybe to support it because
because Twitch
like.
Twitch tried to move onto a lot of weird shit. Remember they would host, was it like
Yeah.
the Ultra concerts and shit?
Well, that was an $120 million investment in music over the course of like 4 years.
Yeah, did that go anywhere?
I remember, dude. I can't. The Twitch executive that told me this, okay, it was like pretty high level. Said like that was the worst decision we have ever made as a company to put that amount of money into music. And like they were trying to
but not the
sponsor all these,
bones.
like, really high level EDM shows with the idea of like getting that crowd into Twitch, watching Twitch. But like those guys are just so loaded up on X, they probably didn't even know where they were. And so that didn't convert at all.
Yeah.
It's like nobody cared. I think that music initiative probably, I'd be surprised if it generated, you know, even $100,000 in ROI.
Yeah.
This is my beauty.
This is why
we all done talking about Twitter now? Is that it? Done?
Well,
Is
did
that why
you left?
Oh.
Yeah, you left.
What did you want to say about Twitter? What else?
I don't know. I was just asking. I don't know. What was the consensus that you guys came up with on Twitter?
As long as Elon Musk shuts the up, it can probably do okay, I think.
Yeah, but he's not going to, right?
He has recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
No.
got other stuff to do, man. He's got to build spaceships. He's got to, you know.
Devin, how do you feel? Do you love that he's so skeptic on vaccines and everything? Does that make you? How do you feel about all that stuff?
What do you mean? Are you asking me if I'm?
Well, you're a huge fan of Elon Musk, so I'm just
okay. I was like, where's this? Wait, actually, I was not a real huge fan of Elon through the Tesla era, and then I do, and nowadays I actually do think here's what I'll say. I think that he's pretty important to humanity. It seems because there doesn't seem to be a lot of people that are advancing us, or more importantly, causing us to think about advancement in ways like, can we put shit in our brains? Can we build spaceships and go places for lower costs? Can we get electric cars up and going? Even if these are like really hard problems, can we do self-driving cars? Even if these are really hard problems to solve, the fact that he's like putting it into the cultural zeitgeist to make these things thought about. But is he actually like? Are you saying this because he's like? Is he actually an anti-vaxxer? Is that a thing?
it seems like hard to decipher the way that he amplifies people who put out the stupidest fucking content.
See, I have
imaginable.
I have that thing with Rogan too. Like Rogan platforms people that have those takes, also platforms people that don't have those takes, and I'm not sure where he actually lands.
To be fair to Rogan, I think Rogan has chilled out quite a bit.
Why?
I don't know if somebody talked to him. This is just what like Lexus told me, and then what I guess I've seen. It feels like he's trying to like get away from just like platforming whatever insane person and just being wacky. I think he's trying to be a bit more responsible. I don't know if that's pressure from advertisers or personal reflections.
Yeah, I was going to say, what would be his motive in that? Because he's got a $100 million Spotify deal with the CEO backing him.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what do you think his motive is?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's just bullshit then. I don't know.
You remember Elon's "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci"?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I just no. I mean, like, if like somebody like Lex was talking about that, that's like a pretty credit.
People in chat are saying that he does still do crazy shit all the time. So maybe that's not true.
Yeah, you unironically, Devin.
Yo.
You unironically need to start a business, a bumper sticker business that says, "I bought this before Elon bought Twitter." Okay, you will be so rich. I will be your first customer. I will buy one for my Tesla.
God. He just had Jordan Peterson back on like last couple
Dude,
weeks ago.
It's so right now. The funniest thing is imagine being like the world's biggest Elon simp like 2 years ago, but also a Tesla shareholder times like 9,000. You must be so conflicted right now. Like, stop, Elon, no.
I'm too much of a scaredy cat to invest in Tesla or really any individual equity now. Like if I'm not investing in like companies directly, I've just started investing in people, and like then I just like throw my money. I think we had the conversation last time actually. I just throw my money in the S&P 500 because I realized I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So put it all into Meta stock.
Hell
like
yeah, my Meta is coming back. My chat is so salty. Oh my god.
You know you're delusional. That company is washed up.
Oh my god, it's coming back so hard.
Are you trolling?
I bought like 80,000 in like 6 months ago, and it's gonna swing around. Okay, listen, it lost like 70% of its value, but it's almost back up to where it was before. And in 5 months, I'm gonna be sitting good at $250 a share, and I'm gonna dump it.
What did you buy in at?
I think it was Did I say 160 or 165?
No, you did it. Did you? No way.
How much higher what do you mean? What do you think I bought in at?
You tell me. What did you buy in at?
I don't know. Somebody posted a picture in chat. I posted a picture when I bought in.
Can I ask, like, what you think the profit vertical is for Meta that's going to bring?
Yeah, the profit vertical is the descent of TikTok getting banned in the U.S. Congress, and that's when everybody is going to be looking at Meta as being way more stable.
Yeah, unironically, that's a really good take. But my question to you would be, why do you think that viewership won't just filter over into YouTube and not Instagram and? Like I think that those people go straight to YouTube Shorts.
Well, because everybody's trying. Well, listen, Instagram has Reels. Okay, they're trying. They're trying their best over there. Okay,
they have like 5 users. Yeah,
they're trying their best over there. Meta can go buy another company. That's what they do. All right.
I think they're all scared of getting regulated, so they're kind of. I remember back in the day, fucking Facebook and Google were buying tech companies like left and right. Like every day you would read about a new acquisition on TechCrunch. And now I feel like these guys are way too scared to buy anyone anymore. Like it just doesn't happen. Nothing's getting bought. Also, I just don't. I think WhatsApp is obviously massive. And I think Instagram is massive. But I think Facebook, which to me is inexplicably linked with Meta stock, is just the worst. You know, I feel like it has to be hemorrhaging users. Like, especially with younger generation, man. Just who gives a fuck about it?
I feel like everybody's been saying this for like 10 years and it hasn't happened yet.
It's not happening. Yeah, user base on Facebook is still really healthy. But the big thing that Destiny said, I think that a lot of people aren't thinking about is TikTok regulation. This is something that is a dream for a company like Meta and like Satya and freaking all the CEOs, man. Like they're all probably Sundar. They're all probably just like, oh my god, if we can point the finger at TikTok as like the evil Chinese company instead of us, like this is a dream come true. And so I think that all regulation is going to like fall down on TikTok.
Yeah, especially because these other companies like Twitter and Facebook have like done so much work to try to like get on Congress's good side and shit that if they can look at a company like like TikTok that doesn't give a fuck about that, it probably bodes really well for them.
It's super good from a PR standpoint, and also like a pretty good amount of it is right. Like a lot of the stuff, like TikTok is really scary from a like kind of
security point of view.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, look at this. I'm posting something in chat, Steve, and DGG's chat.
Oh, fuck.
Look at Facebook's usership, or whatever you want to call it, since I guess for like the last 6 quarters. It's like flat. I mean, it's not exactly flat, but
okay, yeah, but like Facebook is Facebook is unique, bro, and that like
so you're simping hard, man.
Bro,
this shit is about to start going down.
Stop. When I say unique, what I mean is that like only so many. Facebook is probably the only company in the world where they have to go, there are only so many people in the world with internet connections that can use our product that we're running out of people, okay? Like, when your user base is flatlining at, is this 3 billion active users? That's a big fucking number. There's not many more fucking people that they can reach out to, okay?
You know what Facebook has a huge monopoly on? It's basically the only platform for medium form content generation. So like TikTok owns short and YouTube owns long, but Facebook is one of the only places where people can go to like post like a few paragraphs. And for that reason, it actually saw a resurgence in younger generations that were actually using, this is going to sound really dumb, but people were using Google Docs and they were typing to each other in school and stuff because it was being able to be bypassed. But now Facebook has seen a lot of resurgence in that crowd because there's not really another place you could do medium form, which is kind of cool. So I think that Facebook, that's a +1 for Steve there. Maybe, but
looks like I'm gonna be dual streaming to Facebook.
I don't understand like price to earnings ratios. Well, that's they just laid off like 200 people in the gaming section on Facebook, and so that section I think seems like super dead. And then there's a lot of like weird anecdotal stuff coming out of there where like people are just getting banned for random reasons and like their content suspended. I've dealt with so many content creators that are dealing with that for no reason. Like Facebook will just take down their page, and they're not like controversial people at all. It's just some weird like trust and safety thing, and then they never get it back. There's like no hope of getting.
TikTok has a horrible issue with that, bro.
Do they really?
Oh yeah, but when I got on that thing, people were all telling me, "Oh, bro, like you're probably gonna have to make like 5 or 6 accounts." I'm like, "What?" Like, "Oh, because you get banned all the time." Like, you guys probably just break the rules, or whatever. I actually did I tell you? I got the original Destiny account on TikTok.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And they got banned?
It got banned in like 2 weeks. And I wasn't like, the stuff on TikTok that's highly curated. And it was all like very like SJW. It was in my time when I was like debating like trans stuff, positively. So like I had big clips blowing up where I was like owning Rob Noor about how trans people are awesome. And I got banned. I don't know why for random shit. But I think I've had like 2 or 3 accounts that have gotten banned. Like shit on TikTok just gets banned randomly and no one has any idea why, and it just happens and people are just used to it. That's what everyone's told me. It's pretty wild, but yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, there's TikTok is one of those places where agencies have a lot of influence.
Mhm.
So I might actually be able to look at I'll send a message to our rep for that. There's Facebook, there's nothing I can do, man. I don't even get a human there. I'm pretty sure I'm talking to like a robot dog or something, like one of the ones you buy off Amazon.
Nice.
Yeah, like there's nothing I can do there. But like TikTok is working pretty well with US agencies right now.
Well, hey.
We'll see.
Yeah, if you can figure out be my guy, okay? I've got YouTube guys now. I've got Twitter guys now. I don't have TikTok guys or Twitch guys.
Hard. Yeah,
Those are the two.
Twitch is having trouble.
Well, I'll get it. We'll figure it out. Okay, I got friends in lots of places. I'm working there.
When's the Scuffed podcast coming back, Devin?
Bro. Train's on his own journey, man.
What does that mean?
Train is on his own journey. He's been journeying.
Yeah, he's
They're kicking everything right now, yeah.
He's just got a lot going on. And so I don't think we're gonna bring that back anytime soon. But when we do, you're both welcome for a spot.
When's the first episode coming?
Yeah, man. The TBA, okay. I'll have my people contact your people. Speaking of people, how are you doing, man? Like, what are you working on? What do you got? What's your ventures in the world?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Just honestly, not a lot right now. I'm just.
You played Rust or something?
For the last month, it's been there was a Tarkov wipe, so I've been sitting there kind of watching a lot of Tarkov and stuff. But not a lot. I've been having a midlife crisis and trying to figure out kind of what I want to do and what I don't want to do. Do I want to do more startups? Do I not want to do more startups? Do I want to, real estate seems very simple to me. I don't know if I want to go harder on that or not. So yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge for me. I'm at like this place in my life where I'm figuring that out. But I think I'll probably default back to just doing what I normally do, which is, come up with an interesting idea as far as like, some website or mobile app or something, work on that. And then also, just hanging out here, playing video games. I think that's, pretty good life. And, I guess somewhere in there, seeing my wife and kids, I guess I'll shoe them in somewhere. But yeah, that's it. I wish I had something more exciting, some really crazy shit I was working on. But I got to think. I got a group of people that are supposed to be thinking of the next big idea. Once we come up with it, then I'm going to start working on it. So I just got to wait for that to happen.
You have so much time, bro. Like, you could start 2 or 3 more startups before you're out of energy, I feel like. Right?
Jesus, you're talking like end of life shit.
Yeah, 2 or 3. Jeez.
You got time. Like, oh my God.
I'm saying that in the context of like, okay, so I don't know, I guess maybe only I feel this way, but I think I'm on like my second to last startup. Like, I think this one, I sell this, and I might be able to dude, entrepreneurship at this level, working 7 days a week, like, and foregoing all other shit. I did this at CLG. I could do this here at Novo. Once we sell this, I don't know. Like, I think there are a limited amount of runs that you get. I don't know if maybe Dan builds different types of businesses, but like, that's when I say that, it's in that context. Like, I don't know. I'd be surprised if a hyper entrepreneur like him doesn't have like a number in his head. Like, this is how many more startups I can do.
I feel like it depends on if I can have a good enough idea and execute on it, right? Because those are the two things. Like, I mean, there's everyone who's like, oh, I had the idea before X, and I've had a lot of those, But I don't know. Right now, I remember the feeling. I've only had it that once when, like, again, this was 2009 when TinyChat when I first started that, and it was going. It's hard to explain that you've started a company that goes as absolutely mental as that did at that point in time, where every day you had celebrities like getting your phone number somehow and calling you. You had the biggest tech investors like Sequoia and all that other stuff basically saying, hey, we're going to fly some partners out to meet with you. Like, that was like, it was really surreal mental shit to be there. It felt like, like the fucking Silicon Valley movie. I forget the name of it. The Social Network. It felt like that, right? And I crave a little bit of that, but it's because I also forget how much I worked when all that was going on, and it was nonstop, no life, literally nonstop doing that shit. And hold on one sec. Hey, Steve, how about you stupid, blue-haired, I see you doing your little laugh when I maybe say something a little bit wrong.
I'm not even.
You're the one.
What are you talking about?
And cried about the heel megalolt in chat, and I saw that smirk on your face. Don't fucking start with me. I don't even know what I said.
I don't even know what you just said. I don't even know fucking said anything.
You just shut the fuck up. All right. I wasn't the one who fucking soyed out.
Did I just make a face?
You know what the problem is? Your YouTube chat is like 16 hours delayed. So I can't. You're not even talking yet. It doesn't matter. I'm watching YouTube. Just forget anything.
Oh, you were delayed on my YouTube chat.
Oh my God! It's not my fault. It's not my fault, bro. Your shit is delayed. It's like delayed by like a minute.
Oh my God!
Just shut the fuck up.
So Dan is revising from 2 startups to 1 startup left for Dan.
I think with this level of stress, man, like, you got one in you at most.
All right. I got one good one left in me. That's
Wait,
it.
what would you guys do at like 45? Would you really retire and just like off from everything?
I
don't know.
Like,
play video games.
Video games. I do a lot of yoga, jujitsu, stuff like that. Like stuff like that. Like, just like hobby shit. Yeah. I don't know. Like, do you also like you convince yourself you're busy. You have so much money. You just do like VC shit, invest in people, and then lose it.
Oh no, I'm not doing that for sure. I'm not doing that right now. I've done that there's certain people you have to know yourself, and I know that if I put money into other people that I become way too like I don't know the word for it, but
micromanaging or
exactly. Like, hey, what's going on? What's going on with my money? Like, what's happening? Like, why? It's not good for me. I don't like doing that. Well, yeah. I mean, if you put it, because to me, the worst feeling is when you feel like you're getting played. I don't like that at all. Like, it's the same thing with contractors with me. I mean, I think it's the same feeling. It's like, if I text you and I was like, hey, what's going on? Just respond back. Be like, hey, man, I got some other shit. I can't be there for a week or two. That feeling that when they don't respond to you, I don't like being put into that, like, jealous ex-girlfriend type of place. And certain people love putting people into that. And, yeah, I don't know. So I get that feeling a lot when I've only done, like, a few, but when I do investments like that, I get really into it. And it's also, it's such a long payback period. I invested in a fund, and that was back in 2013, and I haven't seen any money out of it.
Yikes!
At all. But it has huge hits in it, though, right? Like, one of the investments they did was the One Wheel, that fucking company that makes, like, the hoverboard things.
Oh, really?
Thing. Yeah. So some of them are like really, but like you have to wait. Like no one knows this. You have to wait for that company to like get acquired before you like or whatever they start doing.
Yeah, because it's got a seed round by the time it's like a Series A and B and shit. Like, and then like it's like somebody's eventually got to like buy out enough to like liquidate your shares, depending on like your treatment. Yeah, for sure. It's really annoying.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's it. I'd like to come up with something good, something like Steve has. That's making like $1 million a year. That'd be nice. I'd like to get one of those.
Something like what? Being a YouTuber?
Yeah, but without having to like come
do
on
anything
stream every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to make content? Because like, God, that's just
I can't.
The most horrible life ever.
That is what Dan wants to do. He's working his way back towards being a full-time content creator. Everybody clapping in chat for Dan coming back to us.
You think so?
I
Like
can't.
watching police chasing.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is everyone only remembers like the good times, right? Like, oh, evicting someone, or oh, like that time with cops or whatever. But like 90% of it was it's so much easier that I can just fuck off whenever I want to, and it's like so much more difficult when you have to like Mr. Mutin it and show it up every day from fucking 9 to 5 or whatever. No fucking thank you.
My life is so much better not being a content creator. It's actually insane. It's like multiples of happiness. I cannot even describe. Like people like every day, like I get messages like, "Oh, you're gonna come back to Twitch?" Like, no, bitch, I will never come back there. If I do, I'll be playing Path of Exile without a webcam, poop socking, and talking to no one. Like I will never do this again. I can't believe I did it for so long.
Were you ever making a lot of money doing that stuff?
It depends on what, like to us, like to everyone in this call, no. But like I guess like my Twitch channel got up to like, I think like when I left, it was at 12 or 13,000 a month. So it was
really
okay.
good.
But,
Wait,
yeah.
in dollars?
Yeah.
No, in rupees.
Well, I don't know. No, it could have been subs. It could have been subs. Yeah, no. It was just,
12 to 13,000 a month in subs.
I didn't know. That's what,
that would be 50 or 60,000 a month in dollars.
Yeah, I'd be like some like Quinn 69 type.
All right, just forget I said anything.
Okay.
So you're making 12 to 13 grand a month off of subs plus donations and what other shit, or what?
Yeah, and at that time I had like a lot of stuff coming in. What did I have going on? But yeah, that was the total. There was something going on there. Yeah. Yeah, so it was pretty good. But even still, like, it just wasn't even close to worth it. And I just don't want to be wrapped up in that Twitch meta ever. Oh my god.
You guys are so boring, man. It's all about living life on the edge.
The battle begins.
Your career is about to end.
Yeah, you have a really interesting niche right now that it's like that's evolved. Like you are the drama guy. You're like a Keemstar, but not
a huge piece of shit.
But not like yeah, exactly. You're like a reasonable one. Like you're like people come to you for like the sort of. It's actually insane that I'm about to say this, but like the fair take, like the logical, the reasonable take.
Oh, because like regardless of how much people hate me, like they know I'm more fair than like the average. Like,
they have to acknowledge that. Even the worst detractors of you have to acknowledge that like you are actually like going to consider the position no matter what, right? Like and that's a huge advantage. I feel like you have over basically every other channel that like ends up getting its emotion involved no matter what.
For sure.
Which is pretty cool. Yeah, so you've definitely carved out an interesting niche for sure. And I think that has a lot of like longevity. But I just like never live the way you do. Like you just live every day not knowing what's going to happen the next like
he's 100%. The funny part is he's not going to get killed by some like political streamer or some crazy. It's going to be like he's like making like huge infighting with like rappers and fucking like who else are you fighting with these days? Like people that we never interacted with before.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would be such a bad look for me as like a liberal SJW or whatever if like when I get involved in like the fresh and fit community and the red pill shit, if I ended up getting killed by like some black person, it would just look so bad for my whole brand of politics. It reminded me of like when I would go to Sweden and I'd always worry about dying to some fucking Islamic terrorist attack, and all I can think about is like the 50 million conservatives that would make videos like making fun of me dying that way. It's like, me, dude, yeah.
I don't feel like that's your way out. I think what's going to happen is you're just going to get banned by some random stupid thing on YouTube. Like what just happened. Didn't you just go down for because you're watching literally watching a video you weren't even like
yeah, but like I think the YouTube rules. Yeah, well, I've got people, but more importantly, I don't really break the YouTube rules. Like I have a pretty good understanding of what's allowed here, and so like the stuff I get flagged for is pretty clearly bullshit. So as long as I can get like a person in front of it,
got it.
Yeah, I'm generally safe. Yeah.
Do you feel like the rules here are better understood and better like dealt with it on Twitch?
Yeah, this is gonna sound like really cringe. I don't mean to make it sound that way, but like I just YouTube is nowhere near. Sorry for all the conservatives in YouTube chat. This is going to drive you guys crazy, but you guys just don't know. YouTube has nowhere near the political agenda that Twitch does. So on YouTube, like you've got like your big things to stay away from. So like your auto bans around like misinformation. So it's like COVID stuff, anti-vax, election denial, and then you've got like your obvious crosses. Like death threats, I think will get you banned. But other than that, like I can say like, you know, oh, I don't like trans people, blah, blah. I can say like anything like that. And you're generally pretty safe because they don't go after ideological bans. It's basically whatever the bot can tag you in for like clearly wrong behavior. Compared to Twitch, where I think you have manual people that are actually reviewing bans on big accounts that are very ideologically driven and will push in a certain way, which is kind of scary, yeah. But
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was about to completely change the topic of conversation. So.
That's fine. I was just gonna end it with I don't think there are any humans at YouTube as far as like moderation except the people that review what the bot does. Like once the bot makes a decision, you can be like, hey, the bot was wrong, and then they're like, was the bot right or wrong? But they're not making like a like you said, an ideological decision.
Correct. That's why it's so important if you have contacts at YouTube, because all you're really trying to do is get your shit in front of like another human being. Yep. Like, please, I need a real human to look at this and I'll be okay. Assuming you didn't do anything like dumb or stupid, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What's up, Dan?
The Last of Us TV show.
Fuck, I'm going to watch that soon with Melina. I've heard really good things about it.
I have also not watched it.
This last episode, especially, just, wow. Really good shit. Really.
Yes.
Really good shit.
I've heard from every single person, even people that don't like video games or whatever, that like it's really, really, really good. Like ubiquitously, it's got like insanely good reviews.
I hate watching shows that are not done yet. Am I the only person that I fucking hate that was like, we gotta tune in next Friday? Like, dude, I fucking miss me with that shit. Release the whole series, and I will watch it. Damn.
The only thing I'm worried about, I never played the game. I don't even know what happened in the game. But I worry that there's a bunch of like loyalists that are gonna shit all over the TV show because apparently now they're diverting from whatever the game did. Like they're not gonna follow that. Maybe I heard that. I don't know if that's even true, but I think that's what they said.
Maybe, I don't know. I've heard that they've expanded on at least, is it Rob? There's a gay guy storyline that I think they expanded on quite a bit on the show, but I heard that most people liked it. That like people were like cool with him fleshing out the character more because they did a really good job on it. So yeah, I don't know, but I guess we'll see where it goes. I don't even know if I like the ending of the game, The Last of Us. That was a really good game, almost a perfect game. But the ending is a little silly. But so who knows? Maybe they could go in a better direction with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's all I got for today. I don't want to tucker myself all out. So I'll leave you guys to it. And yeah, go watch it. Let me know what you think. It's only 3 episodes, so you can power through it all at once.
What?
Mm-hmm. What?
It's 3 episodes right now, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, right now. That's all that's released.
But it's coming out every week, right?
Oh, yeah, or am I wrong? Fuck me. Okay, I was a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. So all these people saying like, oh, it's amazing, blah, blah, blah. We don't even know yet then. There's only 3 episodes out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I don't want to.
Oh, shit. I thought you meant that like the whole first season was out, but you don't want to watch it until like the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th season.
No. Well, I'll watch season by season, but I just don't want to. They do this episode. It's this.
Yeah, Devin, it's called normal TV.
I don't. No. Normal TV is like release me the entire or was the Mandalorian all at once? What was the?
Well, no, normal TV in our day was once a week a new episode comes out and you watch it on the television.
Nah, dude, I ain't got the wherewithal for that. I gotta what am I doing? Putting my fucking The Last of Us on Google Calendar, for Friday at whatever. 5
You don't remember
PM.
Game of Thrones? You don't remember Breaking Bad?
Never watched that. Never watched that either.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Oh, last parting thought before I go. This guy, Pedro Pascal, I fear for him. Okay, he's starting to show up in a lot of shows, and it's always good. I don't know if he's deserving or not, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. But it's something's going on there. I don't know.
Is he the Mandalorian guy?
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of soying out going on, and I don't know if it's deserved yet. All right.
What do you mean? Do you think that he's gonna have a rape thing or what?
What? No. I don't know if his acting is up to the acclaim that he's gotten so far. That's
Really?
all.
I feel like he's been universally praised almost every single thing he's been in. People
Listen, I
loved
could
him
be
in
wrong.
Game of Thrones. People loved him in The Mandalorian.
Yes, I know. Thank you. Yes, I'm aware. Just, I'm just going to keep my finger on the pulse. Just feel it out a little bit.
Dan is afraid of people that rise too fast, too much. Maybe
I see a lot of stands in chat. It's fine. Sorry, can't, you guys are all going to feel really stupid when he gets me too. I'm going to be here laughing the last laugh. You wait for it.
Wow.
All right, that's it. See you guys. Enjoyed my stay and all that. Bye.
Come back soon. I feel like I haven't talked to that guy in a while. I like Dan.
And all the weird noises when a fringe position comes up, a fringe position should remain a fringe position. When a fringe position comes up, everybody in love should go, that's retarded, and walk away from it. But that's not what happens. What happens is a fringe position comes up, and at the very least right now in social media, it gets overwhelming support. And then Republicans come up and they go, look at that thing. We need to make legislation. Our politicians need to talk about this. It needs to go on Fox News. And on the left, you want to go, that's a fringe position. But everybody on the right is looking at you like you're an insane person because it might be a fringe position that's advocated for by a few amount of people, but it's defended by a ton. That's the issue. What has to be removed.
Please do not support the upcoming Hogwarts Legacy game. Friends, colleagues, cohorts, the whole lot of you, I'm asking you very sincerely, please do not stream it. Don't make YouTube videos about it. Don't buy it. And don't bloody pre-order it. The reason being is that you may not be aware that by supporting this title, you are essentially aligning yourself with some really heinous transphobic values. J.K. Rowling, aka Joanne, has made it extremely clear that they see the success of this title as being vindication of their transphobic views. That, by this title doing well, that means that they were correct. And honestly, you just have to look on the Steam forums to see the kind of people that are cheering for this game. Please don't be among them. If you weren't aware of all this, I'll do a longer video after this to explain a bit more of the nuances, but I just had to say, please don't support this game. Please.
How come you can't blue pill Sneeko?
It takes a while, okay?
How many more times do you need to interact with him before that would happen? I don't understand.
I mean, it takes months, right?
To take a pill? Months. How come some people get radicalized overnight with the red pill? I don't understand why this blue pill, this antidote, is taking so long.
Because they're usually in a state where they're just waiting for somebody to come by and sell them bullshit. But as soon as they've got the first bullshit salesman, it takes them a long time to buy somebody else's. So they've...
Well, you're selling bullshit, so...
Good one. Well, if it's all the same shit, then what do you care if Sneeko gets blue pilled or not?
I don't think that you're capable of doing it. I think Pixie and I could, though.
Yeah, right. Good one. I don't think
Why?
there's enough lip injections between the both of you to make him care enough, but nice try.
I mean, just Pilly things could be there, and I think she has enough to compensate for this.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what you said it cut out, but that's good because we don't insult just Pearly things here. She's our new red pill queen. But secondly, how is she going to help you when she's red pill?
We could blue pill her too.
Okay.
We've got lots of pills.
Sure. Okay. Good luck. I believe in you.
Okay. We'll do what you can't do.
Okay. Well, then go get him. Ask him for a debate. I could probably set it up, actually. Actually, if you wanted to, I bet all three of us could probably go to Sneeko's. Are you allowed to say where you are right now, or?
Yeah, we'll sit on either side of him and ask him to explain the Matrix to us.
Yeah, that sounds good. Get some alcohol. Act real bimbo-y.
I'm straight edge. I don't drink. I'm like you degens, but
Good.
you could, I could babysit you guys while you do that.
Maybe. Actually, that sounds like a fun time. We might do this. I'll think about it. Okay. Oh, and we'll be on Rumble too. So.
Sounds good.
Hell yeah.
Oh, good. Yes.
You
Listen.
like it?
No. I'm glad that Pixie's here because I've been wanting to pick Destiny's brain about Hogwarts Legacy, and the timing could not be better.
Oh no.
Pixie, how shit faced are you? Are you able to have this conversation?
Oh no, wait.
Aaron,
Pixie's
Aaron,
not on
take-
Twitter doing the thing, is she? Is she doing
Aaron,
the thing?
Aaron, take the booze away from her, okay?
I already confiscated it a long time ago.
Okay.
On Aaron.
All right. So I need you to drink some Pedialyte or something.
Is
Sober
she-
up real quick.
Is Pixie doing that? Is she on the cringe Hogwarts shit?
Well,
What is the cringe take on this? I don't understand.
That people are like losing their mind over people buying a Harry Potter game because they think it's like ushering in
Well,
like the
then
second Auschwitz for the trans people.
Well, then to clarify, then we both might be on the cringe take. Okay, two different flavors of cringe. You can provide some clarity here and some perspective. Okay. Now, Pixie, do you want to lay it out or do you want me to?
Okay, I'll give a short summary. I just think you should pirate things because pirating things is based, and I feel like
Why is pirating things based?
You not watch Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, then you're just stealing from people that are trying to like make a living, like making games and media.
No, you did not just say that. Do you think downloading is stealing?
You're depriving them of money. I mean, you can call it whatever word you want, but they're making less money. They're not gonna be able to pay people to like work on this shit.
The preview of every film I've ever watched says that piracy is not a victimless crime.
Yeah, you wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a movie. You wouldn't steal, your your mom's virginity, like whatever it is.
Jesus.
I'd
love to steal your mom's virginity. I really would if I could make that happen.
Wait, don't hide behind irony. Do you think that it has no impact whatsoever?
No, okay.
No.
No, make
Okay,
Aaron
I'm
answer.
gonna-
Stop. I want Aaron to answer for real, one time in her fucking life. Answer a question instead of trying to gigasoy your way out of it. Do you think that if everybody just fucking pirated shit, there'd be no impact on markets, on the ability?
There absolutely would, but I'm saying.
Okay,
that
cool.
even
All right, then we agree. Cool, we agree.
Hey,
No, that's okay. You don't have to say anything. We agree. That's cool. Okay.
That's not the end of my argument, though.
That's good. That's fine.
Even if downloading did hurt sales, and therefore like laborers or workers, like you're saying, that wouldn't make it unethical because libraries and like formerly video stores, right? Neither of which you pay per rental hurt sales too. But is it unethical to use libraries?
Hold on. Before I seriously answer that, are you comparing libraries to pirating video games or media?
Nope. I just asked you a question as to whether or not you think it's unethical to use libraries.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, cool.
Because they originally purchased the product, right?
Well, yeah, because companies have usually made a decision to like make these things available for public consumption at a publicly funded taxpayer library. I think that's fine, but that's in no way comparable to fucking pirating media.
Well, then, since Pixie did not sober up enough in time to lay out this situation, I'm going to do it. Okay, so part of my New Year's resolution was to kind of be less guarded in terms of like talking about things on Twitter when I don't have a fully committed opinion yet. Okay. So she made this tweet on Twitter, which I thought was interesting. She said, look, I think the only ethical way to consume Harry Potter Legacy is to pirate it.
Okay.
Now, I have no interest in the game because I'm not number one, I'm not a video gamer, and number two, everything in like live action or like anything outside the books in Harry Potter have sucked since Prisoner of Azkaban, the film, came out like 2004.
How can you not like the Harry Potter films? I disagree. You're you're so soy.
Well, I'm soy.
You're soy.
Wait a minute. If I were soy, I would be shitting on the books. The books are amazing.
The films were fine.
No, they are not.
Oh
no.
my god.
They were the first three. The 31.
The first three? Yeah, you're my age. Those films are hype. Everybody liked the film. Oh my god.
No.
Here's
okay. No. Here, I'll tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
I'll tell you why. Because I like a good villain. And Ray Fiennes as Voldemort was terrible. Ruined the character. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. And like all the weird noises.
What?
110%. 100%.
How can you stumble into I'm gonna be honest, I had an uphill fight, okay? And you just like tripped all over yourself. That's like saying, I would have liked Harry Potter, but Alan Rickman did such a horrible job as Snape, I just couldn't get into it. Like, how could you possibly
Alan Rickman was incredible as Snape. listen, it's not the same thing, Destiny, because one performance can be terrible and another performance can be
Ralph
extraordinary.
Fiennes did a fine job. He's an awesome actor. He did a great job as Voldemort. He's spooky,
He is
creepy,
incredible.
weird guy. He did it. Oh my God! Sorry.
He
Okay,
was
go ahead.
absolutely weird, but he's an incredible actor. Did you ever watch Schindler's List? He was an amazing villain in Schindler's List. He was a Nazi, so you'd probably want to get chicken and waffles with him. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, listen. Here's the thing. He was weird. If you compare Voldemort in the books to Voldemort in the films, like Voldemort in the books is menacing and terrifying. He's not played for laughs at all. Do you remember in the film when he like fucking hugged Draco Malfoy, the world's most awkward? That was a more awkward hug than what Mike from PA did to that girl on the street. It was so cringe. It was
Which part are you talking about when he hugged him? Are you talking about when he's asking
Deathly
people to come-
Hallows.
Deathly
Hallows.
It's supposed to be awkward. He's not showing real love or kindness or affection to
No
anybody.
shit! No shit, but it wasn't like creepy awkward. It was just like, wow, that's super like we
You're just,
You have
oh
me
my
all
God,
covered
wow.
better.
Okay,
He was-
this
he
is
was
great. My
Voldemort in
audience is
5
going to think I have
films.
amazing media takes after this. Let's keep going, okay? Go
Oh
ahead.
my God, wait, Lycan, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
What'd you say, buddy?
That was one moment at the last 10
Oh,
minutes
here we
of the
go.
last film. There were 5 appearances of Voldemort throughout the movies. You have to qualify this better than that one moment.
Even in the
he was menacing, he was viciously evil, and he was very well.
No. Even in the very first, like his first major scene in the graveyard, he was making all kinds of weird noises. Like if you go to YouTube right now and look up Voldemort weird noises, they've got compilation after compilation
Yeah,
after
if you watch
compilation
that
after
shit,
compilation.
there's also
I
a
mean-
10-hour. There's a
Yeah.
10-hour compilation of the Draco hug where they edit it, so it's like this really awkward long.
Yeah, but this
scene
is actually multiple. This is multiple scenes,
Okay,
multiple
my
weird
bad, I
noises.
understand. So you watched a YouTube video essay. I was probably talking about this for 10 minutes. So this
No,
was
I've
finished, right?
never.
That's fine. Okay, I
I've
gotcha.
never watched a Harry Potter film video essay. I don't know what you do in your spare
Okay.
time. So listen, I'm just saying. Why are we? Aaron, why did you not like rein us in earlier? We're already on like 7 tangents over here.
There's 3 millennial men in this room, okay, and the Gigasoy levels are off the charts, especially since you guys started talking about Harry Potter.
I just dared to offer a perfectly valid opinion, and Steven like flipped his desk. Unbelievable.
How can you not like the movies?
You've not qualified this.
God, you're soying out, dude.
Soying out. I just offered.
Yeah, Josiah's soying out
Just say
here.
you didn't like it. Just say that you didn't like.
Oh yeah, no. It is.
Just say you're virtue signaling to make all of your trans followers happy. That's fine. I'll accept that.
Okay, listen,
It's okay.
buddy. I've got a grand total of like only 500 followers on Twitter. I doubt any of them are trans. And
300 of them are
if they
trans,
were,
and you're trying to-
if they were, wouldn't I say that I hated the books? I love the books. The books are amazing.
Well, that
They're not
just wouldn't
good.
be believable. But okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Where were we at in this conversation before you?
All right, so we're going back to Pixie's tweet. Okay, so she said that the only way, and sorry to throw you under the bus here, Pixie, but I really wanted to talk about this because I still don't know where I fall. She made the tweet: the only ethical way to consume Hogwarts Legacy is to pirate it. Now, my first instinct was, I don't think that's. I think if you really wanted an optimal ethical way, you couldn't consume Hogwarts Legacy, and pirating it would also be unethical because it's theft. Okay. Wow. So to me, if you're really gonna like take a strong pro-trans position and really like go for the optimal ethics, you would just boycott it entirely. You wouldn't partake of somebody's labor without compensating them. And so anyway, I've read some articles since then about like how, the video game industry is mostly like the developers, the engineers, the artists, that they're all paid on a contract basis. So it's not like sales would directly hurt them as I initially expected. But I'm still trying to figure out if you can ethically consume Hogwarts Legacy. Number 2, if you can't ethically consume Hogwarts Legacy, is it that unethical in the grand scheme of things? Like, is it basically the equivalent of shopping at Walmart or Amazon? Technically bankrolling institutions or people that you find unethical, but for convenience or interest, we do it every day. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's going to depend on whether the media itself is unethical or whether the creator is unethical, right? That's going to be the big determining factor, would be my guess.
I don't know. Like, Yeah, that would be a big determining factor. My biggest problem with buying Hogwarts Legacy is that like J.K. Rowling, I like 99% sure, maybe I'm wrong or misinterpreted something, like explicitly stated that whenever people support her work or she sees like a surge of support when it comes to her work, she takes it as like evidence that she's right and she continue her like trans like tirade or whatever.
Like
So it doesn't-
validation.
yeah, so she sees that she's explicitly said that like she sees it as like validating. So my problem is not even like, oh, she's getting more money because you bought her product. My problem is that like, oh, look, a lot of people are buying my product, therefore I should keep doing anti-trans things. Well, I don't think the CEO of Walmart or like Target or whatever fucking company has made explicit claims like that they see people shopping at Walmart as like
an endorsement of their views and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't just get to assert that though. I mean, I'm for the death of the author and like separating the art from the artist. So like I don't know that people are any more endorsing her views than anybody else's when they consume somebody else's products.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. That would be that take would require you to audit the media you consume to such an insane level. Like shit,
not
like
just media, any product that you purchase, right? You're saying you're necessarily endorsing the like creators views or the
not even the creators' views, but like the original creators' views. Like
yeah, because she's not involved with the development, right? I mean, she gets royalties from the IP, but I thought they said that she wasn't consulted for the game.
Or even like ignore that. Like, let's say I wanted to go see the Ender's Game movie because I really liked Asa Butterfield as an actor.
Right.
But like I find out that like the author of the original book had negative opinions about gay people.
He is
right. Orson Scott Card. Yeah, he's a homophobe.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's the reason I gave that example. Good job, guys.
I know. Why did you pretend like he wasn't?
Sure, but I'm saying that like I wouldn't. There's no like you would have to follow back an unbelievable chain of accountability to audit your media preferences at that point. It would be absurd, in my opinion.
Well, and that's part of the reason why this is kind of interesting for me, because I remember when the Ender's Game movie came out and I saw it and I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was bothered that I went and saw it. But to me, it was like, number one, I was interested in the movie. Number two, I didn't go see the movie because Orson Scott Card is homophobic. Number three, there's nothing about Ender's Game, from what I remember, that has any sort of like homophobic allegory or messaging.
Yeah.
So to me, it was like easy to separate those things.
Yeah, for sure.
But then again, I'm thinking about it though in the context of, so that's okay. Just follow me here, all right? So then a couple of years later, this is kind of similar. Not about consumption per se, but like association. So do you remember a couple of years ago when ACAB was all the rage among certain leftists?
Yep.
Okay, well, I've got two good friends who are cops. And so I couldn't, from just personal experience, I'm like, well, I don't accept ACAB because I know not all cops are bastards. And it was explained to me, no. So they're bastards in the sense like they're not personally pieces of shit, but they're bastards in the sense that they're part of a corrupt institution. And I'm like, well, if that's the case, then aren't I? Because I bankroll them. I pay my taxes. I am funding, American law enforcement, all these. How far do you move this back? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned this the other day in a conversation, which I thought was interesting, which is people don't want to consider themselves unethical or bad or whatnot, so they tend to gerrymander their ethics, like in a certain way, which absolves them. So then my thinking is maybe it is true that if you patronize Amazon or if you pay your taxes or if you consume Hogwarts Legacy, is it possible to consider these things, at least on some small level, technically unethical? It's just that, like, you can't live you can't live a life devoid of unethical conduct, right? Just given
the problem is
various...
we have to leave some room for society to function where everybody doesn't have to have 100% like coinciding political viewpoints on everything. Like that's dysfunctional, right? The amount of like auditing you would have to do for all of the shit that you consume would just be unbelievable.
But when it's one like, but if you know for sure that that's the case, like in the case of this game or whatever, do you think?
Well, but what do we know in the case of this game?
Well, we just know that J.K. Rowling, like, it's not like other companies where they say, oh, yeah, no other company thinks if you buy their product, it means that they should continue doing whatever fucked up thing they're doing.
Yeah, but would you apply, let's say like the inventor of the Kleenex came out and he said, I made Kleenex because they help you like, do things that gay people never could, which is keep yourself clean. Like, let's say you started saying shit like that. And every time somebody buys a Kleenex, I think they support my viewpoint. Like, would you stop using Kleenex? Like,
it seems like Kleenex has more of like a practical, like day-to-day use.
I don't think that
in
matters.
In an actual world,
does the utility of the item matter at all?
I would say it does.
No.
Like I don't.
Well, especially with a product like that, there's other brands that you could choose, and like you're not just boycotting that. You would like go for their competitor, and that would.
But would you
reflect
do that though? You would actually stop
So,
using
like-
Kleenex if the inventor of the Kleenex came out and said that?
No. Just because, but I don't find like product consumption boycotts to be an effective way
Here's
of like.
this is the ad hom way that I completely and totally shut this argument down. If you genuinely believe that like the consumption of Harry Potter, the video game, is like evil or immoral in some way, that's fine. But it is impossible to have any consistent set of moral principles where consuming that piece of media is unethical, but remaining on Twitter to talk about it is. There's no possible way you can believe that, because whatever you think of fucking J.K. Rowling, you must think Elon Musk is like 10 times fucking worse. And to continue to support a company that he's directly bankrolling, directly profiting from, and directly has a financial motive tied up in it, there's no consistent way to have those positions, I don't think.
I think, first of all, I disagree. But second of all, I don't even think, I disagree on multiple grounds. But the first one being, I don't think it's unethical to consume the Harry Potter video game. I think it's unethical to like, or not, I even like hesitate at saying the word unethical, but whatever. Buy it, basically. I think if you download it illegally or whatever, like you're not showing that surge of support that she's asking for, basically, or that she wants when she says that she should continue her like tirade of like anti-trans like legislation and movement.
How much harm do you think J.K. Rowling herself is having on the trans community?
I think in the UK, like pretty broad, she's become, at least to my understanding, like the face of like the anti-trans movement there.
And you think that stopping this video game from being successful is going to have any semblance of an impact on that?
I think it's not. There's like a certain way to phrase it, which I'm not equipped to phrase it right now properly. But basically, I think it does.
That's the booze.
I think it does have an impact in making her less motivated, if that makes sense. I think if like this game is like wildly extra popular, as she said before, oh, that surge of support, that means that I'm right, that I should continue. I should make it even more because look how many people are supporting me. Like I should put even more money to this cause. Well, if this game is not as supported or whatever, then it's like, okay, she's still going to be involved in this, but it's not going to give her like an extra spurt of motivation or whatever.
I think you are severely overhyping the amount of effect that's going to have on her.
I don't think we should. Wait. I don't think we should argue the effect. That's a boring conversation because if the effect changed dramatically one way or another, I think we would all still feel the same. We should probably talk about the principle of it, right?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like to the point that fucking Ruminate was making, is that these people don't get paid extra by the game having sales, but it absolutely is going to have an impact on their career. This being, it's a best-selling game now already, right? This game out and it comes out, and it's incredibly highly reviewed, really well done, has a lot of longevity. These people's careers who worked on it are going to have a serious impact. So let's back up even more. Okay, broadly speaking, I think looking at the principle of things is interesting. So here is an experience that I had. So long time ago, people thought that I was racist, etc., and they decided that they were going to try to boycott my streams. I said, "Don't watch your streams, blah blah blah." But they immediately moved on to the next step, and they said, "Okay, well, forget boycotting Destiny. We're going to boycott as sponsors. We're going to email them to let them know that we're not happy with the decision." It's like, okay, fine. You want to super cancel me? Go for it. So they started emailing my sponsors. When my sponsors wouldn't buckle, they were like, okay, we're going to start emailing the clients of his sponsors. And that it's a weird feeling because I'm like, let's say that it would have gone farther than that. Like, would you start emailing like clients of sponsors to apply pressure on things? Like that type of idea where it's like, are we going to start to boycott Universal Studios because they fund Harry Potter movies and they probably like contributed a lot to J.K. Rowling's wealth? Are we going to start boycotting like everything that's tangentially involved? What if a game comes out and the creator is like totally fine, but like the lead story director or like the lead artist or the CEO?
You're worried about like an infinite regression of kind?
Not an infinite regression, but just like as part of a democratic society, we are going to have some viewpoints in our society that we don't like. Not ones that we're just like, this kind of sucks, but ones that we're like, damn, I actually really don't like this. And we have to accept that they're going to exist and we're going to live with them and we're going to try to function in society and advocate what we want through democratic means or otherwise. But the idea that like we're going to just like try to boycott or destroy everything that has any disagreement with us whatsoever, I don't think that works in society.
You're describing peak liberalism, no? Like
I'm describing what?
That is like a liberal principle to vote with your wallet. Or no?
It can.
Like people attempting to shape social values through the market, through market mechanisms, through their monetary purchases or like endorsements and whatnot.
It can be, but doing it in a social sense is a little bit different, I think.
Wait a minute.
in a social sense. This applies to like businesses and markets.
No. If somebody produces content that you don't like and you decide not to consume that, I consider that voting with your wallet. But if there is socio-cultural pressure to make people stop supporting something because of somebody associated with a project, that's not like an economics, like, oh, you're voting with your wallet. That's like a way more of a social phenomenon than any kind of economically expressed phenomenon.
Well, haven't boycotts in the past been in part social phenomenon where you've tried to encourage others to participate in the boycott as well? Like, it's not just people saying, I'm going to picket this company. It's also, I'm going to picket and try to get you to picket this company as well. Like, there is...
No, I mean, I'm not saying that the matter involved isn't just that you're trying to get other people to boycott things. It's when the thing itself isn't even bad, it's the people associated with it or somebody associated with it. I think that when you get into degrees of separation, I think you start to get into really weird places that are not good for society, in my opinion.
Well, the one of the question that's been, again, on the back of my brain specifically pertaining to this that I'm hoping somebody can answer is, like, I take your point as you know, in terms of having a functioning civilization, we have to have some degree of tolerance as far as like other people's viewpoints. But my question is, Can you consider the thing that I walked away from with Pixie's tweet was, I don't know if there is an ethical way to consume the game, purchase or pirate. If you're a trans ally and this is really important to you in terms of like matter of fact, ethical, unethical behavior, there is no ethical way to consume it. But I was also thinking of the various ethical compromises I make throughout my day-to-day life, again, including like Amazon. That's an easy one. They have horrendous business practices, but I wear the fuck out of Amazon all the time. But if someone asked me, hey, Ruminate, do you think it's unethical to patronize Amazon? I would probably say, yeah, on at least some technical small level, yes, I consider it unethical, but I do it anyway because I don't think that it's, you know, some actions are not as unethical as others. So my question to you, since you like swim in this world of philosophy and I don't, do you agree that people do things for convenience all the time that you consider unethical, or can it not be unethical because it's convenient?
No, we have to draw some... It can't be the case that our society necessitates unethical behavior to function. That would suck. That sounds like a shitty system of ethics. I think that the problem is just that... I think... What?
Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, I think that there are some social problems. There are some, to quote Zizek, there are some things that you don't want to be debating every day, okay?
Will you say it like he does?
No. Yeah. There are some things that we don't want... Yeah, okay. There are some things we don't need to debate every day, right? If somebody came out with a piece of media and they were pro and the media like featured something, it's like, okay, this is probably something that we can pressure people away from. But trans people are on like the cutting edge of social phenomenon, right? This is like state-of-the-art social values that is very new, very fresh. There is not consensus on it, even in far left places. Medically, it's still incredibly murky. Everything is very on edge. So to pretend that all of society needs to be lockstep on this cutting edge part of social theory, and we're about to start boycotting large parts of people's childhoods over it is insane to me, right? If you think of the average millennial, Harry Potter made up like fucking 15% of their childhood, and all of the memories and everything associated with it are incredibly positive, and you want to take away that in exchange for trans people that introduce pronoun anxiety and want to talk about trans sports, and it's like the leading fucking social cause that like conservatives and Republicans are pushing on, like... That's just a bizarre fight to have, in my opinion. If we were talking about like homophobia or something, sure, but cutting edge social issues, I don't know.
I don't know if you want
to. Like that's what the intention is here. I think there's people who boycott it who will readily admit that like the media is good. It's not that they don't want to play the game. It's not that they didn't enjoy Harry Potter for years. It's just that they can, in good conscience, prioritize that preference over their concern for this demographic. No.
That's fine for the individual to do, but again, when you start pushing the social, as if it's expected,
that's not what we're talking about here. If individuals want to, that's fine, but the tweets going out are like, if you buy this, you hate trans people. That's where the feelings are right now.
Well, and to be clear, that's not what Pixie said. You know what I mean?
No, that's fine if she's not saying that, but like that's like I've seen, I think Brianna Wu tweeted that, I think a couple other large trans people tweeted that, where it's like, yeah, this